proving to be too much here. Getting completely surrounded.
Yeah, remember, he's got the Tatara, so they've got +1 damage. It really does add up in these clashes like this. So a good wipe with a force. Miyamaika.
Exactly. It looks like that's probably what he's going to do. There we go. Hardened upgrade has come in. Spearman now. Much really more hard to kill as well.
Yeah, this is the type of fight that Dragoman feels like he needs to take to kind of block us so he has the resources when he techs up. He's trying to be optimal with the micro away, but like, raw numbers just work against you here, right? Like, it would take an absolute miracle, and as we know, Miyamaika with a background in RTS is not going to make it easy to win a micro battle. Dragoman, a decent effort here, at least to reset both sides close to 0, but Miyamaika is getting a bigger edge. I think that was the move speed out, yeah. So no attack speed arrow. That's an interesting choice being made by Miyamaika. We'll go for the clash now. Dragoman should have the numerical advantage here, though. It is defender side for Mongols, but right now Miyamaika has no more archers in queue.
Now the Spearmen gotta retreat once the Spearmen come in. They are an effective meat shield here at this point in time as well.
When that would have given an opening, but instead, there's only one player who's opening it up here with a win in this entire series because Dragoman looks unstoppable. Archermass outnumbered on the defense now for Miyamaika as he has to react to that play onto the docks. And this should be the stranglehold that gives not only the game, but the series over to the Norwegian kid. And oh my dear God, what are we doing? It's a villager rebellion. Anything to try and defend, but this is buying time for the first Varangian to arrive. I think this is just over. Gold has always been the problem. And Happy Cat doesn't look like he's ever going to get towards gold here. Single Elim, back up against the wall. Poppy Paw is looking for the clean sweep. He dives in, he ignores the nest of bees, but that might work against him. Grey Wall Gatehouse does clip, but the Camel Lance is now on the way.
That was a good amount of range, yeah. Lots of units went down, a lot of crossbows went down, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
This is it. This is all he needs to break him. Happy Cat has nothing in reserve, and the Pals Guard count not high enough to stand their ground yet. Crossbows to the backside. Lancers split up looking for the kill. Happy Cat now down by 30 eco, and looking like he's going to be down 3-0 to end this series. Guy comes in. These hand cannon slits are so damn effective against this.
Strangles are there.
He's diving in so soon, though. The Nest of Bees, they are going to get counted out, but not before they get some vengeance on their death. Golem count way too low here. Elyona just doesn't have the breakthrough, and the House of Wisdom is in trouble now, but I believe that's going to put him in the range of the keep, right? So you'll start losing everything here. Desert Raiders go for the dive even deeper. Numbers are shrinking a little bit, but Corvin is now with the 4 Siege Workshop to keep those numbers up. He moves back towards the castle and forces Elyona into the dive here. That's going to cost him so much of his eco.
No. The villagers all going down. Elyona realized that this is not the way for him.
Elyona, surely he cannot win this fight. Spearman rallied to the other side of the engagement, will block out the sofa at the last moment there. And will end up getting a good trade as a result. Corvus losing a lot of the cav, will eventually push this away, but it's definitely cost him. Like, look, I didn't even need them to win this fight. Ugh. You think you have to run? And they're gone, but Corvinus, I think there's just too many Spearmen here for him to brute force this. Rams are starting to hit up onto the ranches. Also body blockers. Can the Sofas do this? 8 left over.
Considering Roblox death sounds at this point in time. Spearman actually.
He needs to undermesh. He needs to undermesh too, right? Like that's the thing. The archers are still hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
They do not have the poison arrows. Smith count is low already. Sofas could just dominate this fight. He needs to get rid of the counter archers on the other side fast.
Bosman's like coming in though.
Corvinus almost broke through the front line. Second wave of Spearmen do arrive. That is going to force a reset here. So Elyona keeps the pressure up. Line spread out. Sofas are starting to leak over on the flanks here. Spearman count isn't going to be able to hold on for very long against this type of pressure. And it looks like Elyona is going to lose the Ford army. He's going to get access to the map, which means that Corvinus can look to flood out with the Zerg.
Well, Elyona, he sees this.
He's not reacting to it right now. Villagers will have to shift away. Can't reach the Winter Fortress. His army's going to be forced to engage, but this doesn't look like a fight you can win. Sofas spread out again.
Units.
You're just getting countered, right? Remember, Sofas, they're tanky, but they also get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. The Musafadi get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. Pretty much everything gets some form of bonus damage against your one hope, and you only have men-at-arms.
That's because it looked so over, right? Like if Sass just pushed it in, I feel like this would have just been over.
But now,
instead,
STBs is here to play, and no quick access coming in from Zassi. He's going to lose this fight. I don't see how you break through this quick enough.
Yeah, and this is the issue that we had the last time this matchup came, right? It was just a Chinese player not making units. Now the Chinese player is making units.
And crossbows
Instead of
with
just
that.
going fast in. Yeah.
Ghazi count is low. Archers are in
he's got
retreat.
enough.
I think this works. Like, look at the horsemen again. Every time these A-clicks are hurting Sassy.
Yeah. And Ciso, just with the Archer mass, able to take some great fights there. What are the villagers doing?
They're vibing right now. They're like, yeah, we won this game. Let's go, boys. It's that guy that gets out of his seat and starts cheering before he's won the game. Archer's going to mop up the loss of the Ghazi. Sassy basically has nothing left. I cannot believe this. SLAs, they just weren't as quick.
A little bit of an early move out, though, from Ciso. He's going to lose a lot of his archers.
Not enough,
The
though, I
upgrades
don't
aren't
think.
quite in yet. Yeah, it's definitely not enough, but definitely not ideal for him either. But now when the upgrades are coming in,
5 seconds away. And
that's
now
going to be
let's
upgrade
say
1 and
hello
2.
to my little friends.
Suddenly the Ghazi Raiders don't look as tanky as they used to.
No, the Guild's going to make it even look worse. And the Camel Lance has arrived. Now there's also that debuff to worry about. There's also the risk of exposed eco. And I don't think Sassy even has a full wall, right? The front of his base is still open. Villagers are running back. He needs to gather. This ain't going to work. I think this might be it. Volker's PC wants to give up. This is too many villagers dying. It's making him a little bit deflated. Villagers back at the tree line. He doesn't realize that the Chuganu are still there. And this is not the win on water he needed. Sassy is losing it all.
The Chuganu just having free fire contests right now with the villagers.
Making them
And
squeal like
water for
biggies.
Sassy.
I don't
It's
think he
all going
realizes
down.
that. He just saw it. He just pulled back the villagers. He's about to lose the rest of the fleet. Ghost needs to be careful not to overextend here. Garnath
Yeah, he
continues to
definitely
poke.
definitely can't overextend. But he does so anyways.
This could backfire quick. Limitane start to move in. Varangian as well. First crossbows have arrived. Lash.
Garnath doesn't have +2 pierce damage.
He's also attacking the front line with the Mango. This is big. This is the breakthrough. Lash. This looks like a complete wipe. I think he missed micro that across onto the goal. There's no way he should be able to get this for free.
Again, what?
What is going on right now? Crossbows arriving. Mango goes for the smash, but the Lombo's getting the trade out here. Meta is going to go down. There's no front line. Once again, no protection for the Mango. Garnath now on the ropes.
And numbers on Lash, they aren't really going down at all.
He wants to dive. In the meantime, the Knight has now arrived in that corner. Say hello, honey. And I believe, is that no textiles?
Doesn't look like it.
That's going to be a problem. Doesn't realize it yet either.
That's 2.
The longer this goes, the less likely he is to notice. Remember, those pings do eventually
3.
stop.
Oh my god.
4.
He noticed at the 4th villager and probably gonna lose a 5th maybe. Nope, Knight. Okay, no, Knight.
Shifts away.
He's gotten tired.
Knight's like all the berries. When they come back an hour later, he's just going to be very fat and covered in red, but it's not the villager's blood. And only works if you've got a front line to hold there. Lancers get a freebie. They just walk in. Follow.
Oh no.
I don't think
No
this
militia.
backline's going to hold. The elephants, just too tanky. There's just simply no answer to them. Mango tries to even it up. I just don't think it's going to make a difference anymore. The Mangoes are now being taken
Going
out,
down.
and that has to be game. That's the crazy thing as well. Like the tax rebate you get from producing this Chiganu, they kind of pay for themselves the most. Chiganu mass in defend. Men at arms say I don't care. Kind of feels like you want to attack the backline archers, but you're forced to do this. A click back underneath the TC. Villagers are now going to be in trouble. Garnath looking to punish this eco lead that Lash has built in the raw numbers.
Fight
I mean,
me.
he's something. there's no wooden goal for Nestabees either. That's the one answer he may have had.
Gold kiting has stopped.
Yes, he's like, finally, you are in range of my guns. Swords beat guns?
Huh? No way. Able to kill the men-at-arms now though. +2 pierce armor isn't in yet.
Garnath on the eco. He needs to get these kills. This is what will win him the game. He is picking up the relics behind this, so first wave is survive, but this truly is the German zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, and he's idled more than half the economy from Lash in the meantime.
Nestabees turns around for the flurry. A Knight is the MVP on the gold, but the Knights over here have already done the damage, and there's just not enough military left. Call it what it is. Go game 5. Audio check. We good? All right, we're Mum Spaghetti. There we go. We just need to extend it a little bit longer because it breaks my heart to have to say this, but it's almost end time. We are at the end of this tournament. Grand finals upon us in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado to decide who gets to go through to that true grand finals, that showdown against the reigning champion Marine Lord in Spain later this year. And one thing's for damn well sure, it won't be a European. All of the old guard have fallen. The new guard rises up, and they have a firm flag painted red and white. It's, of course, the Canadians. But to get into that action, to help us go through Wham and Puppypaw, decide which twin is going to pretend to be the other after he knocks his brother out and throws him in a cupboard and flies across to Europe, we need some commentators. And it only felt appropriate that we bring in one of the classics. Lidical and Drongo are here to join me on this momentous occasion. Whew, man, look at that. Drongo's looking fresh, actually. I haven't seen him in a while.
Thanks, KP. Yeah. Feels very good.
Lida, wonderful, wonderful shirt. Usually they get them in men's sizes. Drongo, I'm sorry. But Drongo, man, it's good to have you back. We thought Age of Myth was going to take up your time. I'm glad we could get you in for some good old AoE 4.
Oh, it's good to be back. Yeah, look, I've been looking forward to getting back in the hot seat. I'd planned to for a couple events actually, but things just didn't go my way. So even this time, I'm a little bit worried because I'm not sure if you can hear, but there's a little bit of a tinge in my voice. I'm a bit sick. But KP, as you'd know, once you got the little rugrats running around and they're off to daycare every week, you're getting sick quite often.
Yeah, no, they infect you. Like, honestly, it's the truest form of, like, the zombie apocalypse. You just hide in a cupboard and wait for them to stop screaming, Daddy! But, you know, Lida, he doesn't have to worry about as much. He's just degenning at all hours. I think yesterday you were watching some Stormgate. I imagine you caught up on the VODs. Wham and Puppypaw, I think, even my high expectations, exceeding them, taking down the old guards, Lucifron, Beastie, Vortex. So many renowned names in Age of Empires 4, and these two slayed them all.
They did, and they've done that in a very, very exciting manner. And I think the thing to highlight here, KP, is that these guys have been around for a long, long time. They've always been contesting those top spots, but besides a few occasions, they usually were the ones falling short of the championship title. But here, they've finally cracked through that wall. They've finally just, kicked that door in. And as you kind of highlighted, they managed to eliminate that old guard. And really, we've seen potentially the best Wham and best Puppypaw out here. Only one of these two will make it to Spain. But I feel like, whichever of them does, there's going to be a lot of excitement in that house. And one of the cool things to look out for here, KP, is that these guys are brothers. These guys are twins. And it must be so exciting for them to play a decider to see who goes to Spain between these two.
I mean, Drongo, feel me on this one, right? Because I know you're a Dota fan as well. I always remember, whenever someone says bros in esports, I always remember the good luck bro at TI, right? Which was said to Sumail. It's like, you always have this mixed feeling. Yes, I beat the hardest opponent. Yes, he was my brother. But that means my bro isn't going to be there to share it.
Yeah, it must be difficult for these guys. But at the same time, I mean, as Lida said, that household must be ecstatic right now. Can you imagine the parents of Wham and Puppypaw? I mean, they'd be rooting for their respective favorites, but guaranteed they'd be happy no matter what. And I think for us as well, we're going to be happy no matter what. We get to see a little bit of NA representation. This is quite rare, isn't it? It's obviously these guys both went to the Wololo before. But that was different circumstances. This time, there's one seat at the table with Marine Lord, and both of these guys are fighting their hardest to get there. So it's going to be a hell of a day. Good luck to them both. Wham obviously goes in with a massive advantage, though.
Yep, and I mean, for good reason, right? He did not drop from that upper bracket. Wham, of course, we got best of sevens here. You might notice it says double elimination for the grand final. That holds true here as well, folks. We have to have it the way that you have to lose twice to be out truly with Red Bull Wololo, which is why in the event that Puppypaw wins this first best of 7, it will reset and force another best of 7. That's right. You have the potential for 14 games between the top Canadians. And honestly, with the way these two played yesterday, with the way they've been playing, I would not be surprised if we get to that bracket reset. But we can't deny the fact that looking at Wham, looking at the performances he's had here, compare it to Puppypaw. Everyone has been talking about Puppypaw for months. Everyone has always had that spotlight on him. But there's no denying that right now, at the most important time possible in 2024, Wham has got the spotlight. The question mark is whether he's going to get there in 7 or get there in 14. Either way, we kick this one off on Kawasan. Mongols in the hands of Wham. Puppy paw to the Japanese. Let's get this grand final started.
All right, Liticor. It's time. The grand final. We've already got some docks going down. You know what time it is, Liticor. Spawning in the north of the map in the color red. Playing as the Japanese. It's Puppy Paw.
And down south, Wham 01 with that undefeated record in the winner's bracket here, Drongo. He is going to be in command of the Mongols with the color yellow. This is indeed a gigantic set for the twins here. One of these two will go to Spain to face off against Marine Lord. And we talked about this a little in the pregame. This must be such an exciting set for both of these two players. They really are playing potentially the most significant set of their entire career.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think the best part about is I guarantee you, it doesn't matter which one wins. I know they're both going to be happy. I think that's the best part. Obviously, you know, Puppy Paw wants Puppy Paw to win and Wham wants Wham to win. But at the end of the day, man, I reckon that they would just be so happy. Because, you know, at the very beginning of this tournament, I guarantee you, they would have said, look, let's just try and make it to the grand finals together. How cool would that be? And here they are. So I'm ready for a show. You're ready for a show. Let's get into it. What about predictions right here, Litter? Do you reckon Puppy Paw is going to be able to take this first game and start off with a bit of tempo here? I'm liking the matchup for him.
I wish I knew, really. I feel like we have an interesting setup here, Ozzy. Japanese, your classic civilization on Kawasan, it's a real powerhouse, especially once you get to Castle Age, once you unlock that mounted samurai production with the Yorishiro. Whereas Wham has the Mongols, which is a little less used on this map. Fishing ship just derping out here for a second. But I feel like, in a way, Puppy Paw went with the, so to say, meta pick, whereas Wham is probably trying to at least partially counterpick this. But so far, there's no Dark Age aggression coming out of him. So I think a lot is going to come down to how Wham approaches this game here, because we all know what Puppy Paw was going to do. Question is how Wham is going to try and counter that.
Yeah, it's an interesting opening from him, isn't it? The fact that obviously Puppy Paw started on water, and we do have the shared pond. You know, sometimes you do get these spawns where both players kind of spawns a little bit closer to each other's ponds, or they've got their own separate ponds. But that's not the case here. Both of them are going to be towards that south side. And yet, Wham deciding not to take the water, not to look for any early aggression, has just gone with that early Uvu, and now goes straight for that H-up. So I'm curious what we're going to see out of the gates from him here. Have you got any ideas?
I feel like it's at the beginning stage of this game, it's always a race towards Feudal Age because you want to contest those pawns. And so far, Wham hasn't done that. So if I would have to make a guess, he's trying to beat his opponent to Feudal Age over here, try to get that dock going. But I would expect to see a range, perhaps, from him, because his opponent, Puppy Paw, is aging up with the Koka Township. This is a pretty predictable move, and it will unlock the Shinobi for him. I don't like playing Spearman into Shinobi. Horseman isn't really a cool thing to do either. So it's either gotta be Archers, or it has to be Keshik. But I feel like if you want to go dock and make combat ships, and at the same time produce Keshik, that feels a little too expensive in early Feudal.
Well, let's have a look and see, because Wham is now starting to put down that dock. We can see the blueprint already coming through. Keep in mind, as you mentioned, the Koka Township is coming up, but there's 5 vills on it as well. So even by the time these vills manage to finish the dock, Koka Township's going to be just about up. So I think Wham might be able to squeeze out maybe 1 ship here, or perhaps 1 upgrade on that dock. Let's see exactly what the plan is for him as the YAM network now comes through. Age up about 4 minutes. Not a bad little timing here. It's probably the fastest age up you'll ever see from the Mongols, realistically. Normally, it's going to be at least that 5-minute age up. But Doc going to be coming up online. Let's have a look and see whether we get those naval arrow slits through, or whether he opts for something a little bit different. There it is, the naval arrow slits coming in. So he should have time to get this up, because the age up's just come through now for Puppy Paw. So 22 seconds, and we can see that over on the side of Puppy Paw, he will have that Shinobi in queue. But then it's going to have to take its time to run over here as well.
And you're starting to see the game plan come together here for Wham. As you highlighted, this is a relatively quick age up for the Mongols. No Dark Age docks, no Dark Age racks or stables. So this is really as quick as he can get going into Feudal Age. And because you have that passive stone income from the Ovu, you can afford that weapon placement immediately. This is an interesting approach, by the way, from Wham. He has no desire to fight on the water with combat ships. He just essentially drops a dock right next to the opponent's pond, or right next to the opponent's dock. And as you see, this just shuts down this dock entirely from Puppy Paw. I feel like the cost efficiency of this move from Wham is just through the roof.
Yeah, I agree. I love this. I think it's actually such a smart move. And I'm kind of surprised that we don't see it more often, just because it just completely shuts it down. And it says, you know, we're not going to have that silly, annoying water fight for 15 minutes. And then, you know, depending on who wins, or, you know, will determine the victor. It's just not happening. But have a look at this. Puppy Paw going to be deciding to take the other pond up towards the north side. But Wham going to be able to spot out that dock before it is even completed. That is very quick to react.
And I love this tower as well from Wham. He knew that a Shinobi is going to try to take that dock out, so he preemptively built a tower saying, listen, you're not going to take that dock out. And if you think about it, Wham invested into a dock, naval arrow slits, and a tower, and that in itself idles out the fishing boats for quite some time, and it forced the investment of Puppy Paw to go on the other pond. Basically, it's cancellation of resources, but Wham, he's not playing on the pond, whereas Puppy Paw does. This is a really good start for Wham, because with essentially comparable investment, he was able to entirely shut down Puppy Paw's fishing eco at the beginning.
Oh, Liticor, that was so close. Warwick almost picked up the kill right there, but unfortunately doesn't get it. Poor Warwick the Wolf. But the Khan manages to get it, so that's +1 or -1 over there on the side of Puppy Paw. Nicely played so far. Barracks has come up as well for Puppy Paw. Looks like a couple spears going to be on the menu. Of course, Wham already with the double Kashik out into the map, starting to chase back that scout. I'm curious what his follow-up is going to be here, though. Where does he go from here? Does he just simply look to play it off one base? I think one of the big things that he's done here is that he has delayed that age, or not that age up, but that boom that we see from the Japanese. The fact that he's delayed that dock from coming up on the top side. And while technically, yes, there's fishing boats out there, it's not really doing that much work just yet. It's going to take time for it to really start paying off.
Yeah, I feel like you got to go full Feudal over here for Wham, and that seems to be the game plan for him. He's going into Kashik, he's going into Archers. The thing here is that if you go into Castle Age, the Japanese will unlock so much power. The Yorishiros, the Mounted Samurai, it gets a lot more difficult for the Mongols to deal with them. Now, compare that to Feudal Age. Right now, as you said, there is a parity in the eco pretty much. Puppy Paw, or Wham, I should say, does have some premium units as well, the Kashik, supported by Archers. And Puppy only has Spearmen right now to work with, a single Shinobi, and no Scout. Puppy Paw is virtually blind right now. As you see, the tower is going to come up just in time to preserve that gold mine, but Dock is getting torched down. This is going to give bounty for Wham. Love the tower, though, from Puppy Paw. We'll make sure that these Archers can't harass him, but you really have that feeling that Wham just wants to play a quick game here and finish this in Feudal.
Yeah, I'm curious what the follow-up is here for Wham, whether he looks to invest a little bit more on water or whether he really just tries to push it all in. Because for Puppy Paw at the moment, he's got that one pond towards the north. He has secured it for the moment, and it does mean that he's got that ability to scale. Sure, there's not a huge amount of fish there, but there's enough that you're going to be able to make it a decent profit off it. But we do now start to see those Archers pushing forward, able to take some little pot shots here on the spears. Nothing too crazy just yet. Puppy Paw controlling them very well, obviously cognizant of the Archers on the field.
Yeah, that many Archers being seen should tell him that there is aggression coming his way. Siege engineering now being researched for Wham, so indeed he wants to make this push happen in Feudal Age. And to be fair, these berries could be a good target alongside the woodline as well. A lot of structures that could be taken out here with rams. You could push away the lumberjacks, push away the food villagers, especially considering that Puppy Paw doesn't have a gigantic fishing eco going on right now.
Looks like the Shinobi will make it through down towards that south side of the base. But Siege Engineering now, it is completed. Now, one thing to note is I don't see a blacksmith right here. So Puppy Paw has got no idea that Wham is currently, or at least I don't think he's seen the blacksmith. Are we able to take a look inside the base of Wham, maybe get an idea of where that blacksmith's actually put? Is it down on the gold mine? Because if it's in the back of the base, there's a good chance that Puppy Paw's going to have no idea. Yeah, it's back down here underneath the town center. So I don't think this has been spotted out just yet. There'd be no indication that he's investing into it.
Yeah, I don't think he's got visual confirmation, but this should be just something that he... Oh, well, he sees the ram, so now
he's got visual. Yeah, now he's got the visual.
But
all right,
I think he should have suspected it just based on the investment that we're seeing here from Wham. Archers, Kashik, really makes you feel like he wants to make this push happen in Feudal, and for that you need rams.
This is going to be a really tough play for Wham. I've got to be honest. Like, to me, it just feels like Puppy Paw puts 20 vills on the landmark, sticks the Yorishiro in the stable, makes a whole bunch of mounted samurai, and he just kills this. But let's see exactly how that plays out, because if he does focus the gold, which is what he's doing now, it means Puppy Paw's going to have to find an alternative. Archers pushing through now. A couple of idle vills inside the outposts. First one hasn't been fortified. The second one has been fortified, though. A little bit more extra health on it. Archer's able to get those one-shots off on the spears. He's got a decent number of units here. He is able to force back those villagers off the gold vein. He's got enough to age up, though. So he will be able to hit the button. He's got a nice safe gold mine on the other side of the base as well, Lidicor.
I wouldn't really call that safe, especially with those Kashik roaming the map, and this could be terrible timing here for Puppy Paw, especially because the H-up does get spotted. And when you see something like that, the primary target is the gold. If you can shut down the gold income of Puppy Paw here, even though he gets to Castle Age, he simply won't be able to afford any of those premium units. Wham sees that landmark. He knows exactly what he needs to do to make sure that not a single mounted samurai comes out.
I think the big thing right now, have a look at Wham's units on the way through. He's got spears on the way, and this is exactly what he needs. He had a spear in queue. He's now up to 6 spearmen in total. And this is perfect in this situation because now he's got to make that decision. Okay, am I going to go into mounted samurai and risk being counted out by the spearman mass? Do I move into just samurai instead and try and hold it off that way? It's going to be a bit more difficult with the number of Kashyyyks that are out on the field already. So we'll have to see how he plays it out, but I think it's got to be mounted samurai.
Oh, he's rushing a lot of villagers on the stone as well, and I kind of have to agree with you. Indeed, the Yorishiro has been placed in the stable, gets focused on immediately by Wham, though. This could be so dicey for Puppy.
Yeah, look at the Vils trying to repair it up, trying to keep it alive. They know how important it is. First mounted samurai about to pop out. Keep in mind there are spears on the backside. Kashyyyks going to run in underneath the town center. Looking to start dishing out some damage onto those villagers. A little bit of healing as well. Spears able to find connections with that mounted samurai. He lives on a little bit of health. Second one out now. Looking to try and help. Down to about half HP on the stable. Working it down. If the stable goes down, I suspect that Wham will go down. And it looks like it will be the case here as the stable does fall. Where does Wham go from here?
He goes into game number 2, I feel, Ozzy. Even if the stable lives, he lost so much eco to this. So many villagers were sacrificed to keep that stable alive. He lost 11 eco. At the same time, Wham is just knocking down houses. He's been doing so much damage to his infrastructure here, and it just looks like he just wants to bail on this at this point. He's got no more reinforcements coming in, but the eco here of Puppy Boy is a complete train wreck.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit rough for him. Down quite a few Vils. The one silver lining that he does have are those fishing boats towards the north that are funneling in that fish or that food just so slowly. But Vil's going to get caught out of position now. Nowhere for him to go, and the Archer's just going to have a field day out here as that villager count continues to fall now for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, it's just looking so grim for Puppy Paw here. He's gonna destroy the ram, but at what cost? He has lost 23 workers in this game. So many are banked up as well. Basically, the only villagers he has left are actually just stashed inside the DC. A couple of them running around as well, but there's just nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And even if he cleans this little incursion into his base up, it's just gonna be too late. He has lost way too much eco.
I still feel like there's a way back in this game. Yorishiro is going to come out now. He wants to put it in the barracks, but he can't put it in the barracks because if he does, it's going to die immediately. You can see that ram.
He put it in the farmhouse, right?
Yeah, so he's going to... I don't really like that because now he's like stacking up food and he's already got the food income coming in from that north pond as well. But like the big thing here is just about recovering gold. If he can recover gold and then get a decent number of mounted samurai out, there's a way that he gets back into this game.
I love your optimism.
It's a long road, okay?
It's a mile, that's for sure. Especially because the towers are gone on the gold mine. So this next little attack here from Wham is going to come in, and Wham is thinking about Castle Age himself. At the same time, let's not forget, Wham actually secured a spawn for himself, the one that he aggressed at the beginning, and he's got a really respectable fishing eco as well. It's basically double the eco right now for him.
Yeah, it's a pretty big difference right now between these two. When it comes to the Vil count, we can see 63 versus 35 at the top of the screen, but aggression on that gold vein once again, not letting him have any of it. Even the Kashyyyk down towards the south side. Can we take a look at Puppy Paw's wood line? It looks like that wood line is connected to a secondary smaller wood line, and it's blocking him off that gold. We take a look. Yeah, right here. There's a single tree that's blocking him from getting to that gold safely. I mean, you could look at it two ways, though, right? Like, it's also a single tree that's preventing the Kashyyks from getting in.
Steppered out now on the way here for Wham. He's going to get to Castle Age 2. His army is still just so much better than what his opponent has out here. Puppy Paw does have mounted samurai coming out, though, and if there is any hope for him getting back into this game, it has to be with those mounted samurai just starting to pick off villagers left and right for Wham. But he needs to inflict a lot of eco damage, and he needs to do that quickly.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think that's realistically the only way that he could do it. And Wham would have to make a lot of mistakes to allow that to happen. But I guess keep in mind, he is playing the Mongols, and they don't have access to walls. So it is pretty much free real estate over on that other side of the map, as long as you can find the vills and make the connection.
Keshik once again breaking in here, and oh, that's nasty. One mounted samurai gets surrounded, and that's a big loss for a player that has such a weak eco.
Yep, that is not pretty right there. But Age Up about to come through right now for Wham. Step it out online, and you can see now a couple of spears making their way with the Keshiks up towards the gold vein. Both at the outposts come up at the exact same time. But the Vills once again are on the run. We've seen it time and time again, and with Wham now reaching the castle edge, Puppy Paw looks like he might be in a bit of a tough spot. Battering ram up towards that top side as well. Wham just looking to clean up completely. Don't know whether he's got a second dock up on that pond, but if he shuts down that dock... Oh, where did the ram go?
Apparently it's gone. Probably was sniped by the mounted samurai.
Puppy Paw going to be trying his best to hold for the moment. More mounted samurai continuing to join in the crusade on the field. Not a lot of spears here, though. And it is burning, though, this dock. It's got 200 health, so it's quite a bit to go through. But he could look to bring a Vill out here. It's going to be tough for him to find a way over there, though.
Yeah, the trick here is that even if you don't kill those fishing boats from Puppy Paw, if you just destroy the dock, they're virtually useless. And there is already a big discrepancy in the eco between the two players. So simply taking out that dock is going to make life even more miserable for Puppy here. He kind of has to dive this ram here, but that just means that all of his mounted samurai are very heavily damaged here.
Yeah, he was just focusing the ram that was being built right there. I feel like that was a little bit of a mistake from Puppy. He could have been focusing down the spears instead. Maybe not paying attention, or maybe misclicked with an attack move or something like that. But we do indeed see that dock now going to be going down. He was probably about 7 or 8 seconds away from it. Those two Vills now going to get caught out of position as well, chased by a large mass of Keshiks. They do get spotted. No transport ship is going to be here to pick these two Vills up, unfortunately, and they go down very quickly.
This is just looking so grim here for Puppy. I really appreciate him trying to get back into this game, trying to just pick up the relics. He's doing all the right moves to try and get back into this game. He's got 9 mounted samurai, which on paper looks good, but so many of these are virtually dead, as you can see. They're facing crossbows, and in a blink of an eye, half of them just disappear.
Yeah, I think there was about 4 of them that were on about 1 health, all of them. It was kind of wild. But now villagers caught out of position once again on that gold vein. Manages to take one out before they do get through. Mounted samurai are on the other side of the map, continuing to push through, and Wham's just having a little bit of trouble finishing off his brother at this stage. Phil's torching down the battering ram at the top side. And there it is. We do get to see the GG. It took him a while. He really tried to keep himself in the game for as long as he could, didn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, once you had all those villager casualties, well, you can just see that at the left side of your screen. Once you had those villager casualties, it was basically all over. And you really got to credit Wham for this counter-pick style approach here that he had. Japanese was one of the powerhouse civilizations throughout this tournament on a map like Kawasan. And then Wham comes in with the Mongols, goes directly to the arrow slit, secures that pond very quickly for himself. And then the timing attack that he had with the Keshik and the archers just worked so well. He spotted the landmark being constructed immediately, and he knew fully well that he needed to destroy that stable before mounted samurai start coming out. That's exactly what he did. And with that, he is the one to secure game number 1. Once again, a reminder, if Wham were to win this best of 7, he's going to be facing off against Marine Lord in Spain.
That is indeed right. I feel like the pivotal moment for me in that game, obviously there was a lot that went on, a huge amount of action, and Wham doing pretty damn well. But it was all that stable, the positioning on the stable. And it's one of those things that you can't really see in hindsight. And I don't think you can even go back and be like, okay, that was a mistake. Because I don't think it was a mistake. It was just unfortunate, the placement of that stable. Had that been underneath the town center, it would have been a completely different game. Because if it's underneath the town center, he can now use Vills to deal with the ram. He can make repairing that really easily, or really easy. It's very simple for him to, or difficult to dive underneath that town center. So had the stable been a little bit closer to the TC, maybe there was a different outcome that game. So this is one of those like little things that doesn't really seem like a big deal, but then when you start really analyzing it, it can build up pretty big. So perhaps we'll see players move it a little bit closer to the TC next time.
Speaking of analyzing, we do have the Delhi coming out here on Holy Island. Now, that's not a pick that we've seen in quite a while on a map like this. I don't actually remember when the last time was I saw Delhi on Holy Island. And you might have missed it partly because of the time zones, but I actually had the opportunity to cast with Marine Lord last Saturday. And he straight up said that was for a best of 5, but still, he straight up said that if in a best of 5, you have to play Delhi, you've done something wrong. Now, this is a best of 7, but, you know, just following that logic over here, taking Delhi as your second civilization, it's definitely an intriguing choice from him. He's got, he had the Chinese as well. Will be interesting to see where that gets put to use. He has HRE, Malians, Jeanne d'Arc, Byzantines, opts to go with the Delhi over here. What do you think about this?
He's got to be cheesing, right? Like, there's no two ways that you pick Delhi here and you think you're going to play a standard game. It's just not going to happen. It's got to be cheese. It's got to be looking to try and get out on the water very early. I wouldn't be surprised if he sends a Vil the entire length of the map, drops a dock right down next to the Rus dock, and says, how you doing? Gives him a little bit of a handshake, and then just starts the fishing boat war of attrition out there and just kind of nips it in the bud before it really becomes a problem. Obviously, the Rus very powerful once they do hit that feudal age timing. But is it going to happen if there's no fishing boats out? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. We are here in this best of 7. Got a bit of an interesting matchup today. The Delhi Sultanate have been picked. We'll introduce our players for you today. In the color yellow, playing as the Delhi Sultanate, is one of the Canadian brothers. It is Wham01.
And on the other side, Puppy Paw, once again with the more predictable civilization pick. It's Puppy Paw with the color red as the Rus. And Ozzy, when you look at this map, Holy Island in particular, you have to always take a look at how those wood lines spawn, because you have 2 types of generations for this map. Sometimes you have a wood line spawn on the front, sometimes you do not. And that actually fundamentally changes the way that you play this map. As you can see, the lumber camp that Wham went with, it is going to be on that front wood line, which is usually what you do when that wood line actually spawns. If that's not the case, you always have to go to the back wood line, and that usually is a little bit more prone to raids in early mid-game.
Yeah, I think naturally it's going to be a little bit more of a defensive game, having that front wood line spawn like this. And I'm curious to see exactly how Wham looks to do this dance, because the first dock has come down and he's just put it down in the standard position. Nothing too crazy here yet. Where does the cheese start? Is there going to be any cheese? And if there's no cheese, well, this is going to be a quick game, I imagine. Or not a quick game, but perhaps a decisive game, because he is out on the fishing boats already. Have a look at this.
I'm very curious about how Wham is going to approach this. Now, one thing to highlight is that Delhi is no pushover in a variety of ways. Getting all those technologies for free, especially once you get to mid-late feudal age, it becomes extremely powerful. You're also facing off against the Rus, and I think maybe in a way Delhi is a counterpick to the Rus here. With the Rus, you usually push up a fishing boat or a transport ship and convert it to a combat vessel near the enemy dock. It's a little bit more difficult to do that when the opponent's fishing boats can shoot at you.
That's a great point. Perhaps he just looks to use them on the defensive and really hold his ground out on the water. Perhaps that's the way that he goes. But we do see Puppy Paw picking up quite a bit of bounty already, up to 130. You can see that over on the left-hand side of the screen. So far, so good for him. He's going to spot out that dock as well. Sees the villager. And the Kremlin comes down. Pretty early Kremlin here for him. 2 minutes
Love
42,
the spot.
so yeah,
It's a
good little
beautiful
spot.
Kremlin spot. Protecting the gold mine, buffing the wood line. That's exactly the kind of spot that you're looking for.
Yeah, this is really, really nice. I'm curious what the follow-up here for him is going to be, but I suspect it's probably just going to be going into quite a bit of aggression on water. For Wham, though, I feel like we're somewhat in the dark here. You know, I'm almost taken back to Genesis, the first time we got to see Vortex and Lucifron play, and they picked Delhi Sultanate, and we're just scratching our heads like, what the hell are these guys doing here? And I'm a little bit fearful that we might be seeing that coming out of Wham right now. So it's almost like we're in uncharted territories.
In a way, yes. And this could be a little intimidating for Puppy Paw. his playstyle so far has been very, very meta-esque. Game number 1, Japanese on Kawasan. Game number 2, Rus on Holy Island. 2 out of 2 so far with predictable but powerful civilization picks. Whereas Wham feels like he's just trying to counterpick these predictable but powerful civs. Worked out in the first game, remains to be seen if that's going to be the case for the second. But already one thing that you're noticing is that there is no ship coming over from Puppy Paw, which is somewhat unusual for the Rus. Almost every single game, they want to push that fishing boat or transport ship up and then convert it into a galley close to the enemy dock. That has not been done here by Puppy Paw. So maybe that potential defensive posturing with the deli fishing boats, it already kind of resulted in what Wham wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, we do now start to see it coming up. It's about halfway through the map at the moment. Slowly, now that transport ship is moving up. Galley conversion coming through. But the Dome of the Faith has been thrown down on the side of Wham. So looking to play it a little bit more economically. Second dock going to be put up in the corner. Look at this, right in the edge of the map as well. Wants to try and keep it as far away as he possibly can from his opponent. Now, meanwhile, back at home, Puppy Paw going to start looking to take up some gold here and look to start putting the pressure on his opponent. Double scout running in, fishing boat. It's going to get caught out here. Let's have a look and see whether he opts to open fire, whether he just jumps inside. There we go now, jumping inside.
I don't think you can actually fight a galley in its full form. I think it's more about being able to hit that boat while it's converting or before it converted. It was a little late for that galley to pop out here. Puppy Paw was well in feudal age by the time he arrived here. But the timing could still work nicely because Wham is still aging up. Now, side note here, the deli can actually garrison 4 fishing boats in their docks. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's only 3 when you have other civilizations.
No, I believe you are correct. Unfortunately for this dock, though, it does also have a priest or a scholar inside it. We can see him, unfortunately. Got age up now coming through for Wham. We'll take a look at the production. It looks like we've got a Hulk in queue, sprinkled ship on the way, as well as another scholar as well from the Dome of the Faith. But so far, Puppy Paw just kind of camping up here. Already now with the triple threat. Got the archer ship, the sprinkled ship, and the fire ship out, ready to do some exploding.
This is getting very dicey here for Wham. He also lost the scholar. He tried to garrison it inside, but he was a little too slow. And as you kind of highlighted, the moment this war galley is going to spawn, it's going to get focused down here by the demo. Indeed, that is exactly the case. And the galley is lagging behind over here for Wham.
Yeah, you can see how he's bringing the fishing boats to repair straight away. Oh my lord, that was so much damage on those fishing boats as well. He's just trying his best to repair through it. He's able to do it. Have a look at the heals. Wow. Absolute insane amount of healing coming through there. Despite the low health on those fishing boats, he just sticks it. Doesn't care if he loses them. Well played to Wham to keep that Backler alive.
He needed to make that happen there. The Bagla doesn't get destroyed immediately when the demo connects, but it reduces it to like 5% health. So yeah, it would have been finished off by that Lodya Vor galley from Puppy Paw. Wham pulls the fishing boats, and that is exactly what he needed to just keep this Bagla alive. And now he's chasing this war galley with a demo, and there is no galley for Puppy Paw here. If he cannot get a galley out here, he's going to lose this war galley.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is not making a galley. Okay, he's just put one in queue now, but I think it's going to go down. The demo ship will find a connection right there, and he's already got a bit of an advantage coming through. Scout also going down on that north side. So things going well for Wham once again in this series. Keep in mind, even though this is a best of 7, if Wham wins this best of 7, that is it. It is closed out. Wham is going to Spain. Puppy Paw needs to win in this best of 7. Then he needs to go to the next best of 7 and win that one as well.
That is a beautiful snipe there for Wham. Puppy Paw set that demo aside to the north to try and flank this Buglaw, and it would have been destroyed were it not for that one Dow sniping the demo. At the end of the day, it looks like Wham is going to get away from this. But as you highlighted, things started to go very well for Wham on the water, and things will just get a lot better. Look at the techs coming in for him now. Double Broadaxe is something that Puppy already has. Mining upgrade, wheelbarrow, those kinds of things, they will eventually start to swing this in the favor of Wham on the eco department.
Yeah, these are some pretty big factors that really play into them being a decent civ on water. This is kind of wild when you think about it. The fact that they've got these free techs coming through. Obviously, when you go for the Dome of the Faith as well, you've got these reduced scholar costs that are going to help you out in the mid to late game. And now we can start to see upgrades coming through for Wham. Take a look at that. We've also got the fishing upgrade coming in for him. So he's really looking to invest quite heavily in that economy. I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is for Puppy Paw, because at this stage, he's not making any more warships at all. We've just got the 1-1-1 out for him. Meanwhile, on the side of Wham, he's looking pretty content with just chilling as well. So both players starting to transition a little bit more into land. Wham now with the spears starting to come out. Puppy Paw, a knight in queue.
Yeah. One thing to note is that both players lost their scout. You could actually see a bunch of sheep carcasses on the shoreline. So it seems like there was a bit of a scuffle between the two, and at the end of the day, no player has a scout. So the line of sight is extremely limited for both of these players. But let's not forget, they know each other very, very well. And for Wham, he probably suspects that if Puppy Paw isn't aggressing him on water, it has to be land aggression. Knights are a safe guess, so he's starting to mix in Spearman himself.
Yeah, really smart move here. We also see a little bit of a scout coming out on the water as well now for Wham. So he's going to be looking to test the waters, so to speak. Huge shout out as well to Demo. Thank you very much for the raid. I do see a whole bunch of raiders in the chat, so huge shout out to him. But look at that beautiful timing right there as the spearman spots that knight and slowly starts stabbing away. The knight will end up taking it out, but it's a very... It's a decent trade. I mean, ideally you don't want to lose the spear. But it was a decent trade. We'll take that for all the health that we got off the knight. Yeah,
it was a Dark Age Spearman only. Upgrade just finished here for Wham, so still, he should be happy about this. That knight is pretty banked up, and looks like the militia have been called up by Puppy Paw. He's also mixing in some archers, but by the time he arrives, there should be a tower up here for Wham. Knight is trying to delay this as much as possible, but Spearman around, there is no way that this knight can fight this.
Oh, did you see that? Beautiful. Wonderful control coming out right there from Puppy Paw, able to get off that point-blank charge. It's always great to see players when they do that, but Archer's now coming through. He's only got the one Vil on the outpost. Needs to be careful here because there's the militia now coming through, the little Kremlin gremlins. Spear's going to be making their way back, going to be trying to block the gremlins as best they can. Manage to do it. Vil's going to commit. Manage to get the outpost up. No, none of them going to be going down. Not too bad right there. Manages to keep everybody alive. Now with the outpost coming up, he should be fine.
Yeah, things got very dicey there for Wham. He should have built that tower with more Vils. This knight is still roaming the map, though, finally finding some villager kills here. Scholar is also getting poked down over here for Wham. Luckily, the militia expires, at least luckily for Wham, because he would have lost that Scholar too.
Yes, unfortunately, the knight also expired to the town center fire. It did go down, but we'll take a look on water now as Wham is going to be pushing out towards that western corner. A lot of backlers out here. Springled ships firing off towards each other. Puppy Paw going to start investing a little bit more in water as well. We can see quite a few warships in queue now for him. Numbers looking decent for Wham, though. I think, could there possibly be a plan to think about Castle Age here? The numbers are looking decent for him.
Potentially. Wham also made, I don't want to call it a crucial mistake, but it could have been catastrophic. He went forward with 5 Buglaws and no galley escort. If there were 3 or 4 demos from Puppy Paw, he loses his entire fleet. So now that he's got 1 galley, it's a little bit better. But yeah, one thing I wanted to touch on here about the meta on this map is that we are seeing this more and more frequently now from players. They're a lot more cautious on the water. They know that if they lose water, the game is pretty much lost. So now they became very, very conservative. So just to follow up on your point, maybe indeed players will look for Castle Age and simply just stay defensive on the water.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But have a look at the upgrades that are coming through right now for Wham. So picking up the ranged armor, also getting Sanctity as well. We could potentially see a little bit of a scholar drop over on that island. But
well, for that you need to win the water.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. These numbers are starting to look a little bit scary. Puppy Paw really starting to get a good stronghold on the water here. Pushing forward now. Wham going to be on the defensive. It's got a good number of docks along that shoreline. But at the same time, a bit of a raid happening just on the south side of that wood line. Vils with the outpost should be able to defend if things don't go too wrong or too right. But demo ship on that top side. Looking to try and make a connection. Gets taken out. Demo ships on both sides now taken out. Fishing boat's going to be brought forward as well. What's the idea with the fishing boats? Is he just looking to try and bait away attacks?
Maybe he does, or this might have been a misclick of some sort. Still, at the end of the day, for the time being, Wham is pushing away his opponent. He's got the resources for Castle Age. Happy Paw, he has that too as well as we continue these very, very chaotic naval scuffle here. Both players with a heavily banked up fleet.
Yeah, I can feel what you were saying before, Litter, about how they're very hesitant to, you know, commit all in on water. But, well, speaking of committing all in on water, have a look at Puppy Paw right now. He's got, I feel like he just brings out a huge, massive of boats just when you're not looking. It's kind of crazy how these managed to come out so quickly. But Wham with the H up now coming through. Compound of the Defender on the way. There's not really a lot of impact from the Castle Age immediately. Obviously, it's going to take some time for you to get those upgrades through. And ideally, you want a decent force on the water when you do hit that Castle Age to take advantage of those upgrades. So Wham's position here might be a little bit tough. Fishing Boat's going to be pulled to try and heal up this Bagler. He's going to be trying to hold out as best he can. Manages to do it as well. He's at half HP. The demo ship goes down as well. Single Backler to save the day for Wham. Still standing strong. Second demo ship now looking to come through once again, slowly getting attacked down. Not going to make a connection. No, it does. Only takes out the one boat, but not a bad little hold right there from Wham once again. It looks like he's always teetering on the edge of just losing it all.
Yeah, this game has been extremely chaotic, and Puppy Paw is definitely benefiting from the fact that he can potentially convert a couple of fishing boats into combat ships just to snowball this. Both players will be reaching Feudal Age at the exact same time. Puppy Paw's eco grossly unbalanced, by the way. 2,000 food in the bank already.
Yeah, that's how the pros do it. I know. I've seen that many a time before, Litter. That is a lot of food, isn't it? But Backlers continue to move up here. You can see him trying to snipe out the archer ships because he knows that once the archer ships are taken out, that the demo ships are just going to be able to reign supreme here. Fortunately for Puppy Paw, he's got decent micro. Upgrades now going to be on the way through for Wham. We can see on the UI just how many he's looking to pick up. Picks up all the tier 2 eco upgrades. Village fortresses on the way. And that springald upgrade, a very important springald upgrade, going to be coming through now as well. Demo ships make a couple of connections on the bottom side. A little bit of a counter raid as well. First man at arms on the field. Jeez, Litter. This is a chaotic match, isn't it?
It certainly is. And Wham was able to harass the woodline of Puppy Paw. Puppy had to relocate all his lumberjacks, so his wood bank just went down to nothing. And that's part of the reason why Wham is still able to hold out on the water. It's a very, very slim margin, though, and it looks like he's going to get pushed away. But guess what? At the same time, we have a raid going on land as well. Again, just chaos all over the map here, Aussie.
Yeah, fortunately, those gremlins do eventually expire, so they're not going to be a huge threat right now. But look at this defense that is coming through from Wham. I think those fishing boats are going to need to be called to the fore once again. More Backlers still coming online for him. Demo ships gets taken out. Fishing boats, a little bit of a hand in. Keep in mind that there's two different ways they can help out. They can provide a little bit of firepower, or they can do a little bit of repairing. I think there's probably a bit more value in the repairing, though. We've seen quite a few of these Baglers that just should have been going down, but just weren't going down. They just refuse with the repairs.
And look at this once again. These few Gauzy Raiders that Wham has, they're idling all those lumberjacks from Puppy Paw. So many of these Buglaws are banked up, though, and you don't have any fishing boats here to repair. At the same time, Puppy Paw's fleet is also heavily, heavily damaged over here. This kind of just feels like a war of attrition right now on the sea.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like Puppy Paw is slowly winning it out. We can see that the numbers here aren't the best. Oh, Wham. This could be trouble right here. Fishing boats all grouped up. Demo ships on the way through. He's going to have to split quick if he wants them. And I suspect they've all gone down. But I guess we'll never know.
Indeed, they are all gone. It looks like water is going to fall into the hands of Puppy Paw. Now, I guess the theory here for Wham is that he's got village fortresses available for Delhi. So maybe part of the reason why he picked this civilization was to have that recovery potential on land. But I just feel like with so much fishing eco available for Puppy Paw, this recovery is, it's going to be a tough one. Puppy Paw's food income is absolutely magnificent, and he could think about Imperial Age in the next few minutes even.
Yeah, there's a lot of food, that is for sure. And keep in mind that there's not only just the income aspect of it, he's also got 2,600 just sitting there. So, you know, that's Imperial Age and a handful of units as well. So he is absolutely fine. But yeah, from the perspective of Wham, I mean, if you're thinking, okay, how do I get back into this game? I feel like for Wham, it's a little bit tough, right? Like normally when you're looking at, okay, I've lost the water, it's a little bit earlier. Whereas now at this stage, like we're already pretty deep into this game. So the opportunities for, you know, dropping 3 TCs and going ham, it's just not really there just because your opponent has already got such an established economy and subsequently has an established military. You can see just the numbers that we've got coming out here. High Armory also dropped down for Puppy Paw. He's just looking to send it right now.
Yeah, and he needs to. He needs to finish his opponent off because he has seen that his Beastie yesterday came back from a similar position, lost all the water, walled up, went 3 DCs, came back. This is a different scenario here for Wham though, because he's not fully walled up and Puppy Boy just keeps sending in these heavily armored units, fighting underneath the DC, and he just keeps killing villagers. And crucially, village fortresses are still far away here for Wham, and indeed, he just decides to tap out, and with that, Puppy Boy is back in this set.
Yeah, I think with the delay with the village fortresses really hurt him there. It's hard, right? Because you want to transition into something like you need to still keep your water presence, but at the same time you need to be cognizant of the fact that you're going to have to move over to land, but you only want to do that once you've lost water. So, you know, it's very, yeah, it's a difficult spot. We'll say that much. But nice little victory there from Puppy Paw. Have a look at those that military value at the end there.
It's the snowball effect that you see so commonly on water maps like this. And let's not forget, Puppy Paw aged up with a lot of food in the bank. He had like 2,500 food when he started building his landmark. So the moment he hit Castle Age, he was able to start spamming men-at-arms and knights because he had so much extra food to work with.
Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of units that were coming out there. It was kind of crazy. You know, you see just 20 men-at-arms just walking their way down mid, and obviously, you know, Wham saw it as well and very quickly moved away from the keyboard. So GG. But we do have our next match in our sights. Lidicore, have a look at this one. This is great. You know, I love this. I absolutely despise mirrors, but I love these types of mirrors. We've got the Holy Roman Empire up against Order of the Dragon.
Okay, now this is an interesting call, and I think this is the first time where you start to see the similarities in the mindset of these two players. Let's not forget, these two guys probably practice together day and night for these tournaments. It just makes so much sense. They're both high-level players. They can essentially practice as a LAN, so to say. In fact, what we're looking at right now is kind of a mini LAN from the House of Wham and Puppy Paw. But nevertheless, so far we've seen fundamentally different civilizations being picked on the first two maps. This is the first one where the mindset is going to be very similar, and I expect some further similarities, potentially a Byzantine mirror later on. And part of the reason why is because when you practice so much with the same player, and when you probably share strategies and whatnot as you prepare for events, you might develop a very similar mindset in terms of civilization and map picks.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because we noticed the same thing with the Spanish brothers, where you've got these two, I don't even know if like microcosms would be the right word, but you've got these tiny little environments where metas start to develop within the two, like the two players. And that's what we're seeing right here. So to me, this is like the ultimate test, because Wham knows all Puppy Paw's secrets. Puppy Paw knows all Wham's secrets. They know their playstyles inside and out. You know, we've already seen Puppy Paw came into this tournament, you'd have to say, a favorite over Wham. But Wham upsets him in the earlier stages, and now he's in the hot seat. So it really is, you know, it's all up to Puppy Paw right here to try and make some magic. And obviously with the Order of the Dragon, it's going to be difficult for him. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Game number 3. We're about to head on in. You can see the head-to-heads right here.
It's just neck and neck here. The serious count doesn't do this true justice because the game count is 9 and 8. And I think what that tells you is that basically, for most of their sets, they are extremely competitive against each other. It usually goes down to the very last game. Could very well be the case for this series too.
Yeah. And to anybody wondering why these guys look so similar, they are related. They're cousins. No, they're not. They're brothers. they're twins, identical twins.
Yes, indeed, they are identical twins. And I think Wham is the older one by a margin of 4 or so minutes.
Jeez, that's a short time. She was popping them out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Game number 3. A little bit more water for you. What's this? This is the third water map that we've got. So don't worry, we're saving the good stuff for you for later. We'll keep Dry Arabia in the back pocket just in case. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3, spawning in the north of the map, or at least the north spot on the map, in the color yellow, playing as the Holy Roman Empire, and definitely favorite for this map. It is going to be Wham 01.
And down south, it is Puppy Paw with the color red, in command of the Order of the Dragons. So two very similar civilizations over here, Aussie, eco powerhouses. But one fundamental difference is that when you move out for this pond, especially when you play as the OOTD, you have to be a lot more cautious about not losing that villager. For the time being, it's only Wham moving out for the pawn, but apparently I just didn't notice that little red dot on the minimap because Puppy Paw is moving out as well. Pretty much an identical start until this point, where Wham decides to go for a Rax. And, well, as I'm saying that, we talked about this in the pregame, Ozzy. These two players, they practice together non-stop. They're brothers. And at the end of the day, many of the things they do is going to be very similar to what the opponent does here in this set, and that's exactly what we're seeing over here.
Yeah, this is exactly it. You know, if he was up against, you know, Marine Lord here, Marine Lord would be happily going for a dock on the bottom side. If he was up against, you know, the Mister would be happily going for a dock on the north side. You know, it's the fact that these guys know each other inside out, and immediately they start playing chess when they think the other one is playing checkers. But it turns out they're both playing chess. Fortunately, we got them to sit down at the same table here. But Spears now out for Wham.
Now, this is where it gets interesting, because you're looking at ordinary spearmen, so to say, for Wham, whereas on the other side, you're going to have these gilded spearmen to work with. And also, the other thing to notice is that Puppy Paw positioned his entire proxy base over here in this little corner. This woodline helps a lot to wall this off. Whereas Wham actually opted to go towards the middle of this little pond in the east. And you can actually see that it's going to be near impossible for Wham to wall off his position compared to what we have here for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, already a little bit of an engagement here. Keep in mind, these are no ordinary spearmen coming out for the Order of the Dragon. These are gilded spearmen. So these guys hit hard. Ideally, you'd like a second one there to help out. But we do now start to see the Wolf joining in on the action as well. Puppy Paw going to have to fall back away from this third spearman now going to be joining out, and he is well and truly outnumbered. You know what they say, Lidicor. If it's one guy, you can take him. Two, maybe three. That's probably a good time to think about running there.
Indeed, and now you have two gilded spearmen to work with here. A lot of these spearmen for Wham are just heavily damaged here, and it looks like he's not even pulling them back at this point. He's just trying to focus down that gilded spearman. Now, let's not forget, gilded spearmen are substantially more expensive than these ordinary spearmen are. So, at the end of the day, for every 2 spearmen you lose for Wham, you just need to kill 1 gilded spearman.
Yeah, that's right. Already some decent micro coming through from both of these players. Wham doing a decent job of pulling back the injured spearmen and forcing the gilded spears of Puppy Paw to try and chase. I'm curious to see exactly what the development is on water, though, because keep in mind, obviously, we've got action right here, but the real game that is being played is behind the scenes. It's how close you are to age up. It's how close you are to expanding on the water. And we can see that Wham has managed to drop the dock down. Nothing really coming of it just yet. No fishing boats at this stage. No dock yet for Puppy Paw. In fact, putting down a mill out here so that his villager can gather. Interestingly, it looks like he might have actually blocked dock placement. I don't know if he's going to be able to squeeze a dock in on that bottom side.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he actually wants to start with that, because, again, going for a gilded spearman, it's a big investment out here. So maybe he simply says, okay, I'm going to continuously produce my gilded spearman, just try to contest that dock from my opponent, and basically just forfeit my own dock, because I simply cannot afford to make fishing boats and gilded spearmen at the same time.
Yeah, that could be it. But we can see the numbers now are going to start to rise. Quite a few gilded spearmen out here. And once again, so we see Wham coming in just to check and see on the situation down on the south side. He comes in and sees, okay, you know, there's no dock here. All right, we're fine. We don't need to make fishing boats yet.
Yeah, eco count is a little misleading at the top of the screen because, just a side note here, as Vodka is highlighting to us, we only have 2 sheep left to work with for Puppy Paw, and that's a bit of a concern when you don't have any fishing eco. But yeah, eco count at the top is a little misleading because dragon villagers are counted a little differently. But nevertheless, the game plan for Puppy Paw seems to be just overwhelming his opponent here with gilded spearmen.
Yeah, but beautiful micro comes through from Wham. I love the line formation usage there. Makes it so that his spearmen aren't going to get boxed out on the front the way that we see right now. He wants to pull those spears back whenever they get a little bit too low. So we can see that they're starting to get a bit low here on the front. Needs to make sure that he pulls them back, but the numbers are pretty decent for him despite that. And with this is a nice little victory for him here. Wouldn't be surprised if he puts a fishing boat in queue. There's the fishing boat in queue straight away. Normally after you've won a little fight like that, you can always afford to squeeze out a bit more on the economy side.
The advantage of Lamb in this fight was that he had the barracks right next to this whole engagement going on, so he had a much easier time reinforcing this. And Puppy Paw, it took quite some time to bring in any reinforcements. He actually decided to delete his walls here, because let's not forget, otherwise the Spearman had to walk all the way around. And at the same time, I think he had food issues, as it was highlighted by our observer Vodka here. He ran out of sheep. He had to move all the way out for that deer pack. And I think that's part of the reason why his momentum slowed down on land.
Yeah, well, speaking of momentum on land, Wham now has 3 vills on gold. So naturally, it's going to be an age up coming through soon.
Yeah, but I mean, this is looking very, very grim now for Puppy Paw here. He's getting essentially confined into this little pocket here, slowly being swarmed by spearmen. And those are, again, those are expensive units, the Dragon Spearmen are, and he's just going to continue losing them left and right. Destroyed value is still on his side at the end of the day, but let's not forget Wham also has fishing eco here, whereas that's not the case for Puppy Paw. He's got no fishing boats, no docks whatsoever.
I have no idea why Wham took that fight. That was a terrible fight for Wham. You know, you had just like, it's the whole 300 movie over again. You should not be fighting strong units in a small little choke point like that. They're just way too good. They don't have the surface area to really fight against them. So, yeah, a little bit of interesting decision-making from Wham. But now going to start moving out with spears. Outpost comes up right on time. Beautiful spot for an outpost as well on the double deer stack for him there. So able to cause a little bit of damage. How are we doing out there on the fishing front? Only the one fishing boat coming through so far. So even though we're 7 minutes into this game, even though neither player has even clicked up yet, we still only have one fishing boat out. I love that.
Another fight over here. Numbers again looking better for Wham, but the quality of the troops is in the favor of Puppy Paw. It still feels like Puppy Paw should be pulling back. Indeed, that is exactly what he's doing. But you can just see at the top of the screen from the eco distribution, Puppy is fully locked in on this full Spearman war, whereas Wham has been collecting gold, potentially thinking about Feudal Age, but because he always has to reinvest into Spearman, he simply cannot click up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just Holy Roman Empire things, right? Like, that's why there's a difference between these two civs. Ark and Chapel now going to be dropped down. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, he's only just putting a villager onto gold right now. He obviously had food issues as well. But at this stage, I mean, Wham with a huge advantage.
Yeah, Wham's got a nominal eco lead, but I think the critical thing is that he's got that fishing eco that he can slowly build up. And once he gets to Feudal Age, veterancy on these Spearmen will make things a lot worse for Puppy Paw here.
Yeah, that's true. You'll also have access to the archer as well, which will be a very strong counter against the spear. But yeah, just the one Rax for the moment. He's starting to gather up quite a bit of wood as well, so expect that we'll probably see that coming out shortly. Meanwhile,
ooh, that's ugly though.
Yeah, that was not good. Well, I think Puppy Paw has realized it's time to actually get that age up through. So I don't know whether he's scouted out the Archon coming in, but he definitely senses there's time right now, not on his side.
I don't think he scouted anything. Both players actually lost their scouts, so they're pretty much just blind at this point. Side note here, as Puppy Paw is aging with the Minework Palace, there's a second hidden barracks up north by Wham. And because Puppy Paw lost his scout, I don't think he knows that this is a double barracks production just yet.
Oh, he would know. There's so many units. It's like there's no way this isn't double production. There's so many damn units coming out from Wham here. I was kind of wondering that as well, though, because I couldn't see the barracks, but I could see the second unit was streaming from the right-hand side. But I guess that explains it. But now with the age up coming through, he's going to be looking to try and get that hardened upgrade for the Spearman immediately. Puppy Paw naturally falls away from this position. He wants to try and age up so that he can get his own hardened upgrade and hopefully pick up a couple of other blacksmith upgrades with that mine work. But now those spears on the front going to be fighting up against a little bit healthier, a little bit sharper spears on the side of Wham 01.
There is nowhere left to run, though.
Yeah, he's got that choke point, though, and this is exactly it. I mean, he can sit in this choke point all day and fight. He is very happy to do that.
I'm not so certain about that, Ozzy. I mean, he's fighting against Feudal Age units, which is Dark Age units right now. Once he gets the hardened upgrade himself, it's a different story. But I feel like Wham could have taken that fight if he wanted to, especially with the galley now coming in here. Dock is being attempted by Puppy Paw, but the timing is going to be so bad on that. The galley should be there to deny it.
Upgrades now coming through. Hardened upgrade for Puppy Paw. It's going to take a little bit longer, about, 5-6 seconds left to go. Really wants to avoid the fight until that upgrade comes through. He's got 10 spears here up against the 13 of his opponent. Keep in mind there are now meta arms on the field as well for Wham 01. So Puppy Paw is going to have to look to invest into it, but he is outnumbered completely, surrounded. The hardened spearmen doing a wonderful job just slowly stabbing away at their opponents, and the numbers are looking convincing. Keep in mind that Wham has also now got a galley out on the water as well, shutting down any prospect of water for Puppy Paw. So now securing the most important component of this map. And with that, Wham puts himself in prime position to take this game.
This is looking scary now for Puppy Paw. He has no potential to dock. He has gotten his army banked up, and now Wham is going to double down on the aggression towards this hunt here. Now, silver lining for Puppy Paw is that he's going to have these dragon men-at-arms, which are insanely difficult to deal with, and he's got his production right here, whereas Wham has to walk all across the map to get here, and that's part of the reason why there might be a decent chance here for Puppy Paw to actually clean this up.
He's also got golden grass on the way through, but look how long these men-at-arms take to kill. Jeez Louise, my gosh. It's not fun fighting against these guys. These guys don't mess around. But now, I think there's a bit of an interesting position here, right? So, Puppy Paw, obviously he's lost the water completely. And he needs to kind of defend himself. But there is a world where he can just go up to castle. Well, he can't just go up to castle, but there is a world where he gets castle, tries to steal away relics. I mean, does he maybe think about going to a Burgrave here instead? I don't know. How does he pull out a victory here?
I really don't see that for Puppy Paw, a Burgrave play. I feel like the problem there is that you just don't have the economy to fully spam out those units. For now, he's going to double down on the man-at-arms because as much as he had to move out for the hunt, that's the case now for Wham as well. Wham ran out of sheep. He has to take the hunt. He's less reliant on it because he's got the fishing eco. But at the same time, Puppy Paw is now heavy on the boar, heavy on the hunt as well. He's got some men-at-arms going. And Wham's actually mixing in archers, which probably won't do very much against these gilded men-at-arms.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice to mix in archers. I'm kind of curious what the thought process is there. Keep in mind, he is also adding in more and more fishing boats as well, which is obviously going to, give him a decent return in the long run. But in the short term, it's going to take some time for it to actually pay off. Gilded men-at-arms now running through the base of Wham. He's got 3 of them out there. So far, the numbers are pretty... They're reasonable here for Puppy Paw. I don't mind his spot. Obviously, you'd prefer to be Wham in this situation, but the fact that he's now looking to start this flood, this annoying flood of men-at-arms through to all the resources, like this is where you got to start getting a little bit scared.
Ooh. This must be annoying over here for Wham, having to migrate all these villagers out here. Gate completes in time, but a lot of the villagers are damaged. Some of them, well, at least 1 or 2 have been killed in there. And I feel like if Puppy Paw wants to get back into this game, this is exactly the way to go. He's got these very, very tanky premium Feudal Age units, tough to kill with towers. There's really not a lot of good counters that Wham has to this. So if you just keep trickling these units into the enemy eco like he does right now, you could easily throw off Wham's build over here, even just by forcing so much idle time.
Exactly, and that's the big thing. It's always one of the things that you have sort of trouble with men-at-arms is that you need a way to kill them quickly. That's why knights and crossbows are so effective, because you can kill them with archers and you can kill them with spears and with other men. Oh, that's not good. That's not good right there.
I actually love it.
Yeah, I mean, he's losing the hunt, right? Like this is really bad.
Well, I love it for Puppy Paw. I should have clarified.
Yeah.
I love the villagers being bold and just doubling down on this aggression.
He's just continuing to funnel at this stage, and he's up to 7 archers at the moment, but +1 range time has already come through, so he's not going to be really taking a lot of damage. Like, he is scratching the surface there.
Let's not forget, Wham still has a fallback option in terms of food income. That is the fishing eco. That's not so much the case for Puppy Paw. And I wonder if that villager push was all about just taking away the food from his opponent, or it's because he was so desperate for food himself. He ran out of his own hunt, and there is no other way for Puppy Paw to get food.
Oh, this is starting to look a little bit concerning, confusing even. Men-at-arms now going to be making it in underneath the town center, and there's a whole bunch of archers here, but just remember, I mean, we can click on those men-at-arms. You're going to see that they've got, I think it's 3+1 armor, and the archers have got 5 damage, so it's 3+1, and the archers with the 5 damage. So they are doing 1 damage a pop right now. Wham definitely needs to get that blacksmith upgrade. He will double his damage in this situation, but even then, you're going to be barely scratching the surface of these gilded men-at-arms, and they're just running him around in circles right now. And Wham is just... He's having such a hard time, right? Because he knows that he's in a good spot. It's just about making it work. get into that position.
And Papipo is doing something very, very elementary, just full-on aggression, spamming men-at-arms into the enemy eco, slowly grinding it down, and he does a really good job. Eco is neck and neck right now, which is never a good thing when you are facing off against the OOTD, and so much idle time on Wham. Wham has non-stop 18 idle villagers, now has to pull even more lumberjacks, and normally Feudal Age men-at-arms spam doesn't work because towers and town centers grind down men-at-arms too quickly. It's different against the HRE. These guys are so tanky, and Papipo is more than happy just staying underneath the town center, non-stop idling 15 villagers.
Yeah, there's a part of me that thinks that Wham is okay with this, just because he hasn't closed this gap. Like, he very easily could have closed this gap. You just draw a wall from that stone mine around the outpost, and it's closed. But he's left it open intentionally, and I wonder if that is just because he's confident with his position and he knows that he's going to be okay no matter what.
Well, I don't think he's confident anymore. He should know that this game is getting very, very chaotic. He's being pushed off the food, and when you have 20 idols for multiple minutes, that's terrible. And now Siege Engineering is coming in for Papipo. Just look at the resource income for Wham. He's got some food income, virtually no wood income, absolutely no gold or stone income. That is not the economy that you want with the HRE.
Yeah, you do make a good point. +1 range number now going to be coming through, though, for Wham. So he's going to be doubling his effective damage against those men-at-arms. But Papipo just going to continue adding in more gilded men-at-arms. He's up to 13 now. 2 more in queue as well.
Oh, I love the archer move, though. This is just such a good idea by Wham here. He knows he cannot kill the men-at-arms, so he goes for the vills. And these are extremely expensive villagers here for Papipo. And this move might very well get Wham the game here. This is monstrous.
Yeah, these are big vills, right? Like, these aren't your average bears. These are a lot stronger than normal vills. So you're getting in a lot of damage, but men-at-arms now going to be running out over onto that east side, looking to try and chase down a couple more units. And Wham, I guess Wham kind of waking up right now and saying, you know what, I got to get out on the map. I got to be aggressive.
And I really love that move. I think this is where Wham realized that these archers are virtually useless against the men-at-arms. If he keeps losing villagers, best thing that he can do is start killing villagers from the opposing player as well. But this is where it gets dicey. He's facing 15 gilded men-at-arms and a battering ram as well. And if the ram takes out the dock, suddenly half of Wham's food eco is going to be gone.
No way! Wow. What a game. What a game, Lytical.
It's chaos. That's the only thing I can say about these games. Not just this one, but the previous one as well. Chaos all around. And now Papipo with the men-at-arms spam makes it happen. It looks so dicey for him. He just decided to go full men-at-arms at the OOTD and actually secures the game. The UI is actually a little misleading, folks. This is now 2-1 for Papipo, and the civilizations are definitely wrong out there. But production will get that fixed for you in a second. Ozzy, some impressive games here in the first 3 games of this series. I think KP has a lot to say about this as well.
I mean, it's actually wild because that right there, Drongo, is an infinite increase in Order of the Dragon's performance here in Red Bull Wololo. That is the first time they've ever won in this tournament. Shock and awe here, actually. I think you'll remember when this first came out, there was a lot of speculation that it might be an HRE killer. The matchup was a little bit more skewed back then. I don't think anyone really anticipated it to work here at all, considering right now, HRE is considered to be the most broken civ by a lot of people.
Yeah, I think going into that match, you definitely wouldn't expect that result, but I think Papipo really played that quite well. I love the fact that he got out on the aggressive very, very early on in that game, and then just continued it into the Feudal Age. Naturally, I think people would have been tempted to think about going up to Castle, maybe playing to the strengths of the Order of the Dragon, you know, maybe looking to get a couple of lunch connector out, but we didn't see it from him. We just saw him put the pedal to the metal, and he identified the win condition and did very, very well there.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Like, I know there's some speculation about why not just spam men-at-arms at HRE, but I think the thing that Papipo done very well is constricted the map. So you couldn't rush out to a pocket of deer to keep up, to maintain. And if you've only got a few fishing boats and have to think about farms in this matchup, that's where the men-at-arms can reign true for Order of the Dragon. But an interesting statistical comparison here, actually, because yesterday when these two matched up, Wham, the more defensive player compared to Papipo, more aggro-focused, the average game length was 30 minutes. No game shorter than 28 minutes, no game longer than 33 minutes across the best-of-5 series. Today, That is 3 games down, and every single one of them ending at the 19-minute mark here. A ludicrous turnaround from the pacing of yesterday.
Yeah, wow. Isn't that's an insane stat, the fact that the games are going that much quicker. I guess the stakes are a little bit higher today, so naturally they're going to be a little bit more aggressive.
I mean, you know, potentially 14 games. You've got to squeeze in as many as possible, right, Lidicor? Because, you know, Puppy Paw, if he does win this series, it will force a complete reset.
To be fair, KP, I think one of the cool things to look out for the remainder of this series is that, especially with a 2-1 lead, we could see more and more this setup of Puppy Paw where he might be feeling confident about a rematch here later today, and he might actually start mixing things up with the Civilization picks, because let's not forget, if he forces a second best of 7 out of Wham here, then a lot is going to come down to the draft of that. The picks out there, how many of your secret strats are you saving for that series? So it's going to be very interesting to see the mindset in terms of Civilization and map picks for the remainder of this set, and how that could lead to certain things in terms of Civ picks, drafts, and in general for the second best of 7, should we get there.
I mean, it's crazy as well to think that on a redraft, we could see things like Holy Island the same way again. Because I think maybe there's something to that, right? Like, Wham in that game, we have to remember, he lost his Scholar very early on. It felt like the strategy was off-tilter by minute 5. Maybe he says, okay, I know the mistakes. I can fix the mid-series. It'd be an insane way to punch himself a ticket all the way to Spain. But crazy detail, by the way, I did confirm with admins, regardless of who wins this, they're both going to Spain. They've agreed that. So the janitor, the toilet break strategy of switching with each other each game can still be alive here. I don't know how they'd be able to tell the two apart as long as they both go buzz cut. But with that in mind, this is poetically fitting. Wham, known as a more defensive player with the more defensive version of Chinese. Puppy Paw on land with Shuge Nu. Surely we've got to be full on sending it. We send it now into game number 4. Puppy Paw with a lead, but far from over in this set.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4. We got a little bit of a scout matchup right here. Both of them running into each other, finding all the sheep out in the middle of the map. Lidicor, I don't know about you, but I'm excited for this matchup. I get to see 2 of my favorite civs going up against each other. The Chinese, Juicy Legacy. It's going to be good.
It is, and this is the second consecutive game where the players are basically picking base civ, variant civ combinations. Previous game, HRE versus the Order of the Dragon, and now Chinese versus Juicy. Just, once again, goes to show the similarity in the mindset of the twins here.
I don't want to spoil the next game for you guys, but it's going to be the Abbasid and the Ayyubids, all right? It's happening. It's happening. But let's get to it. We got this game to worry about. Let's have a look and see if we can spot some differences out early from these two guys. So one of the things I'm already noticing for Wham is it doesn't look like he's got any Imperial officials out. And I think there's 2 minds when it comes to the Chinese and the way that you play them. The first one is that you go for an Imperial official as soon as the game starts. The second one is that you wait for that Imperial Academy. And normally you try and prioritize it. You try and get it up as quickly as you can. And we can see this is going to be a very quick age up here for Wham. Normally looking about that 2 minutes 15 to drop down the Imperial Academy. Let's have a look and see what the timing is going to be here. I'm always paying very close attention to the build orders here because I'm a bit of a student as well, Lidicor. You know I love the Chinese.
I know you do. You're probably the biggest China fan in the entire game. But just as a side note here, as the observers highlighted to us, the sheep count is neck and neck. They've basically collected the same amount of sheep this map spawning with a lot of sheep in general. So the early scouting is of extremely high importance. Meditation Garden's probably the best spot that you can find for it. But compared to some of the other Meditation Gardens that you see on other maps, it feels a little disappointing.
Yeah, I think especially because like one of the big things, the themes of this map is food, right? So there's no shortage of food here, as we've seen. There's plenty of sheep. You've got the Imperial official that throws 20% on the top of all your sheep. And then you've got all of these little ponds that have got plenty of fish for you as well. So there's really no shortage of food. And it's always nice to have lots of food, but I mean, ideally you would have loved a double gold or something like that. So anyway, Puppy Paw still going to be playing Meditation Gardens, a nice little landmark position for him here. Age up about to come through for Wham. Going to be moving straight into that Imperial official and then probably heading up to Song Dynasty. Very, very early age up though.
Yeah, I would think that he wants to go to Song early because the 2 civilizations are very similar in many ways. But if you can get Song Dynasty with the ordinary Chinese, you're going to have that villager production boost, which can be a difference maker in a matchup like this. Obviously, having extra villagers is always a nice thing. And at the same time, I think he's partially concerned about a potential Chukunu rush. And if that's the case, you need Song Dynasty to match that yourself. Now, looks like Puppy Paw is going to play 2 TCs, though. He's already on stone. He's heavy on the wood. I don't think this was scouted by Wham yet, and it very much seems like Wham just wants to go Song Dynasty first. Maybe then he's going to go on a second TC, but this could easily be a 1 TC build from him, too.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what his play is, because normally in this matchup, I mean, you would go for 2 TC Song Dynasty as Chinese, and as the Juicy Legacy, you go 3 TC Song Dynasty, and you'd both go for a Castle Age timing. But the thing is, now that we've got sort of the Clown Car rush that can work, it makes it very difficult to justify doing this unless you're scouting your opponent. So I'm very surprised to see Wham just doing this blind.
Yeah, this is an interesting approach all around, but let's not forget, these players know each other's playstyles exceptionally well. So in many ways, even if you do it blind, it's very different doing it against a practice partner, a very frequent practice partner, versus doing it against a complete stranger. So in many ways, for either of these players, they might very well know what the opponent is cooking up even without looking.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. One thing to note, though, for Wham is that we still don't have any movement onto stone yet. So there's 2 ways he could be going with this. He could be just looking to go... I don't know. No, I can't imagine him just going straight to Castle Age. Is he looking to play it into Jukuno? No, okay. He's moving to stone now. Interesting decision to go out to stone now. This is going to be quite a late second TC for him, I think.
Indeed, it could be, but this is the kind of safe Chinese approach. Basically, back when Chinese was a very frequently picked civilization, this was before Jushi even was added to the game, there were 2 ways to play 2 TC Song Dynasty with the Chinese. You could go for the second TC first and then go Song Dynasty. That actually, as you kind of highlighted, gives you an earlier TC. But the problem is that you're a little bit more exposed to aggression. The safer approach was to go Song Dynasty first and then go for the second TC. And I think here it makes a lot of sense for Wham, because by dropping that Barbican first, he secures the Shorefish for himself. So sure enough, his second TC is delayed, but in exchange, he was able to move on to the Shorefish, something that Puppy Paw apparently didn't even do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how late the second TC comes, because normal timings for like the Anomi build order, which is kind of considered to be like the standard 2 TC Chinese opening, you're looking at about 6 minutes, 6:05. So already there's a bit of a delay coming through here, but I think for his style, it's a little bit different. There we go now with the stone drop-off coming through, second TC. Probably just going to be putting it next to the first one right here. Keep it nice and safe and quiet, so not looking to get too crazy with it. Obviously gets scouted out by Puppy Paw. Now, does Puppy Paw look to go into a second or into a third TC here, or is he just going straight up to Castle? Because it looks like it could just be Castle. Keep in mind, he is still in the Tang Dynasty, so he hasn't gone into Song Dynasty just yet.
Yeah, I would love to see a Castle from him here, because as you highlighted, he didn't spend resources on the Song Dynasty, so he's got a bunch of excess food and gold, and that could easily get him to Castle Age. Plus, he also had his second TC up a little sooner, so he probably knows that he still has a bit of an eco lead, or they are on par with each other. And if he goes to Castle Age, he's going to have access to the Castle Age Palace Guards, not just the Feudal Age Palace Guards that he could make with Jushi. And more importantly, there is virtually no map presence right now by Wham. So even just a couple of Palace Guards could secure you the map, and that means that he could get the majority of the relics. I think going into Castle Age is the right way to do this. And he's actually going to play this with the Shaolin Monastery. So he's going to have those monks out very quickly. Monks that are also very capable fighters.
I've actually never seen this, now that I think about it. I've never seen a 2 TC Juicy Legacy going straight into Castle Age. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Obviously, 2 TC, Song Dynasty, and then into Castle Age, 1 TC into Castle Age, but never 2 TC. This is interesting. This is a whole new world to me. Because overall, Wham is going to outboom Puppy Paw, but Puppy Paw is going to try and mitigate that as much as he can by picking up relics, taking sacred sites, all that good stuff that we want in the late game. But interesting to note, though, is Wham is now going to be looking to hit Castle Age himself. But he started to wall up relics. Take a look at the central relic in the middle of the map. It looks like it's already got some walls on it.
Yeah, I love that move. I think given that there is the body blocks, Poppy Paw doing exactly what he needs to do. And the thing is that when you body block a wall foundation, the villager just stops. Now you can build around that scout, but Wham actively needs to look there and see that the villagers stop building things. And apparently that's not something that he's doing. But yeah, you know that there is no aggression coming out of Poppy Paw, so you probably suspect that he's going castle. If that's the case, you gotta wall up the relics.
Yeah. Couple spears now going to make their way towards the back of the base. Just going to be targeting the Goldvilles. Looks like that relic has now been picked up as well by Puppy Paw. So that's going to be the first one on the board for him. Now keep in mind that there are still 2 relics on that north side of the map. The first one is behind walls, and you'd call those pretty safe walls. They're very deep inside the Chinese base. The second one, a little bit more open, but it looks like the scout will be following that villager towards that walling position. Second relic now picked up as well.
Yeah, the tricky thing here for Wham is that he's got a couple of spearmen out, but Shaolin monks virtually don't care about that. Shaolin monks beat up spearmen no problem. In fact, he's got a couple of palace guards as well to clean this up. But in general, these spears from Wham are barely accomplishing anything when it comes to limiting map control. It looks like he was able to kill a villager, though, so that there is something at least. But now it's got to be costly as well for Wham going up with the astronomical clock tower. I feel like if he wants to challenge these relics, he has to do that with Lancers, though.
Yeah, well, it's a bit late now. 2 of the relics are safely in the bag. Third one is on the back of the on the back of the Shaolin monk, and I think there's also a 4th one that has just been dropped off as well. So he's 4 against 1 relic, which is pretty decent. I think, especially looking to the long game, right? Like, this is good because it now means that pagodas aren't going to be an option for your opponent, but they're going to be an option for you. And pagodas is something that you can obtain quite early, especially as the Juicy Legacy, and something that is very common. You know, typically as the Chinese, they come in a little bit later. Normally you want to go Imperial first, then you can think about going into One Dynasty. Whereas for the Juicy Legacy, One Dynasty is very welcome at this stage of the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him skip Song completely.
Both of these players lose their scouts so frequently in these games. That scout just got poked down by the spearman. And really, that actually limits your vision quite a bit. I'm actually wondering how these games will go, especially if we get a second best of 7 today. Because one thing that the players have been a little careless with were their scouts, so they're oftentimes very deprived of vision as a consequence.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. But we do now start to see a new scout has joined the field. Of course, there's Lancers on the way for Wham now, looking to get out onto the map. Keep in mind, I think there is still technically 1 relic out there by Puppy Paw. I don't know whether he's got that one in the bag just yet, but he's obviously brought it a little bit closer on his side of the map.
And let's not forget, you have your meditation gardens on food. You have shorefish and hunt to work with, and 4 relics. So you have a really good combination of a powerful food eco with a lot of passive gold income. This is exactly what Puppy Paw needs to just non-stop spam palace guards. That's exactly what he's doing. Seeing Lancers, he's going to mix in some spearmen as well. But his buildup of an army is a lot quicker than it is for Wham right now.
Yeah, we can see the numbers really starting to look a little bit crazy. And have a look at the unit count that he's got in queue. As a villager does go down under the town center. No walls coming through just yet for Puppy Paw on this main area of his base. The Lancers just coming through, getting some free reign here. But yeah, really decent job so far. I think the big key here right now is Puppy Paw's numbers in the production queue. Have a look at this: 3 palace guards, 6 spears. So he is really looking to go quite ham now in this mid-castle timing.
This is where it gets a little dicey for Wham. He's slowly mixing in crossbows, but crossbows are only good once you either have a good front line in front of them, or once you have a decent number of them. A handful of crossbows won't stop a palace guard flood like this. And at the same time, just a side note here, as again, palace guards are jumping those crossbows, and you can just see that they have to flee. Nestapies will help out to deal with this, though. I love the walls of Puppy Paw. He has secured so much more map control. The silver lining for Wham is that Wham has been slowly pulling away in terms of villager count. He's actually up by 15 eco. Some of that, of course, is being offset by the relic advantage that Puppy Paw has. And Puppy also has both sacred sites right now.
Yeah, to be honest, I do like Wham's position here. I think this is probably a better position than Puppy Paw's. Just also the fact that he's playing into crossbow Lancer. It's a really nice combo here. It means that Puppy Paw's going to have to make a lot of spears. The problem is that Wham can very easily just go into a lot of nested bees. And as long as he can sort of defend the front, he can always mix in a couple of archers as well. He'll be absolutely fine. But now forcing that nested bee away, we can see the spearman numbers are starting to look pretty decent. Doesn't have the veterancy upgrade for them just yet. They're only hardened for the moment. But I think the upgrade's coming through now.
And that tower, this is a big player out here. 45 tower with a Stranglehold emplacement. And Wham doesn't have an overwhelming army here right now to push that with. And it very much seems like Puppy Paw once again wants a quick series here. We've seen that pattern in the previous games as well, every single game being essentially sub 20 minutes. Here, he's actually dropping his first keep on that secondary Sacred Site. It's still 8 minutes to go with the Sacred Site victory condition, but it very much seems like Puppy Paw might just hard go on this win condition. Though, it might be difficult to hold this Sacred Site against that many Lancers. Uh-oh.
Hold your horses right now, because the Lancers have made their way to the north. There's plenty of spears here, though, but have a look at the vills. Keep in mind, these are Chinese vills. There's no way you're stopping that from getting up. Even if there were no military units here right now, that keep is still coming up. And that's going to be tough right now for Wham, because he's going to need to contest this. He's going to need to invest into Trebs if he really wants to take this down. And I suspect he probably will, because that Sacred Site timer is ticking.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. The next few minutes will be crucial here for Wham. He actually had to start investing into trebuchets, which is not necessarily ideal mid-Castle Age. Those are expensive units, and you would much prefer to have Lancers, crossbows out there. At the same time, walls are complete for Puppy Paw, so these Lancers can't really raid the opponent. It's going to be more about taking these straight-up fights, and I'm starting to feel like Puppy Paw is playing this map as if this was King of the Hill and not Frisian Marshes.
It definitely looks like he's playing it that way. The one distinct difference, though, is there's not a lot of siege that's really coming out for him yet. It's mainly infantry. Yeah, you can see that the response from Wham still hasn't really shifted yet. He's not making archers. He's not making any nest of bees. So there's no real counter here to that big threat of spears. So as long as Puppy Paw just keeps making spears and kind of encourages his opponent to come out from behind the walls, it should be pretty decent for him. But have a look at this. We've got a bit of congestion towards the top side. Spears making their way through. There's a lot of walls up towards that area, isn't there?
Yeah, I feel like Puppy Paw is trying to just distract his opponent right here, trying to push the fishing eco. Little does he know that there is basically no fishing eco to work with here for Wham. This is a nice little cleanup of spearmen, a small group getting caught. But this is getting rather dicey here for Wham. The problem is that trebuchets aren't particularly good against keeps. You need multiple trebuchets to make it work, and at the same time, you're going to have to deal with this aggression going into your base.
Yes. Yeah, this is always the hard part for me as well about trebs. It's like, you know, one treb, I'm just laughing at you because you've got, you know, I've got 3 vills repairing. Two trebs, I'm still laughing. 3 trebs, okay, now it's a serious threat. I'll make some springholds. It always just feels like maybe battering rams are the better choice.
Yeah, the trick is that Wham doesn't have an inspiring army here. 13 crossbows, 5 knights, and 7 palace guards. His opponent only has spearmen, but he's got that firepower support from the keep, and let's not sleep on this timer. It's so uncommon that players go for a hard Sacred Site victory on open maps like this. But this very much seems like it's the game plan over here for Puppy Paw. And there's only 5 minutes left on that counter. I love how Puppy Paw is just distracting his army, pulling it all to the north. Meanwhile, he is sniping out many of these Lancers with a Spearman force chasing them. And he's just doing such a good job pulling Wham's attention away from those crucial Sacred Sites.
Yeah, I think the big thing here, though, is that Wham really isn't switching up in what he's building. So we're still seeing him make crossbows. We're still seeing him make palace guards, even though he's spotted so many spears coming out from his opponent here. So it's a bit of a curious decision. Obviously, the palace guards should do a little bit better, but the fact that we don't really see that archer mass beginning to build yet, it's a bit curious.
Yeah, this is now very scary for Wham. Because so far, Puppy Paw was defending that keep without a Springhold. Now he's got Springholds as well, so suddenly the Trebuchet has to pull back. And you can actually see how Wham is struggling to get a grip on Puppy Paw here. He can't raid the eco, he cannot push this directly, he has to chase these troops inside his base. And in the blink of an eye, we're down to 4 minutes here. Boiling oil now on the way for Puppy Paw. And Puppy Paw is virtually all-inning this. He's got some Nest of Bees, he's got some Springholds queued up as well. And again, he's just trying to distract his opponent as much as possible, just buy time.
He's very much treating it like King of the Hill, as you said. Yeah, slowly and steadily grinding down his opponent, attacking at multiple fronts. Not only is this attack down on the south side, he's also made a breakthrough on the north just before this wall can get up. So once again, he's behind enemy lines, doing a wonderful job. And just keep in mind, every time he gets through on that top side, he delays his opponent from making that progressive push on the front.
Exactly. That's the game plan here. Wham needs to essentially pick between two options. He ignores that aggression, and that means that he could lose villagers. Could be detrimental if the game goes very long. Or he is going to clean that up, but if he does that, the Sacred Site countdown will keep ticking, and things could get very, very scary very quickly. I love this 1-2 punch here from Puppy Paw. It's almost a pick your poison scenario for Wham. Now, silver lining is that Wham is up to 20 or so Palace Guards, whereas Puppy Paw is still very much focused on Spearmen. And now, with that many Palace Guards, Wham could think about pushing Puppy Paw's eco. Countdown is down to 3 minutes, though. We're dangerously close to that domain where Wham is just going to have to dive this no matter what.
Yeah, this is exactly right. I like the Palace Guard push out from him now, also defending at home with the crossbows. I think at this stage of the game, he needs to drop a Siege Workshop and he needs to start supervising it because the numbers are not pretty. But the spear numbers, have a look at this, surround coming through. Palace Guard's trying to consolidate. Going to have to run away, realizing that the numbers are way too strong here. Can't be dealing with that. Spots a nest of bees, says, hey, we'll just pick that one up quickly. Don't mind if we do. And back off we go. Back to the safety of the walls.
Puppy Paw can afford a second keep here. His villagers are getting caught. This is a little dicey, but he's going to fall back. Once again, the Trebuchet hasn't even started shelling this first keep, and Puppy Paw can afford a second one. Nest of Bees will just be repaired here non-stop. This choke point is just not good for the Palace Guards.
Yeah, the first Nest of Bees does go down, but the second one is still strong. Have a look at those Vills. He's just got them sitting perfectly, blocking those Palace Guards from getting through. They make their way onto the backside, but even then the repairs now are going to be coming through on that Nest of Bees. Springle does go down, but he stands strong. 2 minutes to go on that sacred victory. Meanwhile, the second Trebuchet has finally come to the front. He's actually up to 3 Trebs now, Wham is, but the push is starting to come to shove. Moving into still Springled, still crossbow and Palace Guards, though, for the moment. Meanwhile, it's just a whole bunch of spears coming out from Puppy Paw. Also some Palace Guards as well. So a lot of infantry in this makeup.
But these spears, the crossbows aren't really good at taking them out, so they can just push away these Springles, and this is so crucial for Puppy Paw. He's trying to build a second keep. It's being focused down by Wham. The keep does get cancelled here by Puppy Paw, but at the same time, the Springles get pushed all the way back. Countdown down to just 1.5 minutes. Springles count neck and neck between these two players. Ozzy, this is going to go down to this countdown.
Yeah, the Trebs now stuck behind the walls. They're trying to fire off towards just on the other side of that sacred site. We can see the next keep is going to get dropped down as well. Obviously, Wham's going to be playing whack-a-mole with those keeps, but unfortunately, the numbers here not looking pretty for him. Military numbers, he's got 5 Palace Guards, so even if he gets close, it's just not going to happen. I can't see a world where he's able to take this off him.
Puppy Paw had to cancel his keep once again, but finally the infantry break through the walls, and the Trebs might have to flee here. They keep firing away at the keep. 40 seconds left to go, Aussie. Villagers being pulled to repair. Numbers are dropping so quickly for both players, though. A combined army of 30 is only what's left for both of these players.
Yeah, he's actually sticking it with the Trebs, pushing as much pressure as he can onto that keep. You can see, look at the Vills being pulled. He's got 600 stone in the bank, but look how fast it's draining. 18 seconds to go. He's still got plenty of stone income. He's going to have to push right now with these units. He needs to pull everybody at this moment. 8 seconds to go. He stands on the sacred site. He holds it for the moment.
He paused it!
Vills
He paused it at
up.
9 seconds!
It's still got a chance right now. The question's going to be about whether this keep comes down. This keep is putting out so much damage throughout these fights.
Oh my, and he's standing on the sacred side. He started the decap, and with that, the timer is paused at 9 seconds. Casualties are massive for Wham. Puppy Paw, if he can just push away those units for a brief moment, he could win this game. It's 9 seconds left to go. Villagers being pulled. It's an all-in from Puppy Paw.
Battering rams on the sacred site. It's holding the timer for him at the moment. He needs to make sure it stays alive. More units rallying towards it. Keep going to be going down at the same time. Keep going to be coming up for Wham. If he can secure it, he'll be okay. He needs to stand on the sacred site. Still got 9 seconds to go. Still got Palace Guards working their magic. Nest of bees teeing off towards the top. Keep is coming up. If the keep is up, this is going to be the game right here. But all the units on the sacred site now taking off. It's going down to 6 seconds, baby. Not long to go. Palace Guards slowly making their way through. He's down to 65 villagers. Puppy Paw, the chance was there. The dream was there. He saw the vision, but unfortunately, Wham knew exactly what he needed to do to take that away from his brother today. Stand on the sacred site. Don't you dare. Don't you dare move off that sacred site, Wham. Hold the sacred site, son. Okay, all right. Okay.
So many of these villagers are banked up. Like, one volley from Nest of Bees, Wham would have lost 30 bills. I really feel like Puppy Paw made a crucial mistake not pulling everything he had to just stay on the sacred site. That initial decap of like 1% paused the timer at 9 seconds, and that's why Wham was able to just continuously stay on there and pause the timer, keep it paused, and ultimately decap it. Puppy Paw was so close. Maybe he didn't want to fully roll the dice and go all in on that. He didn't pull every villager he had, but he probably should have had. I think if he did, he probably wins the game.
Yeah, if he did the Donati, he would have won the game for sure. Donati is famous for doing those villager pulls, and that is indeed it, with Wham01 taking the victory there. He had no right to take that victory, but we'll let him. We'll let him. What a game.
What an absolute madness really here. Another sub 20-minute game, but what a spectacular one, and it looked so good for Puppy Paw. You really couldn't fault him for that game plan. Maybe if he goes Springwoods a little sooner to try and contest those traps, but it's really tough to say where this went south for him. I feel like he could have done a lot of things to just buy 9 more seconds, but the things that he was doing, it was just a little too short. Really, 9 seconds is what made the difference in this game.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. He really left it to the last second, but yeah, managed to pull it through. I tell you what, that was a very nice game from the 2 Canadian brothers. Jeez, Litical. I tell you what, I'm a bit speechless after that. You know, it was that was a good game. That was a top-notch game, fellas. Keep it up. Now we've seen plenty of not mirrors, but sort of pseudo mirrors throughout today already. We've seen the Juicy Legacy up against the Chinese. We've seen the Order of the Dragon up against the Holy Roman Empire. And today we get to see another one of those. Today we've got the English with their longbowmen up against the Byzantines with their longbowmen. So, Lidicor, it's going to be on Dry Arabia. I'm excited for this matchup. This is a great matchup.
Yeah, for quite some time, we've seen these pseudo mirrors, as you highlighted. This is the first time, I think, in 3 games that we are seeing a very distinct combination of civilizations. Interesting to see that we didn't get to see a Byzantine mirror here, because just looking back at the previous 2 games, you could see how similar the players' mindsets were. But this is a classic matchup in many ways. It's the OG longbow civilization versus the newcomer longbow civilization, both civs having access to this 1 unit. And it's also a very classic map to take a look at. But I just want to go back to the previous game just for a brief moment, because you really cannot understate the significance of that. Puppy Paw was 9 seconds away from moving on to match point, and he would have been awfully close to forcing out the second best of 7 here.
Yeah. That's kind of wild. I thought you were going to follow up with something more there, but I was waiting for it. It didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. That could have been 3-1. And you think about it from a mental perspective, right? Being 3-1 up in a series, you're on match point. You've then got 3-2, 3-3, and you've got 3 chances basically at match point at that point. But now all of a sudden you've lost that. Now you're back to 2-2. And that was a game that should have almost certainly been Puppy Paw. Like there were so many avenues for him to win that game. He could have pulled more Vils. He could have pulled the relics. He had 4 relics that he could have looked to Wololo with. He could have done some cheeky shenanigans with stone walls, which are always really annoying, but very potent. So there was a lot of avenues for him to pull out a potential victory there. But it's just one of those things where it's high octane. You know, there's so much energy going around. Just naturally, it's going to be something that you just forget.
Yeah, I feel like just looking back at this game, maybe Puppy Paw felt like, okay, I don't want to like fully YOLO this. Maybe he wanted to have a potential recovery arc if things go south, but then he realized that he was only like a couple of seconds away from a victory, so actually decided to go all in. Nevertheless, those are the kinds of games that often decide series, and when you look back to the series at the very end, especially if Wham wins, you're going to look at that game as potentially being the one that decided it all.
Yeah. That's definitely a tempo driver right there. You know, Wham is going to be feeling amazing after that, whereas Puppy Paw is really going to be feeling like he let that one go. You know, that was the one that got away. So I'm confident going into this game, Wham's going to be absolutely ready on the Byzantines. I'm kind of curious as to what mercenary unit he goes into here, because naturally you think, okay, it's longbow. But then do you really want to be going longbow against the English when you could just go jav? But then, you know, it gets to that mid-game point, and now you've got 30 javelin, and you're like, what am I going to do with 30 javelin? You know, I one-shot a longbow with 4 javelin. Why do I need 30 of them? But we're about to dive into it and find out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5. This is the grand finals. This is the first best of 7 between these two players. Keep in mind that Wham currently has the, how would you even call it, Litakor? He has the upper hand. He comes into this with the prospect of victory after only 1 set. If he wins the first best of 7, he goes to Spain. Whereas for Puppy Paw, if he wins this best of 7, we're going to have another best of 7 after this one. And that's because Wham, he's from the winner's bracket, whereas Puppy Paw's come up through the loser's bracket.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the benefit that Wham is getting for being totally undefeated in this tournament so far. But it's going to be Puppy Paw playing as the English with the color red on the other side, Wham with the Byzantines playing as yellow. So for the first time in quite a few games, Ozzy, we have a very distinct difference between the civilizations. Previous 2 games were basically base civ versus variant civ.
Yeah, I'm loving it. These base civs versus variant civs. I guess the other thing we could also potentially see, I don't know if we can check this from the observer perspective, but can we see what the trading posts have got at there for the mercenaries? Because sometimes you do get like these little wild things that you don't always expect, like Royal Knights sometimes come through. What have we got on the other side? Oh, that's for Wham, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Kind of drew the short straw there, didn't he? What have we got on this side? Yeah, both. They both got shorts.
Let's go.
they're both terrible rolls, you know. Right now, you know, he's not really. Yeah, we're not excited. All right, we got a double farm opening coming through here for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I have not seen such a build for quite some time. I do remember in the early days, it was Mista who kind of pioneered this Dark Age into farm investment, and it can be a powerhouse build. The mindset is that farm investment is generally something that you're trying to avoid for a long time with most civs, because any wood that you spend on farms is wood not spent on production buildings, army, whatsoever. But the best time to make farms might be early game, where you're not being aggressed that much. So Puppy Paw, especially with the discount English farms, he can set up a fairly reliable food eco in early game. So when he gets to mid-late Feudal Age, he has a very reliable and powerful food eco.
Yeah, that's a big component of English, and part of the reason why they're just so damn good. You know, they're great for new players to pick up because you don't have to leave your base too much. They're obviously great for top-level players as well, just because, well, you don't have to leave your base too much. It's the same reason. We do see the Abbey of Kings coming up, of course. It's been the flavor of the last couple patches. It's been an incredible landmark. We've seen a real transformation in the English meta, which has been very welcome, you know, because we've had the Council Hall, which has existed for all time, all eternity. And now finally the Abbey of Kings is like, now, like, look at me. I am the landmark now. So it's great to see the Abbey of Kings out here. Even with its recent nerfs, it's still doing well. It's still doing well.
It's a potent landmark, and having that king roam the map and just harass the opponent is always a very valuable addition. It's going to be a second TC build from Puppy Paw, so he's going to just essentially anchor down, have that king roam the map for some harassment, but 2 TC early farms, you really feel like he isn't going to contest the map a lot in early Feudal.
Yeah, that's normally the sort of idea that you have. When somebody opens up with 2 farms like this, naturally that's less wood that they're going to be able to spend on killing you. So you would expect that there's probably going to be a little bit more focus on the economy. I'm kind of curious to see what the plan is for him, whether, so we check in with Puppy Paw's scout? I want to see where that is. Because for the side for Wham, it's probably going to be a bit of aggression, at least to open with. I don't actually know what the Byzantine meta is like at the moment in this matchup when there's 2 TC on the English side. I would suspect he's probably going to look to emulate that, though.
Yeah, very possibly. We're just gonna have to see. But
I think that the indicator is going to be here for Puppy Paw. I suspect he's going to play it quite safe and just put the TC down on the gold. That would be the most natural decision here, because obviously you can put it on the stone if you want to go for a third TC, but it'd be absolutely wild to go for a third TC in this matchup, I think.
yeah, I don't think that's gonna be the case ever. He's opening with a mercenary house. Wham does, and well, second TC is gonna be on the way in just a second for Poppy Paw. So normally, as we have the javelin thrower pick here for the mercenaries for Wham.
He's just going to go into Javs. Interesting.
Yeah, when you normally play second TC with most civilizations, you go for the food because that's the resource that you deplete the quickest from underneath your safe starting TC. But with the English, it's different. You have that farming, and you need that gold. In fact, we've seen, I think in one of the yesterday sets, that if you go food with your second TC with many civilizations, but especially English, your gold is going to be prone to aggression, and you might just be stuck in Feudal Age because you simply cannot access the gold that you need to advance the castle.
Correct. Have a look at this. This is a bit interesting. Mill immediately adjacent to the town center. Normally we don't see this, but I actually really like this. So one of the most common things that happens with the English is you want to try and put your farms as close to the town center as you can, because the further away they are, the more prone they are to harassment. It's a common theme, right? Like you were just talking about the fact that gold harassment, it's painful. Speaking of pain, have a look at this. King getting caught out, trying his best to pick off the Vil. Misclicks, doesn't get the extra damage onto that one Vil. Instead, I think he's just going to fall back, realizing, you know what, we got the misclick out here today.
Yeah, I think it's more about the fact that just the presence of the King forced out the defensive tower and a couple of Limitani here from Wham. And he can still continue running around, harassing his opponent, looking to see if he can intercept any villagers, veterans, or hardened upgrade just now coming in for Limitani. And this Limitani was apparently just on a break here. That is...
Somebody call his boss. Like that right there. We have just witnessed a murder quite literally, and that guy is responsible for it because, like, where was the bodyguard? Like, this is...
Yeah, the guy was definitely taking a break. He was like, yeah, that's beyond my payroll.
Wow. Okay. It's impressive to me how much space the English can buy for free, right? Like, you've got this king that's out here that's just forcing Wham inside of his base. It's making sure that he drops that tower down. The Limits and I are out there trying to do their best to defend, and he's still picking up Vils. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, he's like, all right, second town center's up. I'll get my double broadaxe. I guess I can probably get wheelbarrow as well. Like, what other things should I do? I'll gather a bit more gold here. I've got, like, I think he's probably got, like, 7 Vils on gold at the moment. But, well, make it 6 Vils on gold. But,
nice
I mean, you get the picture, right? Not
Yep,
making a whole lot of military units, and just really focusing on the economy.
Yeah, that's something that you can do, and that has been the meta for quite some time, actually. Not necessarily of very late, but players have gotten so good at dealing with early aggression, and especially when you are playing a civilization like the English, for instance, with the network of castles buff and you know, villagers with short bows as well. It's difficult to push into the enemy base, and as a response, many players just say, okay, if you're turtling, so do I, and I'm just trying to build up an eco lead. And the way that Wham is going to do this is by going into Castle Age and going for the relics.
Yeah, I think this is a smart move here, going into the Castle Age. Really makes a lot of sense, especially with the javelins, because ideally you don't want to be building up a large number of javelins. So the sooner you can get up into the Castle Age, the sooner you can start spreading that olive oil out onto different units. Plenty of Vils here on food, though. Puppy Paw, he's got a handful of longbows, a couple more in queue, but there is a world where he just goes, well, you're Castle Age, I'll follow you up. And that puts him at a decent advantage. But you've got to remember that in the meantime, though, those relics are really going to count for quite a lot. And then obviously there's sacred sites after that, and then Wham can also add in a second TC. So it doesn't feel like he's a huge amount behind. Obviously, it still feels really good for Puppy Paw, though.
I don't like Puppy Paw's position at all. He's slowly piling up the food he needs for Castle Age, but he's being harassed on the farms. What's more worrisome is that his gold income isn't spectacular. Wham is halfway up to Castle Age. This king should get repelled once again. But once Wham is up to Castle Age, suddenly it's going to get very difficult. Oh, again, little dice on the villagers. This villager does not get sniped out by Puppy Paw, though, so I guess Wham gets away with one. This one, though, does get picked off, so there is some value for the king, but the king does get beaten up very badly as well.
Look, I know Wham's one of the world's best players, but I really would love to pick his brain and ask him the question, like, okay, Wham, here's a question for you. You've got a villager with 10 HP on it. Do you, A, leave it on the gold vein in the middle of no man's land, or B, put it on the sheep underneath the town center so that it's nice and safe? I'm kind of curious why he selects A there. Is it just one of those things where it's like, you know, efficiency is what matters, perhaps?
And these javelin throwers, they're a menace. This DC is on the backside of the gold mine, so it might not be able to shoot the javelins firing from max range on the gold miners. And that could be terrible for Puppy Paw. If he gets denied off the gold, his Castle Age is going to be delayed so badly. Looks like he's going to have the gold he needs for Castle, but even if he gets up and he gets pushed away from the gold, he's going to struggle to afford those premium units. And you can see that Wham is already one step ahead of him. Varangian guards are already on the way.
Nice little shot there with the javelins. It's important to note the gold positioning as well on this map for Puppy Paw. He doesn't really have favorable gold spawn. So as long as Wham's kind of parked towards this north side, he can actually deny the secondary gold as well. And the tertiary gold towards the south of the base is pretty easy to shut down as well with even just a couple of cavalry units. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Puppy Paw look to try and expand out onto those golds relatively early and just try and make sure that there's some form of keep out there, maybe a couple of outposts, something like that. But Javelin's now beginning to move in. Keep in mind they've got that veterancy upgrade, so it means they've got a little bit more armor against these longbows. Longbows don't have their +1 ranged attack just yet. Age up, still not through for Puppy Paw just at this stage.
He's going to get to Castle Age in a second, though. Should be a white tower age up for him. Indeed, that is the landmark he's going for. It's all the way on the back side, though. This is not really an ideal white tower positioning, but it's not like he has much of a choice. At the same time, though, Wham is already collecting relics, and I think the crucial detail here is that he has yet to show the Varangians, and that's where things could get a little dicey for Puppy Paw. His army, the longbows, and basically one king, this gets hard countered by javelins and Varangians.
Yeah, but I suspect he's probably not going to be doing just that for long. I suspect he's probably going to be straight into knights here now that the white tower is up. But he's popped 16 units inside that white tower. Why is he diving right now? This is not the right decision at all. Have a look at that white tower. It does so much damn damage. Keep in mind that white tower does so much more damage than your standard unit. King not gonna be converting here. Doesn't matter.
The one time where the Wololo would actually convert, and you're doing that against a unit that you cannot convert.
It sucks. It sucks. Probably could have just gone for a little bit of a further walk, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
This is nasty, though.
Nice little Vil find here. Manages to even up that Vil count and, well, not quite even it up, but definitely even up the Vil kill count a little bit more.
I'm surprised he's not pursuing them. Maybe he thinks there was a gate and they just run around. Little does he know that he could get so many kills on the outside as freebies. I think there's an overchop, though. I think there's an overchop.
Well. he might not even have to go around the outside. You know, this guy typically considered a trailer park girl by many, but today is not the case. He's just able to stay on the inside. Look at this.
Yeah. Puppy Paw is lucky that those troops didn't focus down the villagers. He could have lost like 5 more or so.
Yeah. That was very, very important. But well, I'm now going to be camping up the Relic in the middle of the map. Varangian Guard now putting on some pressure. And you can see that he's really looking to put the pedal to the metal here. 13 Varangian Guards, as well as the Javelins out on the map as well. He's really looking to put the hurt on. Puppy Paw going to start transitioning into crossbows. Haven't seen any knights coming out from it. It really feels like his economy is a bit discombobulated at this stage. You know, he's struggled with idle on the gold, idle on the food, now idle on the wood, now once again idle on the food again. It's just like, you know, he hasn't really had a good opportunity to just sit and build up. And now you're starting to feel it.
Yeah, that's the reason why Wham just tried to beat him to Castle Age, to get this momentum with the veteran javelin throwers, the Varangians. And Wham is doing a really, really good job just causing chaos inside the enemy eco. very reminiscent of what we've seen on the Golden Heights game. Just spamming tanky units into the enemy eco and constantly forcing idle time, picking off villagers left and right. It's not even the kills. It's 7 eco kills only for Wham. But for the last 30 seconds or so, we had 20 or so idols for Puppy Paw. That's a big blow to your eco.
Yeah, it is. Second town center now going to be coming up as well for Wham. Keep in mind, he's on 3 relics now. He's also got 2 relics that are relatively easy for him to obtain. And I don't think Puppy Paw is making any moves whatsoever to even think about getting them. So now all of a sudden he's going to secure 400 gold per minute for the rest of the game. Very, very nice. Javelins teeing off on the crossbows. Ranged unit numbers starting to build up here. Puppy Paw also moving into a mangonel. Obviously, there's plenty of javelins out here for him to target down. But where's the number of units now for Wham? It kind of feels like it's fallen off a bit of a cliff here.
Yeah, this is the disadvantage of spamming units into the enemy eco. You slowly get ground down, and let's not forget, he was down by 20 or so eco. And sure enough, he's collecting the relics, but that supply of units slowly dwindled as his eco just wasn't able to facilitate this non-stop spam. He also opted to go for the second TC. So at the end of the day, he's just going to anchor down for a second. I think he accomplished what he wanted, though. He compensated for that second TC by collecting the majority of the relics. He's going to be on a second TC too. The alarming detail for him is that this game could easily drag into Imperial Age. And that's a domain that you do not want to fight against the English in.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. I mean, going into the second town center here makes sense, right? Because as you mentioned, you know, you've delayed that second TC for yourself, but you picked up relics in lieu of that. So now you're able to sort of keep up with that English economy, but you're also doing that in the sense that you're going to be going to Imperial Age. There's a good chance that this game here goes quite long. I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about a 30-plus minute game here. But yeah, the longer it gets, the better it gets, I think, for Puppy Paw, right? Like, obviously, both sides have got decent bonuses when it comes to the Imperial Age, but I feel like the English, it's a civ that you really don't want to mess around with in that Imperial Age.
And let's not forget, behind this, Puppy Paw has a very much functional food economy. He's been building that farming eco for a long time. I think Wham has yet to transition to a olive grove-based food eco. He's been harvesting berries, he's been taking the hunt, and this is the benefit that you get from starting to build up those farms early. Once you get to this late feudal, early castle stage, you have a juggernaut food economy that is just, unless it gets raided, totally unstoppable.
Yeah, and now we can start to see him transitioning into the men-at-arms. So 8 men-at-arms out on the field at the moment. Keep in mind those English men-at-arms do train quite fast, so it's 8 at the moment, but come back in a minute and it could be 18. It happens very, very quickly.
That's a lot of Varangians and Javelins, though. Silver lining is that Puppy Paw does have some crossbows, but more importantly, network of castles is it's just crucial for this whole operation. This is not something against which Wham wants to dive.
Yeah, definitely not, especially with all that English production on the backside. But now, looks like he will tee off towards a couple of those crossbows. Varangian guards still on the front, though. Going to be copping a bit of damage on the way out here. Man-at-arms, fortunately, not the fastest units. So, doesn't really take a whole lot. There's the second attack coming through. I would have loved to have seen from Wham a little bit more pressure on this gold vein, because it is definitely a key battleground here in the mid-game. Mangonel still getting some decent chops off. Varangian guard going to be pushing forward, but a little bit of a split now, Lidicore.
Yeah, this is good for Wham, though. He's focusing down the crossbows with the javelins, and at the same time, when villagers have to fight Varangians, that's never a good thing. And as much as Puppy Paw's food eco is safe, his gold isn't. He's actually making some gold-heavy units over here. Not necessarily the men-at-arms, but crossbows as well. And as he was distracted fighting off this aggression towards his gold mine, he probably lost focus on that one fight to the left, so lost most of the crossbows to the javelins, and the javelins are doing so much work from the backline here.
Yeah, able to take out that king. Almost got the fade away on that man-at-arms. But a couple of units up towards the top side. Now, I will also just compliment the fact that Wham has got his walls already up. If there's one thing that I cannot stand, it is players that just don't wall. It just makes so much sense. It's such a small investment. Saves you so much heartache in the mid game, so very well done to Wham to have those walls up already. But another mango arrives now for Puppy Paw. Gets off a couple of shots on the front line, but the numbers are starting to look good here for Wham.
They certainly are, and that gold mine is a juicy target. In fact, I'm somewhat surprised that Wham is pushing the enemy base over here, instead just hitting that gold mine, which seems to have a lot of villagers on it just by looking at the minimap.
Ferengi guards trying to get their hands on that mangonel, but unfortunately they get very well blocked in there. Plenty of vills pulled as well to actually try and repair it up, just in case it took any damage. It didn't. But yeah, I got to agree with you. I think the gold is definitely the right play here in this situation. How much gold does he actually have left in his base? Because I do see on the minimap it is still technically there, but you know, these players sometimes like to leave it with 20 gold in it, just, you know, for that rainy day. What do we got? 550.
He's got 500. But I think it tells you a lot that he's got 30 villagers on that outside gold mine. If Wham decided to dive this instead of diving the enemy base like 30 seconds ago, Puppy Paw could have been in the very top spot. Basically, all the eco lead that he has, it's out there on that gold mine.
Yeah. It's a lot. I'm kind of curious why Wham hasn't thought about putting a keep up on that as well. The reason why a keep is so powerful there is because, number one, you're locking down the gold. You also lock down the gold to the south, lock down the gold to the west. But it also forces your opponent to make trebs. And trebs are never something that you really want to be making. It's such a terrible unit to have. So the keep is always really nice to sort of force your opponent into making something that they don't want to. But yeah, numbers are starting to build up at the moment. A lot of men-at-arms, a lot of crossbows for Poppy Paw. Not a whole lot of siege, just kind of mixing it in. One spring, one mango.
I really feel like Wham missed a great opportunity here to hit that gold mine. Because now Puppy Paw is just continuously building up an even more powerful food eco. He has gotten a couple of seconds to stabilize, to reinforce this position. He's got a sizable army now. I feel like the window for Wham to hit this gold mine closed, and when it all settles, there's a 30 population lead in the favor of Puppy Paw with an absolutely monstrous food eco. This is 2,000 per minute, and you can actually see that Wham is still in the middle of that farm transition that we talked about. He can afford a keep now, however, and I'm actually wondering... Yep, it's going to be right there on the big gold mine. It's great to contest this small gold deposit here for Puppy Paw, but it's more about making sure that Puppy Paw will not have access to that major gold vein.
Yeah, he's still got sort of this avenue. The thing I don't really like about this positioning, and it comes a little bit late, is just that he can very easily now sort of bunny hop down to that next gold vein, and then even down towards the south side, there's an even larger gold vein that he can potentially go. I don't think he's discovered it, though, on the side of Puppy Paw, but it's down there. But he does manage to spot this coming up. How many vills have we got? Doesn't look like a lot of vills here. Yeah, this is only 8 vills and a very forward... Yeah. Interesting decision right there from Wham. Those are not Chinese villagers. They are Byzantine vills. They take a long time. Mango shot. Have a look at that one. Jeez. That was definitely a 3-pointer.
And Imperial Age is on the way for Puppy Paw. The window is slowly closing over here for Wham. He's going to have to fall back a little to rebuild that cost. At the same time, these small group of units finds a couple of vills here for Wham. And, I mean, it speaks volumes that Wham is still on hunt with some of his villagers. He doesn't have that longevity for his food eco that Puppy Paw possesses. Puppy Paw himself sitting at 3,000 food per minute before hitting Imperial. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, and just remember, as soon as he hits Imp, you know he's going to be clicking his enclosures technology immediately. Let's have a look and see. He probably wants to be market trading a little bit of that food. When you're making that much food per minute, there we go. A little bit of market trade. There's the enclosures coming in straight away. So it does the right thing.
And now Wham needs to find a way to Imperial. Population is neck and neck, but this is where that big discrepancy in the food eco really comes into play. One thing that Wham does have that Puppy Paw doesn't really have are Strangles, though. He needs to take out this trebuchet if he doesn't want to lose the keep, though.
Yeah, he needs to hit that treb. But Springle numbers are looking decent here. He should be able to take out this Mango without too much of an issue. Problem is, that's a lot of units coming out for Wham right now. Men-at-arm numbers are looking decent on the side of Puppy Paw, though. Keep in mind, he has no elite upgrades coming through at this stage of the game. It is only veterancy, only age 3 units here. So even though he does technically have the age up, there's no real difference in these unit stats. Javelin throwers on the back line, also getting in some good shots, good quality shots in the back of his opponent's line. Ferengi guards nowhere to be seen as the men-at-arms with their armor cladding managed to take out and hold that front. So far, it's looking pretty good for Puppy Paw on the defense.
Yeah, network of castles also helps a lot over here. And at the end of the day, Wham, he might be okay with this trade, but at the same time, he doesn't have gold income himself. He had to trade this army before the Imperial Age upgrades came in for Puppy Paw. He just now clicked the Men-at-Arms Elite upgrade. It also meant that he is able to finish this keep, and it looks like he's making Hero Siphon now, as a couple of Men-at-Arms break into his base as well. You really feel like Wham will not go into Imperial here. He wants to make this happen in Castle. It's going to be essentially a Hail Mary play here at this point.
Yeah, it's a Hail Mary play, but unfortunately all of his all of his catchers don't have hands. This is going to be a tough one for him to pull off. I don't see how he gets out of this, just because from the English perspective, like, you can't kill him, right? On the defensive, it's just not going to be possible. Man-at-Arms is so much better than Varangian Guards. The only real way you could do it is, like, outrunning them. But even then, just like the fact that he's now got the elite Man-at-Arms upgrade coming through, he's got the extra attack speed, there's just no way that he's able to really break through that. Now we also start to see those raids coming in as well on the backside. This is a sad state of affairs right now for Wham. He's going to push up, though, and try it underneath the keep. That's going to be his only real way to hold. He's hoping that that Mangonel placement that's about to come through is going to be able to turn the tides. You can see there it finally arrives. Provides a little bit of assistance. A lot of ranged units on this backside. Horsemen now going to get thrown in as well. Men-at-Arms together with the Horsemen. A beautiful English combo. We love seeing it out. But, yeah, the numbers here slowly turning in favor of Puppy Paw.
Yeah, just no armor-piercing units out there for Wham. Those Men-at-Arms, they slowly get taken out by the Javelins, but it's a very slow process, and that's why Wham just has to keep falling back more and more. It has to fight for this gold mine, the only legitimate gold mine that he's got access to. Now Puppy Paw is overwhelming him. Puppy's also starting to make a pivot into Horsemen. We saw a couple of Horsemen arrive on the field, didn't really have a lot of upgrades just yet. But once the Horsemen arrive, these Javelin throwers will struggle really badly.
Yeah, we can see now the Varangian Guard's going to be coming up the rear, but just remember, these are just Castle Age Varangian Guards, so they have a tough time already in this matchup. But now the fact that you're fighting up an age as well makes it really difficult. Puppy Paw, the score, pulling ahead. He's up 2,000 score now, and he can just focus all of his energy on the front here. You can see that he's actually managed to bite off a little bit more than he can chew, though. The Men-at-Arms numbers have started to fall. He's only down to 13 Men-at-Arms, and we don't see any on the field. But now, more rushing in.
Wham desperately needs this keep alive. He needs to keep this alive if he wants to have any chance in this game.
He does have fills inside. We did see him doing a little bit of repairing right there. Of course, that Mangonel placement going to be helping him out as much as it possibly can. Is the Treb still here? I don't know.
Yep.
Where's the Treb at?
Well, there comes the rod
blows.
from the Treb, and that should finish the keep off pretty much.
Yeah, I think he's only got the 2 vills just left on it. Hierosophant's going to go down, and there it goes. And with that keep, it's going to be difficult for Wham to hold this position. We can see more elite upgrades now going to come through. It's elite Horsemen, by the looks of it, on the way for Puppy Paw. And he's just funneling all of that food into unit production. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Puppy Paw taking the game and taking the series up to match point.
He is so close to forcing out a second best of 7 here. And let's not forget, he missed victory in the previous game by a margin of 9 seconds. Very convincing win over here for him with the English. Just anchored down, played super defensive, built up that juggernaut eco, and then ultimately snowballed the game. But this puts us to match point. And I'm sure we're not the only 2 people that have thoughts about this one. Let's hear what KP has to say about the series so far.
An insane series to develop so far. I mean, you know, I did warn people about this, the potential for 14 games total, which means if you haven't subscribed to the channel, follow what these other gifters have been doing right now, because plenty of action to come, plenty of ads still to dodge, but we got to dissect this a little bit. This is kind of wild. The way this opened up, Drongo, we had 19-minute game, 19-minute game, 19-minute game. Now we get into the next free portion, and we've got Freezing Marshes at 25 minutes. That was a 27-minute game, and I think the interesting thing that's kind of flipped from the beginning of this day, we came into this expecting Puppy Paw to be the aggressor and Wham to be the defender. And I don't know if you noticed this, but all of a sudden we've got this back and forth dynamic where they're trying to play each other's style.
Yeah, it must be one of those things that happens when you're in these high intensity environments, right? I mean, to be fair, the games that they played previously was probably pretty high intense as well. But yeah, it's definitely like the shoe is on the other foot now. And you know, we've slowly seen the length of the games increase over the course of the day. And Rocky River is coming up now. Byzantines in the hand of Puppy Paw. Very, very scary up against Wham's Malians. And, well, I think we could be in for a 32-minuter.
Well, that would bring us in line with what they were doing yesterday. I think yesterday it was between 28 and 32 minutes. But it's interesting to think about here, Lidicor, right? This first set that leads into a reset could realistically happen here. Byzantines has been highly coveted by a lot of players, including these two. I think frequently they've been looking for it as a first pick if it's allowed. The question mark is, how does Wham upset here? How does he get the dub as the Malians?
Oh, this is a tricky one, right? Because we've been told across the tournament that Byzantine is just a powerhouse civilization. I think one thing to look out for is a similar approach here from Wham that has been taken by Puppy Paw. Maybe the best course of action is just to anchor down and be very, very eco-focused. We've seen that work out with the English. Maybe that's the recipe for success with the Malians. A lot of cattle, a lot of passive resource income. I feel like if he wants to beat the Byzantines, he needs to mimic what his brother has done in the previous game.
It's an interesting one so far in this second part of the series. It feels like whoever attacks first ends up coming last. Let's see how it's going to play out now. Puppy Paw on match point. If he wins here, we get a full bracket reset. Another best of 7. Wham, trying to make it easy for himself, needs back-to-back wins to get straight to Wololo.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That is the rundown. So that's the setup. I think we'll flip around those scores very, very shortly for you so that Puppy Paw is the guy with 3 and Wham is the guy with 2, because that's an important number. So we're on match point right here. Puppy Paw has a lot on the line. If he wins this, he's able to bring it and reset it back to the beginning. What do you reckon his chances are, Lida? You like this matchup for him?
Well, I mean, he was so close to winning that one game on Frisian Marshes. I just have to go back for that for a second. We've seen this set being neck and neck, essentially. But so far, Puppy Paw was 9 seconds away from winning that game, and that would have already pushed us to this second best of 7 decider between the two. This is a matchup that on paper could go either way. Byzantines have been highlighted as one of the most powerful civilizations out there, but it's also a civilization that Wham just lost with against the English. So remains to be seen how Puppy Paw is going to approach Byzantines, because we've just seen how a very defensive game plan that's so focused on the eco, playing a mid-late game, can defeat the Byzantines. I'm actually wondering if Wham is going to try and mimic what Puppy Paw has done in the previous game with the English.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar. Starting off, we've got a little bit of difference on the gold positions for both of these players. Puppy Paw with a gold towards the front of the base. Very, very unfortunately positioned. Compare that over to Wham, though. Wham's had a little bit of favor from the RNGesus and has got a beautiful back spawn on his gold. So very, very happy for him. Meanwhile, we do have the Grand Winery coming up for Puppy Paw. When it comes to his secondary and third gold, this is a bit of an awkward spot. Wham could definitely put on some pressure towards that south side and starve him out. Puppy Paw making his way across the map, though. Plenty of sheep behind it. So we've got the Grand Winery coming up now. Doesn't look like he's going to be rushing it. You know, it's interesting. I think it was Louis MT I saw rush the Grand Winery with like 10 vills. And then I never saw anybody ever do it again. I was so sad because that was really exciting to see that happen. But it seems like the standard is just 4 vills on the Grand Winery and just kind of leave it at that. Manticore going to be coming up as well for Wham now as for our Malian player.
Well. So far, very, very standardish opening. The thing that I'm looking at here for Wham is the primary pit mine is going to be nice and tucked away at the back, but anything that's secondary, it's going to be tough to defend. Silver lining is that he's got those 2 wood lines split, one to the left, one to the right. So there is a very straightforward way of potentially walling the flanks, which could create that safe pocket at the back, allowing you to set up a cattle-based decoy. You can actually see that there's just enough space between that DC and the edge of the map to set up those cattle ranches that you need, and they would be very, very safe.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's a really nice, snug little corner that he's got down there, isn't it? This is a really good spawn, in fact, for both of these guys. But, yeah, you definitely have to say Wham has had a bit of a gold spawn at the moment. Puppy Paw now, with the age up coming through, We'll check in to his base and see exactly what he's got on the cards, but I suspect it's probably just going to be a mercenary house. Excuse me.
Yeah, I expect that from him. The bigger question is what kind of mercenaries we're going to see here. I would think javelins don't make a lot of sense here because you're just trying to match Malian javelins. Longbows are somewhat questionable, so I think this might be a time where you trigger Keshik. It would be a somewhat awkward choice, but I just feel like the other two options aren't necessarily amazing against the Malians.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, actually. It's like, but even then with Keshiks, it's like, Keshiks, and they just get destroyed by Donzo or, Sofa a little bit later. So, maybe do you think a little bit more about your second tier as an option? You definitely can't. I mean, you want. Oh, actually, yeah, this is a good call right here. Could go into Royal Knights, or we could go into the Jukunu, or the Mercenary War.
Mercenary Elephants.
I like the way you're thinking there, Vodka. Let's get some Mercenary War Elephants out. I think those are Imperial only, right? Like they're restricted to Imp.
Yeah, something like that. At one point, I know, some point in the future, someone's gonna make them. But it's probably not going to be today.
I suspect that will be the case. Second pit mine now going to be taken as well here for Wham. So a little bit of focus on the economy. Mercenary House is up. Have we got our mercenaries through yet? I don't think... I haven't seen it. I've been paying attention. But maybe I missed it. We'll double check. Oh, no, it is. It's longbows that he's going to go for. This is an interesting decision, right? So going into longbows here. So obviously the last match that we watched, it was English against Byzantines. And the Byzantine player, instead of going into longbows, went into javelins. And yet, here we've got the Malian player who's got the javelins. And now we see the Byzantine player going into longbows. So it's a bit of a curious choice because you're kind of going into the unit that you know can be countered. But there's also an element of wanting to be countered because you think you can overwhelm your opponent. So we'll have to see exactly how Puppy Paw looks to play this one.
Yeah, that's... I'm still a little stuck on this longbowman choice, but it's not necessarily terrible, especially because there is a decent chance that this is pretty much just a bait at this point. You can actually see Puppy Paw piling up resources. This could easily be a bait and switch in a sense that, okay, he's going to show longbows and Limitani, but he's not going to commit heavily to them. In fact, the scout of Wham was in front of the enemy base, response is immediate, and it's 2 ranges. But if he rushes Castle, he could quickly make a switch into Varangians, and Varangians will shred the javelins, so maybe that's the game plan here for Puppy.
Yeah, and I guess that's probably a decent little window as well, because Wham's going to be trying his best to get the cows out, right? Like, you want to get the cow number high, you want to try your best to make as many as you can. So while you're busy doing that, Puppy Paw will just be going Castle Age, and then he'll just be going Varangians. The question is going to be about whether he's actually got the ability to issue that finishing blow. We'll have to wait and see, though, as the 6th cow has now come out for Wham. Scout to the south side of Puppy Paw's base. Does spot out those units. He's trying to get an idea on exactly how many units are coming out here so that he knows how many he needs to build, because you only ever want to build enough units to just deal with the threat that you've got when you're on the defensive like this. You want to be putting all of your resources into those extra cows. So if I'm making javelins, I'm not making cows. And I don't want to make too many javelins. I just want to make enough. So that's where the thinking comes in. The Puppy Paw now going to be about to click up. Have a look at this Lidicore. Not too long and he'll be age 3.
Yeah, that's exactly the game plan that I expected him to go for, and I really like this. So here the key thing for Puppy Paw is that I don't think he needs to, or he should go very, very heavy on the Varangians. Because the problem is that his economy is not very powerful. So spamming Varangians into the enemy eco, it's not going to work in the long run. What would be nicer is maybe, again, a switch into Varangians, supplement that with longbows. Castle Age will be spotted though, so that's a critical piece of information there for Wham. So a couple of Varangians, go for longbows, and try to secure those relics, because that is what's going to fuel your economy here.
Yeah, I like that play. That's a smart move as well. Keep in mind, because obviously Wham's playing on 1 TC, but Wham on the Malians will be very explosive here. Once those cows are out, as soon as that great Fulani Corral is down, it is going to be an explosion of units out of the gate. And Puppy Paw needs to be very careful of that, but he also needs to prepare knowing that that is coming. So we'll have to see exactly what the plan is for him here once the Golden Horn Tower is completed. As how many cows have we got here? I thought I saw about 11 cows so far. We don't actually have the cow counter up. Normally we have our trusty cow who puts the cow counter up, but today the cow counter is not here. The cow is here. We're looking. There we go. There it is. I knew we were missing something.
Well, now we have cow counting our cows. It's 13 right now for Wham. But here come the Varangians. Monk added as well as expected. Veterancy will be in for the longbows as well, and that's also crucial, because as much as the javelins will eat those longbows alive in Feudal Age, once you have Castle Age in here for those longbows, they become a lot more competitive. You can actually see the location setup already being there for the Grand Flonic Corrado. Wham is also mixing in a couple of Musafati warriors to deal with the early Varangians. But the goal right now for Wham is to get to Castle Age. And if you're Puppy Paw, again, you don't want to overcommit to this. Maybe the recipe for success is playing 2TC, going for the relics out there. But again, you just have 35 villagers, so diving deep into the enemy base is not really something that you can afford.
Yeah, that's exactly it. This is where I'm like curious from the perspective of Puppy Paw. Like, what's the goal here? Because like even if he takes all the relics, I feel like he still just dies to Wham. Like the explosive nature of the Malians, especially coming into the Castle Age with like a full setup of cows, is incredible. I've played like every single setup into this, and it's just so difficult to beat. So if you can play it perfectly, and obviously Wham plays a very strong Malians, this is going to be tough for Puppy Paw. I'm curious to see what the go-to here is for him. Musafati going to be coming out now, looking to clean up the Varangian guards. Look at how he's just focusing down those longbows with his javelin, ignoring the Varangian guards completely. Just wants to focus down those longbows and forces the longbow to run away. And as soon as they stop turning and turn towards the Varangian guards, the longbow turns around and fires. But he loses his life because of it.
And this is not a good fight over here for Puppy Paw. Fighting Musafati warriors with the Varangians, you can actually see that even just a handful of Feudal Age Musafati warriors deal with the Varangians. And this is a fundamental difference compared to the previous game. In the previous game, the English player didn't have any armor-piercing units in Feudal, well, besides the King. But here, the Malians do. So you have a unit that hard counters those Varangians, so this whole age advantage with the Varangians isn't something that Puppy Paw could leverage so far.
Yeah, exactly. That count number is still climbing. We're at 19 of 20, about to hit 20 out of 20. And we will be aging up very, very soon, about 30 seconds. I think you've got to be very careful around this timing because Wham wants to make sure he doesn't lose the army that he's got. And he is getting very aggressive. He's breaking the #1 rule of Age of Empires right now, which is you don't push when you're aging up or about to age up just because there's a chance that you'll miss out. But have a look at this. He's actually spending a lot of resources on these units. Even though he's
I actually love this approach here for Wham. Sure enough, you don't want to lose this army before the upgrades, but the value that you're getting here is massive. He scouted the berries. He's actually pushing away all these villagers, getting a couple of valuable picks as well. Even if he loses the army, the price that Puppy has to pay is massive, and the villagers are just fighting back. This is so sad for Puppy. This could easily go to game number 7 here, Ozzy.
Yeah, this really could. I can't believe that he actually fought with those villagers. I think he popped the Akratoid defenses and thought that it would maybe give him a little bit more than it really did, but geez, that was not fun to watch for all you Byzantine lovers out there. Numbers are looking really good here though for Wham on the Malians. I love the way that he's, I mean, as you said, right, like the fact that he's really supplementing this army in the Feudal Age because he's got access to the Musafati. He can just happily take this fight, Musafati up against Varangian, Javelin Thrower up against the Longbows, and well, Javelin Thrower up against Villagers is also a pretty good fight.
And this is getting very, very concerning here for Puppy Paw. He's just running circles, trying to deal with these small raiding parties. Whereas Wham, he didn't stop producing an army, and he's still progressing towards Castle Age here. He almost has the resources. And that just tells you how good his position is. He didn't have to stop making units to afford Castle Age. He's cleaning up very precious Varangians with the Musafati warriors. And again, he's going back on those villagers. Ozzy, I feel like this is going to go to game number 7.
I think it might, because the age up's now coming through. It's going to be the big cow landmark. Varangian guards are going to pop their berserking, but keep in mind they do lose their armor when that happens. So that just means everybody gets to attack the Varangian guards with extra ferocity. I don't even know if that's a word. But it's ferocious. A little bit of a push now coming through. Walls for Wham coming up on the other side of the map, but these are very aggressive walls. I'm not a fan of these walls. I always like to start my onion nice and close, then slowly build it out. These Varangian guards are going to go straight through this onion, I suspect.
Yeah, but what for? They are going to face off against 20 or so soon-to-be Castle Age Musafari warriors, and I'm not really sure whether Landsknechte is the answer to all of this, but Puppypaw thinks it is. He actually started mixing in those mercenaries as well. His gold income is abysmal, by the way. He actually had gold on the front, which apparently was harassed. So he was down to just 60 gold per minute. I'm actually wondering if Puppy is going for a second TC here. He's been mining stone, gathering wood. And I think if he wants to go for it, now is the time to do so.
No, I think if he goes for it, he just loses immediately. But I mean, to be fair, about every single decision that he makes right now, it just all points to just loses immediately.
What?
Wait.
Nah. No.
It don't work like that, I don't think.
I don't know if that was just like a whatever. Oh, there's the second TC, by the way. He placed on the hunt. I genuinely don't know if maybe he thought there was going to be a lot more villagers and just popped it preemptively. Maybe it was for diversion. Or maybe this was just some brotherly love over here between these two competitors.
Yeah, maybe. But, I mean, the reason why this is a hard spot here for Puppypaw is because Wham has just put the pedal to the metal. Like, he's 20 cows. He just hit Castle Age. He's just put down the third pit mine. He is in fifth gear. And this is like, we're maxing out right now. And the problem that Puppypaw has got is that he's just spent all these resources on an investment. He's investing in the game going longer than, we're at 16 minutes now. He's investing in the game going longer than 18 minutes. And I don't think that's going to happen with the way Wham is playing.
Yeah, this game is near identical to the previous one. Puppypaw 2 TC Byzantines beat his opponent to Castle Age, but wasn't able to do much with it. He has the majority of the relics, but it doesn't amount too much when your opponent just has a substantially more sustainable and long-term economy. That is exactly the case. Previous game, it was Puppypaw with the English farming. Now it's Wham with the Malian cows, but the principle is the same. The Malian player or the English player in these two games just has a well-defendable, powerful economy. And the Byzantines, if they don't make something happen very soon, they will just fall victim to that substantially more powerful economy.
Yeah. I want to watch. I want to be proven wrong here. I want to see Puppypaw, and if he's somehow able to overwhelm the offense that's undoubtedly going to be coming out from Wham. Already, that nice little engagement that he had earlier was definitely favorable on his side. He managed to pick up quite a few Musafari kills there. He's lost out a bit of tempo at the moment, Wham has, but keep in mind that the tempo, it's one of those things that can be built up very quickly for the Malians.
It certainly can be. And the thing is that, again, Wham has a food eco set up with all the cattle. He's got 3 pit mines for passive gold income, so he's going to be more than happy just sitting behind walls here and just playing this slow. Now, the silver lining is that the eco discrepancy isn't as big as it was in the previous game in the favor of Puppypaw. Previous game, Puppypaw at like minute 25 had 3,000 food per minute as the English. Now, Wham facing off against the Byzantines, he's got a better eco, but the margin is not as big as it was in the previous game.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We see Poison Arrows now going to be coming through as well. Going to be helping out Wham as he faces off against those armored units. Does a nice little bit of damage over time there for him. Also, fighting numbers going to continue rising here. He's up to 23. Also got 8 in queue at the moment. A lot of Varangian Guard out. I'd love to see a Mango mixed in here with this. See that many longbows, and there's just something tempting about getting into a Mangonel, going for a ride. But have a look at this. Got a little bit of a Musafari raid on the backside. I wonder if we had some stealth used here, maybe.
Very possibly. Very, very possibly. That's one of the big dangers. But this is a no pushover of an army. 37 Varangians, and most importantly, they're supported by 30 longbows. And this could be massive, Aussie. If you can pick off some of these Musafari, you could still have a decent showing here for the Varangians, but now they're facing off against poison arrow archers.
This is really hard because all of the Varangian are trying to get through this tiny little crawl space, and the only thing that they find in their way are Musafari. The Javelins have got free shots on the back line. On top of that, we've also got production just coming out right now. All of the Sofa Warriors with their imported armor, which is about to come online. as well, dishing out the damage, and you can see exactly what we expected to happen. A massive success on the defense by Wham. Sofa Warriors now going to start chasing. Keep in mind, we've also got raids happening behind the scenes. Wham looking very solid in this game.
To be fair, poison arrows helped a lot here for Wham. If it wasn't for that, this fight could have been a lot closer. But poison arrow archer is just one of the most powerful units in this entire game. It's basically your true armor-piercing unit when you're playing as the Malians, and there was not really much that Puppy Paw could do against that defense. And I just feel like he's stuck in a position here. Like, okay, he's not dead yet. He is pretty much on par with his opponent in the eco, although the gold income is looking a little disappointing. Maybe he's just shuffling villagers. Nevertheless, the problem here is that he's just kind of stuck here. He cannot really push, but I don't think he wants to play a long game here either.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's stuck. I mean, he did go for the second TC, which to me indicates he kind of... He's hoping to play for a longer game, and if he can get it, I think he'll be happy. The trouble is, I don't think it's going to happen. We can see the Sofa now going to be breaking their way through. Keep in mind, +2 ranged armor is online. They've also got the imported armor, so these guys are very, very tanky. Ferengian guards making their way forward, and once again, he's going to be looking to kite out here. He's got the javelins together with the archers on the back line, just throwing out that damage. Where are the Musofati, though? He's got 25 on the map. I've just got no idea where they are. They're maybe lagging a little bit behind. One in the control group or something, Liticor perhaps. But the damage is still pretty decent, and now going to be able to trade out with those longbows instead. Once again, Musofati asleep at the keyboard. Where are they?
Yeah, for the time being, Puppy Paw is going to repel this aggression, but indeed, this is not the entire army that Wham has had. In fact, a lot of the Musofati warriors are lagging behind. I don't see many of the archers either. So I feel like Puppy Paw could be running into a trap here. Maybe this is intentional by Wham. Maybe he's just baiting his opponent to be in the middle of the field and then jump him with the Musofati warriors.
Oh, there's the Musofati warriors. They're in the enemy base. They're doing their thing. It looks like we've located the Musofati. But that was a lot of units in the middle. It's kind of crazy watching how many units are out here. But still, Puppy Paw's holding on. This is the scary thing, right? Like, I feel like for Wham, I mean, you're not really running out of time just because with the way that the Malian works, it's always really dangerous. But numbers here still looking pretty decent for Puppy Paw on the defensive. Varangian Guard's going to be moving up. There's not a lot of Musofati here. I'd love to see a couple more Sofas starting to get added in as well, Liticor. I think that would really help them out. Archer's going to continue to tee off towards that backside. Javelin throwers, he's going to split them off. And now all of a sudden, Puppy Paw's looking a little bit better. What is going on in this game?
Yeah, Wham's army numbers kind of disappeared for a brief moment over here. In the longbows, we'll have an okay trade against the archers over here. This is not a good fight for Wham. Poison arrow archers are really good against armored units, but you don't really want to fight against archers here. I really wonder if it would have been better for Wham just to focus all his army on cleaning up Puppy Paw instead of detaching some Musofati for the raids. At the same time, I guess there were some gold shortages here for Wham as well, maybe some wood shortages too, but his production definitely slowed down over here, and Puppy Paw picked up some level of momentum. He's got a lot of longbows still to work with. And I think what's concerning here for Wham is that he doesn't have a support of javelin throwers in the middle now. Those javelins would be immensely valuable, picking off those longbows from the back line.
Yeah, I think for Wham, like, the biggest thing is just no front line, right? Like, if I'm in Wham's spot right now, I'm sitting down at the computer, I'm just dropping 5 stables, and we're spamming Sofas, and we're just going to make only Sofa right now. And we're just going to win the game with Sofa Warriors, right? Like, you push Sofa towards the north TC, you push Sofa towards the south TC, you push in the middle with Sofa. That's ideally what you want to be doing. So hopefully we see a couple more. He's got 13 Sofa in queue. Okay, so we got the message. Good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah, he needs the melee attack, though, because he's actually lacking the ranged attack upgrade as well. Hurts a lot when you have 40-plus archers. And melee attack would be very, very welcome as well for those Sofas. But now, Puppy Paw is pushing through the middle here, and Wham only has archers to work with. Those archers with the poison arrows, they will do fairly well against the Varangians, but that's a lot of Varangians, and this is a prime time where you could trigger your Berserk for the Varangians. It's better to just have that extra damage and still die quickly versus dying quickly and not having that bonus damage.
He's got a Mango, and now he's going to look to try and hold. The Mango will definitely turn this fight. He knows that he can't actually take it out without a Springald here. There's too many archers stopping it, but now we see the Sofa Warriors running down the hill, looking to try and catch off any stragglers as they retreat.
Yeah, Sofa's broke into the base of Papipo as well. His reaction is very quick, though. He's got 13 Limitani out there already, but he's losing so many troops in the middle amidst this retreat. I don't know if he wants to turn and fight here. Maybe he should, because by the time he gets home, most of his army is going to get cleaned up.
He can't fight, though. He needs to wait for the Springald. Otherwise, the Mango's going to get clear it all
I
up.
think the Mango is lagging behind. Yeah, the Mango is nowhere to be found.
All right, let's see how it plays out then. Limitani number is increasing ever so slowly. He's up to 18 now, which is pretty impressive considering how quickly he's gotten them out onto the field. Where is that Mango? I think it must be on the Sacred Site, perhaps, doing a little bit of neutralization. Archer numbers looking good here. 13.
This Mango,
so
he needs this Mango to fight this.
Yeah, definitely does. It's coming through now. 153 pop versus 170. Still really, really even here. But the economy, how are economies looking? Can we do a little bit of a comparison here? It looks like Wham is slightly ahead by maybe 700 resources a minute. Oh, actually, not including the olive oil. Including the olive oil is barely ahead.
And the olive oil is a big factor here. You do have a decent amount of mercenaries coming in. Landsknecht is actually going to be the unit of choice here, at least partially. Papipo is making a pivot into horsemen, though. And this could be massive. If he can get a decent force of horsemen going and start raiding his opponent, things could get very dicey here for Wham, especially because most of Wham's army is just archers.
Yeah, speaking of that, look at the archers on the top side of that pond getting absolutely taken off balance, off guard. Mango on the backside. Gets a decent shot on the front line. But it really feels like Papipo might be coming back in this game. Somehow he just managed to avoid a direct fight and always seemed to take decent little engagements or skirmishes where he didn't really lose out a huge amount of mass. Always seemed to retain a decent mass. There was that one fight where he pushed up towards Wham's base where I was a little bit scared for him, but he still somehow managed to keep it together.
Yeah, and he's got the versatility of the composition. Varangians, horsemen, longbows, Limitani. Whereas for Wham, it doesn't really have a very versatile composition. Poison arrow archers are insane. Sofas are really powerful as well. But if, let's say, Papipo mixes in a couple of mangonels, suddenly Wham's army could easily be pushed away. And you can actually see Papipo slowly building up momentum over here. If he wins this game, he forces a second best of 7, but Wham wants to take none of that. He's going up to Imperial with the Fortress of the Huntress. If Wham wins this game, we go to game number 7, and he's going to be one game away from buying his ticket all the way to Spain.
Yeah, he's going to be very careful, though. The Fort of the Huntress is coming up. Only the 9 Vils on it, though. That's the other thing to note. So it's going to be a bit of a slow age up here. Very aggressive positioning on it as well. Not super aggressive, but, you know, it's definitely quite far up. Stone Wall's going to be coming up as well for Wham on this top side. So wants to just try and keep the focus towards the middle. But on the side of Papipo, we've got the age up coming through for him. It's going to be the Palatine School. So opting to have a little bit of extra bulk in his army.
Yeah, it's going to be Imperial in the Imperial, and this is starting to get to the domain where the Malians actually fall off. Their strongest window is this early mid-Castle Age.
Yes.
Once you get to Imperial, they get a little less convincing, but 9 out of 10 times they win their games in early mid-Castle Age. So the fact that Papipo was able to buffer this up and take it to Imperial, it definitely is encouraging for him.
Yes, yeah, I got to agree. I think the longer this game goes, the better it gets for Papipo. I think Wham definitely had a great window, but it is fading for him quickly. Age ups come through for both players within seconds of each other. Jeez, how many times has that happened in this series? It is crazy how closely matched these guys are.
They certainly are. Now, Cold Income is still not convincing me for Papipo, and that's going to be a concern going into Imperial, because now population becomes a resource. You're 200 out of 200, so you want to go for cost-efficient units, and that includes very gold-heavy units.
The push is now starting to come to shove. Archer numbers looking good. He's up to 65 archers. Keep in mind, no siege on the field here for Papipo, which means that it's not going to be easy to clear these archers out. Wham has got 2 mangoes in the back, though. Nice little bit of a raid coming through as well. Still plenty of units on this backside as the push continues underneath the stone mine in the middle of the Byzantine base. Just going to have to fall back away from it, fearful of being surrounded.
The elite upgrade for the longbows comes in very, very slowly, whereas on the other side, you basically have the elite upgrades that Wham needs. So you got to be very cautious with this army if you're Puppy Paw. He also has gotten the elite upgrade for horsemen. He actually has 20 horsemen now. This could be the nasty surprise. He's pulling his opponent to the right, and look at this pincer coming in. You can see that the minimap, there is a force converging on this yellow army from the left.
Yep, he loses the mangoes. And now he's got that extraction route completely blocked off. The horsemen have found their way through. He's going to be able to DPS his way out of it. Horseman raid, or rather Sofa raid inside the base of Puppy Paw. It's going to cut that villager lead down. He's actually overtaken him at this point. But the one thing to note, though, is these archers are going down very quickly. He's lost 22 archers so far. He's going to try and pick off a couple units before that palisade wall comes down, and it comes down very quickly, Livercore.
Puppy Paw is losing a lot of eco to this, but he's got an insane military momentum in the middle. If he can clean those sofas up in his base, things could get very dicey for Wham here, because look at Wham's food eco. He's got so many villagers on the berries on the front, and really the only thing that prevents Puppy Paw from running into the enemy base are these stone walls. Because this is a big thing here. Walls are... Oh no. That's still so painful here for Puppy Paw, though. He's losing so many villagers to these sofas.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of value. He's taken out 40 vills already this game. We can see the villager count's not terrible for him. He's on 86. And Wham's on 97. But remember, Wham's got a lot going for him. He's got the pit mines. He's now up to his 4th pit mine. He's also got a whole bunch of cows that are just doing a whole bunch of work for him. So at this stage of the game, let's have a little bit of a comparison between these two. Yeah, let's have a look at the economies. Did you say Wham is trading?
Yes, he's got 20 traders.
Oh my god, Wham is trading.
Oh, this could be massive, and yeah, just way too much eco losses out there for Puppy Paw. I really have to say that those walls are paying for their price here for Wham. They secure their economy, and that's the security that Puppy Paw is lacking.
This is starting to look a little bit scary here for Puppy Paw, because now all of a sudden we've got the hand cannoneers starting to come out for Wham. Backed up with the archers. Nice little surround attempt as well from Puppy Paw, but not a lot of horsemen here. So I can't really do a whole bunch with it. Just going to bring in some Lens Connector from the back. Have a look at that income difference between the two, though. This is kind of crazy. So you're talking about 6,000 income per minute coming through for Wham. Meanwhile, on the side of Puppy Paw, it's just over 2,500.
Yeah, I feel like that raid with the sofas took a massive toll on Puppy Paw. His momentum looked really good in the middle, but he lost so many villagers that there was just no follow-up to this. Whereas for Wham, in a game that went beyond 30 minutes and had a lot of fighting going on, he only lost 10 eco altogether. He's got a powerful trade going on, he's got the passive resource income as well, and it looks like he's going to take us to game number 7 now. He is dropping that keep in front of the enemy base. He wants that game number 7. He wants to finish this series in this first best of 7 and get himself that ticket to Spain.
Yeah, you can see the numbers just continue pushing in now. A lot of high value units here as well. We see on the side of Puppy Paw, Streltsy going to be coming out, but once again, that gold vein under pressure by Wham. He is so relentless with it, just constantly hitting it. Mango coming up. Look at that beautiful, juicy spot. Do it, Mango. Give it to him. You know they want it. They want it real bad. Mango shot. Oh, don't you hate that? He's edging. He's edging. Not anymore. Don't edge him. Oh, hit only 4 of them. Unfortunately, doesn't get the shot off. How about the second time? He's trying his best. Oh, he just let him have it. Just let him have it, please. I think that's it. I think that's it.
I think, at least I hope nobody was just listening to this without actually seeing what was going on the screen. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, 32 minutes into the game, ladies and gentlemen, it gets called. I don't like to brag, but we were right on the dot with that one. That was an incredible game coming out from Wham.
Oh my, and you know, just looking back at this whole series, I said this in the Frisian Marshes game. If Wham wins this series, Puppy Paw is going to look back at that game and said it was 9 seconds of a difference that separated him from victory. What an absolute madness of a game. Once again, chaos all over. And in this series, Ozzy, Byzantines are 0-2. Same principle for this game and the previous one with the Byzantines. The player facing off against the Biz just turtles up, focuses fully on eco, and takes it to the late game where he just grinds down the Byzantine player.
Yeah, have a look at that military value lead. Slowly over time, just getting bigger and bigger and bigger I mean, if you look at that, it feels like it was never really in doubt. But there were a couple points in that game where I felt like Puppy Paw had made his way back into it. I was very worried for Wham, but he managed to keep it together. I'd love to pick his brain a little bit after that specific game right there. I'd love to know what his thoughts were and how he felt the game went.
Well, we're not going to
There it
have
is.
KP here.
That's all right. Look what we've got instead. We've had him all day, Lidicor.
Oh,
It
it's
wouldn't
another
be,
one of those. It's
wouldn't be a
another
good-
one of those.
Oh, baby. It's Ayyubids versus Abbasid. We've had the Chinese against the Juicy. We've had the Order of the Dragon against the Holy Roman Empire. Now we get the Ayyubids up against the Abbasid. What are we missing? We're missing the French and Jeanne d'Arc. Jeez, it's been a while since I've seen either of those civs. I mean, technically, we do have Jeanne d'Arc, but, well, we don't have an 8th map, do we?
I don't know what to think about this matchup, though, Ozzy, because I'm not the biggest fan of Abbasids facing off against the Ayyubids here. It's, again, base civ versus the variant civilization. On a side note, it's one apiece right now in these matchups. It was the Chinese win for Wham against the Chushi, and then OOTD versus the HRE. But I just feel like the concern I'm having here for the Abbasids is that Ayyubids have so much flexibility to work with, whereas Abbasids are a little bit more tunnel visioned in a way, and that could be exploited very heavily, especially on a map that has a lot of exposed resources like Gorge does.
Yeah. Yeah, I think coming into this, it feels like, you know, I'm reminded of like the master strategist who intended to lose all the games along the way, just as long as they win the very last game, the one that matters. That's all they care about. And, you know, I know that at this level, these guys are thinking about their drafts until the very end. They've got their maps. They know their civs. They're just mathing it out. Okay, I'll play this civ here, this civ here. And for Puppy Paw, coming into this game, it must feel really good knowing that he's on the Ayyubids here.
To be fair, this is a monstrous game for both of these players. If Wham wins, he goes to Spain to face off against Marine Lord in the biggest set of his career. If Puppy Paw wins, we are going to have a second best of 7 today to decide who goes to Spain to face off against Marine Lord. A monstrous game coming up for the careers of either of these players as we head to Gorge for a game number 7 decider.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 7 in your best of 7. This is Series 1 of this grand final. Technically, if Wham wins here, it is the only series of this grand final. If Puppy Paw wins here, this is the first of 2 series. Then we go to another best of 7. And that's because Wham is in the winner's bracket of this double elimination event, whereas Puppy Paw is in the loser's bracket. So we need to make sure it's fair. Everybody has to lose at least once. Well, unless you are undefeated. But anyway, Lidicor, it's time for us to get in and introduce our players. Currently sitting at 3 points in the color yellow, playing as the Abbasid dynasty. It's Wham 01.
And on the other side, Puppy Paw coming from the lower bracket in command of the Ayyubids with the color red. Really, Ozzy, this has been a spectacular series, and this is the 3rd game in this best of 7 where we have this classic matchup of the base civ versus its variant. They have been one apiece so far. OOTD was used to defeat the HRE. That was a set that that was a game that Puppy Paw won. And on the other side, we had a Chinese win from Wham in a very, very tightly contested Frisian Marshes game against Puppy Paw's Jushi.
Yeah. So I think the big question here is going to be, who comes out on top? Is it going to be the Ayyubids with Puppy Paw? Is it going to be the Abbasid with Wham? That's what we're looking forward to. That's what we're about to find out, because it is well and truly underway. We already get to see a couple of sheep coming through on the side of Wham. He's picking up plenty. Have a look at this. How many has he got behind him? It looks like I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8 sheep? 9 sheep? 10 sheep? But on the other side, Puppy Paw also finding plenty of sheep. And I want to give a big shout out to Biddlin. I don't know if he's here in the chat at the moment, but you know, I think it was because of the huge amount of feedback that myself and a couple of other players gave about the way that sheep spawn. And it is great to see that there is just such an even blend or even mix of sheep between these two players. Because so many times I play this map and I've got like 1 sheep and I just rage quit. And because my opponent got 14 sheep, 15 sheep. You can see they're both getting
Maybe it's not the
now.
fault of the map.
It's the fault of the map. It was always the fault of the map. It's definitely not the player. Come on. It was a mirror matchup. I can't blame the enemy Civ. I have to blame the map. Come on, Liticor.
Well, it's going to be a growth pick here for Poppy Paw's Ayubit, so he's going to have that extra villager boost to work with. It's a nice little thing to have when you think about it, whereas Wem actually opts to go with the Culture Wing, so no early Spearman Archer combo over here to do some harassment with.
Yeah, on the side of Puppy Paw, we do see the Eco Wing coming through. This is interesting, because it means that now all of a sudden we can't use this to go up to the Castle H. We can't use it for its power spike there, so we'll have to think about perhaps a little bit of a different strategy. So, oh, what do we got right here? Have a look at this. We've got some player cards, some player skill cards. You can see, can we vote on which one is got the coolest drip? Liticor, which one do you think is the drippiest out of these two?
I'm digging the shirt for Poppy. I have to go with that. I'm sorry.
See, I'm a Wham kind of guy, man. I just see that nice. Is that I want to say silver. I mean, normally you'd call a shirt like that gray, but I feel like that is silver. He's got a nice silver shirt on right there. That is, you know, I feel like you could wear that shirt every day and no one would get it. You could daily drive that shirt.
It helps if you wash it every once in a while, though.
I don't know about that, Liticor. Anyway, it's time to get into less controversial points of this game because the age ups are about to come through. 2 pretty early age ups, fresh food stuff on the way for Wham already. Of course, it's going to be a second TC for him with 7 vills already on stone, so no real surprises there. On the side for Puppy Paw, what do we have happening for him? We've got a cow that needs to remove. Thank you, cow. Cow fixes it up for us. Wheelbarrow coming through for Puppy Paw, though. So, interestingly, no stone being collected for Puppy Paw. So, no second town center. But still a focus on economy.
Yeah, he's going to rush Castle here. He's already 200 per minute on gold, and this gets scouted by Wham. That many gold miners at minute 5, it's basically screaming fast Castle here. So, at this point, Wham knows fully well that Puppy Paw will rush Castle Age. And that could be a little dicey because Wham opts to go for a second TC here. Now, the concern is that this could delay your Castle Age. And if Wham beats you to Castle, you're just gonna, actually, where's the second TC? Okay, it's gonna be built by the gold miners instead of the food vills. I would not be shocked if Wham was just straight up naked rushing Castle Age as well. Because if you get beaten to Castle Age badly, you're going to face Camel Lancers harassing you, and you're also going to concede all the relics to the opposing player.
Yeah, but you do also... Yeah, I mean, yes. Yes. I'm just going to respond, yes, you are right. We do have the age up coming through. Have a look at this. So going to be going for that Culture Wing. We're going to be going for the very quick age up here. It's also cheaper. This is an interesting strat. I don't think I've seen this one before. Interesting opening. So I was a bit curious about the wheelbarrow. In my mind, I was thinking, okay, why is he going for a wheelbarrow here? He's just going to delay his age up. Well, the truth is, he's got a very quick age up coming through anyway, so I don't think he's too fussed about it. And this is a bit awkward now for Wham, because he's going to be well and truly behind on this age up timing.
Yeah. Now, one thing to highlight here is the position of that second TC. We talked about that in the English game. Normally, you place your second TC on food because you deplete that the quickest from underneath your TC. But here, it was a must to place it on the gold mine, because if Camel Lancers start showing up and you don't have any defenses on the gold, you will never reach Castle Age for Wham. And you can actually see that he's at 120 or so gold per minute. He kept most of his villagers on gold from the ones that built the TC. So he's going to try to rush Castle Age just to be on par with his opponent. Whereas on the other side, Puppy Paw, as you kind of touched on it, he picked up Wheelbarrow. You have the feeling that he did that because otherwise his eco is going to be so feeble going into Castle Age.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually. We see double Broadaxe also going to be coming in as well for Puppy Paw here. I suspect this is just because he's got a lot of gold, a lot of food in the transition period, so it's pretty easy to afford this one. But age up now coming through. It is a very quick age up as well. 7 minutes and 19 seconds with a wheelbarrow. Very, very nice. On the side of Wham, though, take a look at this. Archery range is coming out for him. So how many units does he look to make before he actually clicks up?
I was gonna say none, but he actually queues up a camel archer. Now, a couple of things about the camel archer. First of all, it doesn't debuff the enemy camel lancers because it only debuffs enemy cavalry units, horse cavalry units. But it also has a decent base attack, so it's reasonably formidable against heavily armored units, even like camel lancers. It's not optimal, but that's basically the only semi-armor piercing unit that you can make as the Abbasids.
Yeah. I think it's a reasonable approach for him. Obviously, he can go into spears, but then the risk is that your opponent just goes into gulabs. And then you're kind of stuck up shit creek and you don't have a paddle and you're wondering what you're going to do. But we do now start to see camel on camel action. God, that's a lot of damage though, isn't it? Jeez, one hit and boom. Guess it must have been a pretty big charge. But manages to get the Vils out though. That's a fortunate.
Yeah, there's a second layer to the camel archers, by the way. Besides being able to push away the camel lancers, it gives you a high mobility unit that's exceptionally good at sniping enemy monks or dervishes. And Wham knows fully well that Puppy needs these relics. He essentially gambled on quickly securing the relics over here for that eco boost. And the camel archers, it looks like that was the secret recipe over here for him. He's pretty quick taking out these camel lancers, and if he can intercept these initial dervishes, he can essentially nullify all the advantages that Puppy Paw has gotten from that early castle age.
Can we take a look at the Vils for Puppy Paw? Because the UI is showing that he doesn't have the wheelbarrow upgrade, even though I swear I saw that wheelbarrow upgrade at like 95%. Did he cancel it at the last second? Let's take a look at those. We can have a look at those Vils a little bit later, but yeah, 1.15. 1.12 rather. Had my drink bottle blocking it. So he didn't get the wheelbarrow upgrade. Interesting. So he must have cancelled it at the last second.
Yeah, probably along those lines. First relic yet to be picked up, by the way, by Puppy Paw. He actually queued 2 more dervishes behind the one that he had. So from Puppy Paw's perspective, he's realizing that these camel lancers don't work as well as he hoped they would. He actually loses his scout as well. That's going to hurt him a lot when it comes to target acquisition for these camels. But because he's not getting the wanted results over here, he's going to have to just hustle up and start picking up the relics, because once these camel archers start breaking out, he could start losing the dervishes.
Yeah, the numbers are starting to look pretty good for Wham on the defensive. He's also really responsive. Like we just saw right there, the fact that he was able to garrison without taking any hits as well from the camel coming in, very impressive. So Wham is on the ball. I feel like he is definitely in the zone right now. Military wing going to be coming through for him, so a couple camels on his side. But we do start to see relics as well as sacred sites getting triggered now. So expect to see those dervish slowly turning relics in their favor.
Yeah, that's a must-have here for Puppy Paw, I feel. He's going to have the second relic in. He's also been active taking the relics from the other player's side of the map. This was actually a bit of a misstep over here. He walked onto the sacred side with the dervish just for a brief moment as he was heading back, and it actually gives a heads up to Wham. Looks like he isn't going to pursue though, but he probably could have gotten a kill there on the dervish.
Yeah, speaking of kills though, have a look at that. First Vil does go down a little bit oversaturated, that gold mine. It's able to pick up quite a few of those villages. Spear's going to be coming through. I'm curious to see what Wham's decision making is in this transition period. I always feel like one of the biggest issues that you can make as a defensive Abbasid player is not making units in the transition period. Right now, I feel like Wham needs to be making units. He needs to be making spears, camels, whatever it is, just something to give a little bit more oomph in this army, because he's going to be outnumbered very quickly.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Maybe some walls would have helped as well, but he essentially had a gamble here. He moved out with the camel archers looking for targets, the dervishes. But that means that he just had spearmen back at home, and this was exploited very well by Puppy Paw. He just pulled camels from 2 sides, and the spearmen weren't able to track all of them. The benefit in the initial part of this this game for Wham from the camel archers was that he could match the speed of those camel lancers, so he was always there to meet them when they came in for a raid. Now, the concerning thing is that Puppy Paw went up to 16 archers, and that's a hard counter to everything that Wham has on the field right now. And if Wham just goes into crossbows that will remain that way. He's mixing in some Lancers, some Gulam as well. It's going to be a little bit of everything, but I just don't know if that's the best way to approach this.
Yeah, Lancers are a bit curious, aren't they? Because your enemy's already got Camel Riders out. It's kind of like, I'm going to make some spears, but you know that your enemy's got archers. It's like, I don't know about that one. I guess he could always look to try and play a little bit alternatively with these. So he doesn't have to use them directly towards his opponent's units. He can try and do a little bit of raiding with them. Maybe that's what he's thinking. But Camel comes in. A little bit of damage done. Oh, he manages to pick off that villager right underneath the town center. A little bit of a mistake there from Wham just to let that happen. I'm sure he knew that was going to happen. Like, you don't see that Camel riding underneath that town center all that way just because it's feeling like it. It's got a reason.
This game is becoming more and more reminiscent to the previous game as well as the English versus Byzantine game at this point. One player playing very defensive, turtling up, but on 2 TCs, the other one trying to aggress him. So far, both of those games went towards the defender, but this time around, Wham doesn't have a lot of safe food inside his base, and he doesn't have that robust food eco that the players had in the previous games. So here, Papipo is doing the right thing, just pushing those berry patches with the archers and the camel lancers, and if he can continue doing this, Wham is going to struggle very badly for food.
Yeah, archer numbers starting to build here as well. Keep in mind, these are the Ayubid archers, so there's not going to be any prospect of, that was very New Zealander of me, any prospect of composite bows coming through here, but able to pick off all of these camels here, basically picks them up for free. It's definitely going to feel a little bit painful there from the side of Wham.
Oh, that could be the game.
Oh, that's so painful, isn't it? Vil's going down. He tried to sneak them in on the edge of the map. He didn't even get a chance to bloody get the mill up. You hate to see it. You really do.
And there is no stone accessible here for Wham. He can't even drop a tower that's fortified. He is in the middle of a farm transition here, but this time around, again, his food eco is so underwhelming. His primary unit is going to be the Lancer that actually gets a lot of value on this gold mine. But at the same time, you're facing camels with your Lancers. I just don't know how well that's going to work for him.
Yeah. As we suspected, it was going to be used largely for raiding, at least initially. Meanwhile, towards the back, okay, not a bad little pickup here. If he's able to take out these camels with the spears, that's definitely favorable for him. I'm holding. Camels able to force back those Lancers. Brings them back underneath the town center. Battering ram going to start working down that House of Wisdom, I suspect.
And this is getting very dicey now for Wham. His army count is 1/3 of what Papipo has, and that's 30 or so archers with good blacksmith upgrades going on. And at the same time, now Wham has to move out for a gold as well. His gold vein inside his base nearly depleted. In fact, I'm actually surprised that Papipo is not pushing those resources on the right. He's now shifting towards there, and I just don't feel like Wham has what he needs to defend this position. If these villagers get caught out here, it has to be over.
Yep, I got to agree with you. Wham's starting to struggle. All those farms that he looked to transition with now going to be idled up. Battering ram also here to put on the pressure if he needs to. Where are the units for Wham? Coming in from the north, or rather from the east. We've got plenty of Lancers now. Hitting that archer line, you can see that there's camels in the mix, but they're all very low on health. Get taken out quickly. The +1 ranged armor is through for Wham, so he's going to be able to defend against these archers pretty effectively. Keep in mind, composite bows is almost through for Wham on the defensive as well. The numbers aren't looking terrible for him on this defense.
I don't like how those two camels are beating up random units on the back line. They were needed here to fight those Lancers. I think if they were here, they would have cleaned up all these Lancers. Still, at the end of the day, crossbows make their way through the map here for Papipo. He's got 5 relics as well, fueling this economy. And as long as those camels are here, the Lancers keep getting debuffed. These archers, they are supported by crossbows now, and camels keep coming in here. Lancer count is looking worse and worse here for Wham. And just look at his food eco. He's struggling to replenish all these expensive Lancers having been lost.
Yeah, the Ayubid's looking very strong in this game. Number 7 in the best of 7. You can see the Lancer doing a decent job of picking off the Vils. But speaking of picking off Vils, have a look at this as the archers now start to come into the wood line. Keep in mind that villager advantage still going to be in favor of Wham. He's up 10 Vils with 24 idols, though. So he needs to find tasks for them to do ASAP because his economy is starting to feel the drain. 5 relics in favor for Papipo as well. The economy at this stage, you'd probably call it pretty even, maybe favoring Papipo a little bit. Definitely positionally you'd have to say Puppy Paw is in a good spot.
Puppy Paw knows about the food eco for Wham, though. He had one camel beaten up by villagers. He's actually converging on that location to the very east where all those hunters are at. And if all of those villagers are lost here for Wham, that has to be it.
Let's go take a look. They're under attack. Oh, there's
Nice
so
towers.
many outposts. Wow, look at those towers. There ain't no way you're getting through that. And we got the ball here just in case to help defend us. Vills are just going to be on the run. He still loses
Still
quite a
massive
bit,
casualties, but could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse. At least those towers are going to buy us some time, but Lidicor, I don't like where this is heading. Wham is not looking good right here. I think we might be in for a second series today.
And that would be monstrous for Puppy Paw. He just needs to finish this game right here, and he would force out the second best of 7 to decide who goes into Spain to face off against Marine Lord. He's walling off the map. He's sitting on 5 relics and 2 sacred sites, by the way. Villager count is neck and neck, but compare that passive resource income, and you realize how good Puppy Paw's position is.
Yeah, Puppy Paw's position is very, very nice here. Normally at this stage, this is probably where you would think about adding in your second TC as well. Sometimes we even see the ABID players go up to a third TC in a position like this. And then that just sort of guarantees, no matter what happens in this game, that he's always going to be, scaling. He's in a decent spot militarily as well. And I think that's probably the right call for him here. But this is looking like it's only a matter of time. Sacred Victory also approaching. Wham! I've seen him with a couple miracles today already. Let's see if he can find his way out of this one, Lidicor. This is not an easy one to get out of.
No, I love this ram here for Puppy Paw. Just another tower taken out, and Wham has to fight this. He has no other option. He's going to trade units, but once the tower goes down, the archers will just jump on the villagers, and those camels pushing away the archers make life so much more miserable here for Wham. Oh my. Everywhere you look, you see eco dying here for Wham, as now Puppy Paw takes over in the eco department.
Yeah, the overtake has now happened. Keep in mind, he's also got the relics. He's also got the sacred sites trickling in plenty of gold as well. Vills are going to try and scramble out the backside, but unfortunately, Wham can feel it slowly getting away from him. And Lidicor, I just want to take you back to that transition from the feudal age to the castle age, where I said to you very specifically, the biggest mistake Wham can make right now is not to make units, and I can't help but feel like we have seen that really taken and well, we've seen what happens right here. He was just overwhelmed, and it never really felt like he was able to fight, hand-to-hand combat with Puppy Paw. It always felt like Puppy Paw brought the gun to the knife fight.
I feel like when you look at Wham, he opened Castle Age as I'm finishing this sentence. Puppy Paw forces that second best of 7 out. We are not done yet, folks. We're going to have potentially 7 more games to decide who goes to Spain to face off against Marine Lord. But just to finish that thought, Ozzy, he opted to go Lancers against Camels, didn't really work out. And now here we are. We're far from done, Ozzy.
Oh my God. That was a great game, man. What a great series. Fellas, wasn't that was amazing? Can we get a fucking round of applause to these two guys? Because that went the whole distance. What an incredible series. And that's just the first one. We've got a second one coming up for you guys as well. And keep in mind, I think, didn't Wham already beat Puppy Paw in a series earlier in this event? So, it's still definitely on the table that he takes him out here.
Indeed. When they played the upper bracket final, it was a best of 5, and Wham won 3-2. Now here in the first best of 7, Puppy Paw prevails 4-3. But we are far from done because, as KP is going to highlight to us in just a second, we have only just reached the midway point of this stream.
That's right. For those just tuning in, like, woo, he's done it! Puppy Paw's going to spend. No. Calm down. We are not done yet. That's right. Bracket reset in effect. Wham, of course, come for that upper bracket means we are going to have to run it back another time. And I'm starting to sense a 7-game series ahead of us, Strongo, because based on what we just saw, these two are neck and neck.
I think we're going to see another 7, and I look forward to it. I'm fearful, though, because one thing that I've noticed is the games are getting longer. And so, we've already set the stage where you've got, your 18-minute games. We had a 32-minute game in there. We're at 3 hours and 17 minutes in this stream. I'm sick, and it's 4:12 a.m. Is there a world where this gets to lunchtime and we're still casting this? I can only hope.
Shh, it's okay. Here.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh wow.
Yeah. It's okay. You're fine now. You're fine. Yeah? You don't feel ill
It's
anymore.
lunchtime.
It's all good. Yeah.
It's lunchtime.
It's the liquid
man,
lunch. Liquid lunch time.
Like, this should have been the time where I pop out my maple syrup in the honor of these two Canadians. I actually thought about that this morning. I woke up, I was like, okay, I need to get my maple syrup ready for this series. And I realized I actually threw it out last week, so I didn't have any on me.
Can I just, like... Yeah, can we just confirm... What was that word you just said? Is it maple...
Maple syrup. What's your problem?
Ah, maple syrup. Yeah, maple syrup. Yeah. Famous Canadian syrup.
I do like my good syrup. You know what we should do in honor of them is, like, no matter who wins, we should take our Red Bull and we should add some good old maple syrup to it, and then we'll have Red Bull syrup.
Red Bull syrup. You know,
maple flavored.
When I went to the Philippines, I had Red Bull syrup. It's very, very strong, very potent.
Yeah, when I went to Canada, I picked up a bottle of maple syrup to bring home for my nephew. They love that maple syrup.
Was it real syrup or was it the syrup?
Yeah, it came
Sorry,
in
Lytical, we're giving you shit right now.
Okay, you know what? Walk it off. Just get a quick take a break. Take a break. I'll hold the fortress down. Political. All right. With that in mind, guys, that means we have got another series ahead of us. And you know what? I think it's going to be as sweet as the syrup we've seen here. This has been... wait. As sweet as the syrup we have been dreaming of here, because this has been an insane one. First, that upper bracket between Wham and Puppy Paw being a 5-game series that came down to the line. By the way, average game length of 30 minutes. This time, things have sped up, and it's a good thing they have because the fatigue is going to be setting in. We began the sets with 19-minute games, back to back to back, into a more mid-late game, where we saw the power of Wham able to kind of thrust itself forward, but Puppy Paw returns the pace. This is the story you guys need to keep an eye on here. Wham, definitely capable of playing aggro, but definitely more comfortable in the defensive role. That is something that we saw in both of the Byzantine games, right? The one where he tried to attack, fell through. The one where he was able to defend against the Byzantines, he came out ahead. And that's impressive in itself. You guys got to remember, going into today, Byzantines were sitting just above a 50% win rate, but according to some top-tier pros, they're absolutely broken and OP. So the fact that in the grand finals, they currently sit at a 0% win rate, has big question marks over what we're going to see next. And it's quite interesting as well, because it was the priority pick for both players. Remember, you can actually even get a mirror because the opening pick can be the same Civ. Now, the other reason we need to talk, it's mid-show. I just promised you another BO7. I have high faith it is going to be going 7 games. That means at this pacing, we have 3 hours left to this broadcast. Sub, why are you not subscribed yet? Like, while you're at it, actually, let me offer you up something. Do you guys like goodies? Do you like free stuff? Well, if you sub, for a start, you can get your hands on Apple for 3 months, which is crazy. Severance is coming out with Season 2. Absolutely going to be hype. But we want to give you something else back. We've got Age of Myth copies to give away, and here's how you get your hands on them. !VPN. Go across, use code Wololo, and pick yourself up a VPN today. There's plenty of reasons, plenty of usages. You'll even find a use within that Apple TV situation to access some shows you might not be able to see in your particular country. Remember, it works out about €250 a month. You get 4 months extra for free on top, courtesy of us. It's already about an 83% discount, I believe it is. And I worked it out. I've done the maths for you guys, because I know it's an NA showdown. No one wants to have to do the maths there. As it stands, you are going to get bare minimum about a third back if you win our giveaway. The way you're able to do that is once you have got your hands on your receipt, once you have made your purchase, go across to our Discord and check out the channel there, because we've set one up for the second Age of Mythology giveaway. We already gave away 3 copies. Ask people in the chat if they received them. They're happy with what they got. Make sure you get on that too, because the other reason that is so important is that lets Surfshark know that you like seeing Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, all these different tournaments, right? It lets them know that EGC is a good investment, and it convinces them to come back for maybe a 4th event, and who knows beyond. But outside that, what a phenomenal tournament this has been so far. Can we all agree? I know there were some mixed feelings that we weren't getting the big LAN environment with 8 or 16 people, but as far as online tournaments go, this one is absolutely delivered. The upsets, the unexpected, the rise of new legacies, the final falling of old. And now, we stand on the precipice of proving whether the old guards still have check here. Marine Lord right now is cackling like an evil villain in his castle in Spain, waiting to see which Spanish person he's going to have to munch up. The question mark is whether they would have covered themselves enough syrup to be protected against Marine Lord, because I don't think he likes things a bit too sweet. All I know is either way we look at this, whether it's going to be Wham or Puppy Paw, I think it's fair to say they've leveled up to a point where Marine Lord might be shaking in his boots. Especially considering I'm still not convinced about that whole Delhi statement. If he truly believes the Delhi are underwhelming, might be his undoing here. But let me know what you guys think. With a reset, do you expect things to change here? What we've seen is very interesting so far. Wham, like we mentioned, has typically been the defensive player. But I think what you saw, especially in that Byzantine English game, is when he takes this attacker role, things can become a little bit off-tilter. I'm wondering now, when we get into a reset, do we see him lean more into that defensive format and drag towards that 25, 30-minute timer where he's most comfortable? Will Puppy Paw see that and exploit it, like he did in that final game? A game which, by the way, statistically does not favor Irobids. Abbas's fast castle builds have been dismantling Irobids recently. That change-up, though, was sick. We do not see Advanced Wing very often, and the way that Puppy Paw was able to navigate that was relentless. I think Gorge is very specific as a map for that as well. You tend to have more exposed resources on the flanks, so we'll have to see if we get a little bit of a remaster or a remix there. But it's interesting, actually, to see a lot of the new civs coming out over the de facto originators, right? We've had the Chinese were the only ones, I think, able to hold their own. So far, we've had the IUs winning out, and then my brain is frazzling as I'm trying to remember the Order of the Dragon. I don't think anyone saw that coming. That's why my brain's so frazzled. That being said, there is still one civ that's looking sad here. I mean, French may have made it directly to the grand finals of Red Bull Wololo, but as far as the civ goes, they are looking underwhelming. In fact, they were the only civ not even drafted in that final. I'm wondering if we are going to see that change on the redraft. Reminder, folks, one more series, one more redraft. We are not going to have bans, and we will allow players to pick the same civ first if they want to. The question mark is whether they're both going to pick Byzantines and pick it on the same map, so I can finally make that joke that they can yell twinsies. Either way, I think we are getting ready for the draft right now. I'm going to get confirmation as to how far out it is. The players were basically going to take about a 10-minute leg stretcher, and I don't blame them. 3.5 hours like this back-to-back is insane. A reminder, if you guys are wondering reasons to show up to Wololo yourself to support AoE 4, not only is Marine Lord going to be there, but 2 Canadians are going to be there. They already confirmed no matter which one gets through, they are both going to travel. And I actually love their approach, their mentality. They knew this was going to go 7 games. You want to know how I know that? I checked the map draft. First 2 picks, one from each side, selected. Everything else was random. They just, at that point, they realized that this one was going to have depth to it. So I'm curious, when we go to a redraft on the maps again, whether we're going to see something similar. Because it's fair to say that these guys have been practicing with each other religiously. Magic, I think, isn't in the mixer as much anymore. He's preparing for Age of Mythology. So it's going to be interesting to see if either one held anything back. One thing I do appreciate, though, is this more never give up, never surrender. I think we love Vortex and Lucifron, but it does get a little bit old seeing 9-minute GGs because they've played that one out a million times. But with that in mind, I think we've still got a few minutes to go. So what we can do now is hop across to a quick little highlights replay, and we should be ready to go in, I reckon, about 3 or 4 minutes. So be sure you sit in your seat. And one other reminder of something you can do with this spare time. I didn't forget you, Warman. Warman has organized a 2v2 tournament. I recommend... Are there any ladies in chat? I know we are predominantly a male audience, but if there are ladies in chat that are looking, aspiring to be competitors, I know Warman right now is looking for additional signups for a tournament. So reach out to her right now. It's great to see more representation in RTSs, because I think RTSs, most scenes actually have this kind of skew that's male dominant, and RTS is definitely no stranger to that. So be sure to get involved. It's sick to see those type of tournaments coming in. Really big shout for her for organizing that. But, you know, DM her. She's very transparent, very accessible, because I know she wants to get as many people competing as possible, which is music to my ear. Because as we've seen, getting people freshly started on AoE4, even if their first esports title, can lead to grand paths, as we've seen here with Puppy, and as we've seen with Wham, and as we're going to see in another best of 7 after a short break. back to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. That's right, the final series of the online portion guaranteed this time because this best of 7 has gone to a bracket reset courtesy of Puppy Ball's formidable Game 7. And it means we get the delight of 7 more games of the Maple Syrup Boys. I'm hyped, Drongo.
I'm hyped as well because we get to see some Sakutra. Am I pronouncing that right? Sakutra? Every time I see it,
I think we just say everything like a Canadian now, so it'd probably be Sukutra? I guess that's...
Yeah, you gotta bully Drongo for his pronunciation now, little. I mean, I've gotten my share before the break.
Lamet and I.
Oh, no.
I see that one in the YouTube comments every video. It's not even a Byzantine video, and it's Lamet and I.
I can't. I'm fighting with Crackety at this point. He's always like, Limitne. And I'm like, no, Limitane.
Like what? although, to be fair, every time I hear Drongo pronouncing a Landsknecht, I realize...
Oh, that one's easy. It's Lands... right? I think I got that one right. But no, it's interesting actually. What other weird ones are there that people always argue on? I think like Abbasids is one of them, right?
Abbasid?
Yeah, so Abbasid, like I think someone used to say Abbasid. I can't remember who it was. Was it Fitz? It might have been Fitz. He was just called Abbasids.
Why would you do that?
I don't know, because I guess it's grown TCs. Like, it's the little seeds that grow into town. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would choose to pronounce it that way. I'm sorry, Fitz. He's just catching strays here. But of course, we have got a draft underway. Reminder, folks, no bans whatsoever this time around. Boys, I don't know why they're doing this. Byzantines are overrated. We saw it, Lidicor, 0% win rate in the grand final. What's the point?
Well, I mean, I think, KP, it was a matter of counterpicks to a certain extent. And this is what I want to go back to. We didn't really have a lot of time before the break to digest this, but basically, the 2 games where we've seen Byzantines in the previous series, the principle was always the same. They rush castle, secure the majority of the relics, but ultimately fall behind in eco because the opponent turtled up and had a very untouchable and safe eco. English farming or Malian cattle, that was how Byzantines lost both of those games. And in a way, that's actually somewhat similar to what we've seen in the last game, the very last game. 1 player 2DC turtling against a fast castle player. Difference was that in that game, Wham didn't have that safe back-at-home eco that could have bailed him out. So I feel like, in terms of the Byzantines, a lot is going to come down to the potential counterpicks here. But it gets tricky because, as we've discussed numerous times today, these guys know each other very well. So it's almost guaranteed that they will be able to counterpick each other's Byzantines, and you can already see that in the draft. Biz, first pick on both sides. Wham going with the English. Puppy going with the Malians. So we have this same setup where you have a really good counterpick to the Byzantines available for both of these players.
Well, it's more than that. He's also got the Mongols and he got the HRE, right? So actually, crazily enough, both of them have 2 picks to kind of block her out against the Byzantines. One thing that I'm excited about here, though, Drongo, is Sukotra came through this time, which is really cool to see because I think with all this practice they've been doing with each other, we're probably looking at these fringe maps, ones where it's more experimental to give an edge one way or the other.
Yes. What are we going to see on this map, though? It's. I'm looking at civs, and I'm just like, okay, it's just going to be English Malians, and we're going to see the same thing that we've seen before, but this time it's going to be different, because this time it's the grand finals. And I'm looking at the civs, and I'm trying to think, there's nothing else here that really screams Sakutra.
So you say that, but Wham did ambush Beastie in his upper bracket series with a Zhuji pick on that map. So like these guys are experimental. We have to keep in mind these are the same guys that just tried to run Delhi on Holy Island, right? I think they may have ran Delhi on Socotra. So like, wait, what? Hold on, Lida, I'm seeing something new. I didn't expect it to come out. There's actually a French pick.
Okay, and no JD. So there is not going to be that JD versus French setup that we were missing so badly from the first series.
We do get a lot of the other ones, though. All right, I think so what we got left, we're not going to get the Chinese matchup. I'm sorry, Drongo. Wham stolen both. But we've at least still got HRE versus OOTD. And wait, actually, that's it. That is literally it.
That's the only one that you get, yeah.
Imagine if that's now the deciding game.
Abbasid and Ayyubids together.
Yeah,
curious
and Jushi Chinese, too.
Yeah, kind of curious to see French, but there's always the chance that he just never uses it, because there's 8 civs for 7 maps. So that's always a factor. But our first map is going to be regions.
It
Or as Lidicor says, regions.
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 Do we just now have to pronounce everything in this grand final in the accent of Marine Lord?
Please don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
to be fair, when Marine Lord was casting, half of the chat was requesting subtitles, so I don't think that's a good idea.
all right, I stand by it. That is a content piece for an event. You just have someone live typing out what they think the person is saying. It has to be live, though. Like, you want to see the panic in the moment. Which we could definitely do it recorded, because as we know, all esports events are definitely preordained. It's just recordings, guys.
I love Marine Lord's response to this, though. I just looked at the chat on the right, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I expected.
Yo, should we get our guest analyst here, Marine Lord, the legendary caster, to give his anticipation, his guess? Who's making it to the showdown? I already know his answer is going to be, it doesn't matter, kill both of them, right? Like, it's what he says every time. But who do you favor here, mate? Who do you think's got the edge, Puppy Paw or Wham? Because I'm curious, like, going into today, I don't know about you guys, but I felt Wham had the edge. They are both
exactly
coming.
as you'd expect. Send them both.
That is actually the best part, because they legit are both going. Like, I got confirmation from the admins. They've agreed, like, no matter who wins, they're both going to fly there. So I guess the idea is one of them plays the game while the other one, like, unplugs Marine Lord's PC. Sorted.
No,
you
you're approaching this the wrong way. I mean, they're identical twins, man. So what's going to happen is that after every single game,
The
Puppy
bathroom
Paw
break,
is going
right?
to say, hey, I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And then out of the bathroom comes Wham, and they keep doing this for every single game.
But the whole goal is you basically pick the most toxic civs that take 2 hours per game, right? So then Marine Lord's just like, he's got 15 Red Bull cans on his desk. He's starting to feel the exhaustion. He can't stay awake. And he's like, man, how are these guys still so refreshed, Drongo? Like we're 15 hours into this set.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. There's enough Red Bull at the Wololo. He'll be
Hope so.
absolutely okay.
Get a drip over there. I love those guys. All right, but draft complete. We've kind of like started to paint the picture here. We haven't talked yet about what we think this is going to open up with, because like regions as an opening map here is pretty funky, right, Litter? And wait, what did they just flash up on the screen? I saw that.
There was nothing. No, there was nothing that you saw. Don't worry.
No, production
was
is just
nothing
trolling
that you
us.
saw.
No, we'll do like I want this content piece, but I feel like a grand finals is not the place for it, boys. But your regions as an opening map is quite intriguing here, right, Litter? Like I feel like this is the type of map usually you want midway through a draft, and that's where you can get a little bit more creative with targeted bans and picks, right? Like for example, Ottomans I think has been one of the most picked civs here. Terrible when you've got so many counter picks on the other side, though.
I would approach this from a different perspective. It's a map that we have not yet seen today. And I think that's an interesting one to think about, because you're going to have a lot of repeats from the second or from the first best of 7. Kawasan, Golden Heights, Gorge, Tri-Arabia, Rocky River as well, I do believe. So basically all of the maps, except for Socotra and this one, are repeats. So in a way, there's that unpredictability that you highlighted. It's the first map, so you have a lot of potential civ picks. But it's also one of the few maps where both the players could still have some hidden strategies for, because they haven't had to use up the strat that they cooked up so far.
I don't feel like I expected that as opening civ picks, Drongo. That's. Are we about to get a TC bidding race here?
This is going to be a good game. That's all I'm saying. You know, anytime I see the Chinese up against the Abbasid, I'm very happy, because as the Chinese, you've got a lot of options here how to play this game. It feels really good going into this game from the Chinese perspective. So I think game 1, Wham is going to be...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, take back everything I just said. And now all of a sudden it's like, ooh, ah. Puppy Paw's going to be feeling really good about this game.
On a scale of 1 to 10, as a prolific Chinese spammer, how tilted are you if this is your matchup, Drongo?
10 out of 10. This is a terrible matchup. Yeah,
That bad.
They strike you at the perfect time. It's just really, really annoying dealing with it. I mean, it's a doable thing, but compared to the Abbasid, like Abbasid is like a 1 out of 10. Ayubid, probably like a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10.
It's an annoying matchup, because one thing to highlight on regions is that you only have one fallback gold mine compared to Dry Arabia, where you have 2. And guess what? The Iobids will love that. We've seen that in the final game of the last series. You go with the Camel Lancers and you just keep targeting that gold mine, making it impossible for your opponent to even get up to Castle Age.
I guess the interesting thought here is, like, if the spawn is not desirable for the Iobids, though, that could flip the other way, right? Like, realistically, I don't know if I want to say Chigoneer Rush here, but maybe you go, like, Horseman and you try to pressure their forward gold if they get a bad spawn?
Yeah, it could work. I mean, typically, you'd probably want to try and stick to Jukunu, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but getting there
the
is so
risk is
expensive.
that your enemy is going to get Castle Age, and then they can shut it down before you even really get a chance to do anything.
Well, I'm not hearing a lot of positivity here, right, lads?
Look, I'm going to be taking notes
Yeah.
from Wham. I want to see exactly how he tries to play this one, but it's, compared to the Abbasid, I was really happy for Wham. I was like, yeah, Wham, like, this is going to be a great game. We're going to have so much fun. We're going to make Jukunu. We're going to kill all of his units in the Feudal Age. When he ages up, we're going to follow him up, and we're going to just outboom him and scale him. And then the Aobids came.
Yeah.
So we'll have to work out what happens.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder who I favor more from a draft perspective here as well, Litter. Like, I don't think anyone got a clear edge, but when I look at the tail end of the draft, things like Order of the Dragon French, I feel like they can maybe hit a bit better than Japanese and Ottomans if this drags out, right? Like, it almost feels like Wham has to maybe get creative, especially if he falls behind on game 1, with the way he approaches the draft for game 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, I have the same feeling, KP. If I look at the draft of Wham, Chinese, Jushi, Rus, Japanese, even the English, like, this is the dream draft if you have a lot of hybrid maps, but we just don't have very many. Kawasan is your classic map. He has the Japanese, or he's got some versatility with the Civ picks there as well. But Golden Heights is a fundamentally different hybrid map compared to what you had on Holy Island, for instance. In fact, we've seen how chaotic Dark Age can be on Golden Heights. And then you look at the rest of the maps. Socotra does have water, but there is no fishing whatsoever. These are basically land-based maps, and really, there is some versatility with these civilizations. But when you look at pure land map strength, you might favor Puppy Paw's draft with the Malians, the Iobids. Delhi could be a powerhouse as well on certain maps, and let's not sleep on the Mongols or even the OOTD. OOTD that actually won their respective game in the previous series.
Well, I have to agree. It's looking a little bit rough, a little bit tough, but Wham already has shown multiple times in this tournament his creativity that deserves an extra pip, his way of evolving the game and the state of how we imagine each of these maps. But we imagine a storyline of a Canadian making it. We thought it was going to be in 7 games, but we are going to be treated. It could be 14 games to get one there. Marine Lord only has to play 5 in total. These guys are running a marathon. He's watching in the chat to see who his challenger is going to be. Let's find out as we enter the final series of the online tournament. Puppy Paw versus Wham, a BO7 Grand Final. We reset, we go again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. Game number 1 of this best of 7. That's correct. It is the second best of 7. Liticor, I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit excited. We get to see the Chinese today. Wham 01 playing in the color yellow. He'll be on the Chinese, my main squeeze. How you feeling about that?
And on the other side, we just have a Puppy Paw with the Iobids in red. And, as you highlighted, this is the second best of 7 of the day. That is the advantage that Wham has gotten from coming from the winner's bracket. He was undefeated until today, where Puppy Paw took the first set off of him. But now, at the end of this best of 7, one of these 2 players will be picked as the player that goes to challenge Marine Lord in Spain. Though, given that these 2 guys are twins, there's a good chance that both of them will be there. One of them as a spectator, one of them as the player.
You reckon they can just take the same passport? Like, are they really going to get into trouble? I don't think so. I reckon they'd be fine. It'd just be, a case of, I'm just going to go to the bathroom, immigration officer. Just give me a second here. And then he comes back and says, okay, I'm going. See ya. They wouldn't know. They'd have no idea.
Well, we are opening the series on regions here, and this is a map that's notorious for resource denial. It's like Dry Arabia, but quite different in many ways, because you have these definitive hot pockets of resources. Most of the gold and stone is in the middle. A lot of berries on the right, a lot of deer on the left. But most importantly, you only have one backup gold mine to work with compared to the two that you have in Dry Arabia. And that opens up possibilities for civilizations like the Ayyubids to play something like a fast castle and try to just play Gold Denial with Camel Lancers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see. It's a strong strategy up against the Chinese. Typically with the Chinese, you want to try and open 2 TCs, Song Dynasty. It takes a bit of time to get that up and running. And then once you've got that up and running, that's when you can start thinking about maybe I want to go Castle Age. The Ayyubids are very quick out of the gates, and they can stop you from dead in your tracks from what you want to do. So you've got to be very respectful to them. But Age Up now going to be coming through. We'll double check and see what the Age Up is here for Puppy Paw. We can already see for Wham, it's going to be the Imperial Academy. It's going to be the Economic Wing, going to be going for growth. So probably going to be looking to emulate the same success he had in the most recent series in the last game. So he went for the Economic Wing growth opening and then went into his super fast culture Age Up.
Now, difference here is that Wham isn't going to play a second DC like he did in that last game. He's going to potentially go Song Dynasty immediately. He keeps villagers on gold. He might opt for a second DC later, but it's going to be Song first. If he goes for a second DC, I really feel like it has to be on the back side of this gold mine. That would potentially secure the left flank as well for himself. And to be fair, as we get deeper into Feudal Age, I wouldn't mind him just sending out the villager to the left, one to the right, and walling to the edge of the map. It's a bit of an investment, but when you face the Ayyubids and when you face these Camel Lancers, that's an investment that's going to pay off very quickly.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We can see now that the Song Dynasty is pretty close to coming through here. Nice early timing here as well for Wham on this. Probably looking about 445, 450 with the way that it's going. But the Age Up now about to come through for Puppy Paw as well. So both of them now into the Feudal Age. So I'm curious to see where the Puppy Paw opts for the wheelbarrow upgrade. But is that a stable that's getting dropped down? So in this matchup here, instead of... Yeah, so he's going to go for wheelbarrow, and he's going to open with a stable as well. So a little bit of a switch up here. A bit more aggressive in this matchup compared to the one against the Abbasid.
This doesn't look like a fast castle. He only kept 2 villagers on gold. Usually you can tell whether your opponent wants to go into Castle Age just by the amount of villagers they have on gold. And 2 only on gold, that tells you that this is just going to be Feudal Age for the time being. And well, here it is. Puppy Paw is looking to change things up. There's a range coming up as well. Wheelbarrow on the way. Now, I'm curious how he's going to approach this, because both of his berry patches are up front. So he definitely needs to seize some map control. And if he's able to do that, I'm actually wondering if he wants to move towards those berries on the right, which are very exposed. But if he can protect that position, it's immensely valuable.
Now, speaking of position, have a look. I've just realized, look at the spawn that Wham has got. Is this the most absurd spawn you've ever seen? Take a look at this. Double berries behind the base, gold behind the base, stone behind the base, deer behind the base, double wood line in the front of the base. This is objectively the best spawn that is possible. There is no better spawn than what you've got right here. It's crazy how good this is.
This is a very well defendable position indeed, and it becomes even more so defendable if you start walling it off. And I'm starting to wonder if either of these players, especially Puppy Paw, after not going for that fast castle aggression, whether he's going to think, okay, let's try to play that mid-late game. And especially, it was Puppy Paw who lost the Frisian Marshes game, right, with that all-in style approach on the sacred sites, right?
Yes.
I'm actually wondering if the mindset is going to be very similar here, trying to put all focus on the gold in the middle and just starving his opponent out of gold.
Yeah, that could definitely be an approach. Because he's only got that 4K to the right. There's no trading posts on this map either, so there's not going to be any option for neutral trade. It's all just that gold in the middle. And I guess you do have your Imperial officials, and they start working straight away. But we do see Wham now beginning to focus on units in the Feudal Age. So the Jukunu coming out. Spear's now going to be coming as well. No real look at going into a second TC just yet, but the walls are coming up. These are pretty aggressive walls as well. I mean, actually, I take it back. No, I think these walls are fine.
Yeah,
These
those are the
internal
walls he needs, I feel. And same thing on the right side. It's an investment, but especially seeing how effective Puppy Paw was in the last game of that best of 7 that we've just witnessed, with the Camo Lancers and in general with the raids, I feel like this investment pays off very, very quickly in the form of not losing villagers.
Yes, I agree. Another wall now going to be coming in over on that east side. Oh, I tell you what, when I see walls like this, I get very excited, Lidicor. This is, I'm just hoping he actually walls off the front, because there's nothing worse than... Oh, let's go for a granary at the back. This is nice as well. This is very, very forward thinking. So expect to see... I'd expect to see a second town center getting put down soon, and he's just going to wall up and then just... this is still kind of open, though, to a timing attack in the Castle Age, so you do have to be cautious of going into a strat like this.
I don't like Wham's position at all, I'm not gonna lie. Because he lost his scout, so he's totally blind right now. These horsemen will get pushed away here by the spears, as I'm highlighting the loss of a scout for Wham. There goes the one from Puppy Paw. But the point is, Puppy Paw saw two crucial things. A, Wham is walling up. B, that he's making spears and Chukenu. Now compare that to Wham. He lost his scout, all he sees is horsemen archers. He doesn't know if his opponent is doubling down on Feudal Age aggression or he's going into Castle Age. And again, this could be that bait and switch scenario where Castle Age will be coming in for Puppy Paw, but Wham might not realize that his opponent is actually going Castle. Looks like Wham is going to match that Castle Age though, as it's going to be logistics. So this time around, Puppy Paw isn't rushing Castle Age, but he's prioritizing the Dervishes instead to pick up the relics.
Yeah, this is an interesting strat from him. So this will delay his castle by quite some time, because not only does it reduce, or rather increase the amount of time that you need to age up, but it also increases the resources you need to age up as well. So there's two factors playing into that. Means that your units are going to be delayed. But I think this is a smart move. It just means that you're able to invest a lot more into production, a lot more units up front. Means they're a little bit slower out of the gates, though.
Yeah, Castle Age will be coming in here for Wham as well, and that's a big change up compared to the game that we've seen at the very end of that best of 7. Clock Tower is going to be on the way. Castle Age times should match pretty well, but let's not forget, Puppy Paw has all the map control right now, and Wham could technically move out of his base with the Chukenu and the archers. The thing that he needs to be cautious about is that he's got zero vision and a slow army. That's a recipe for disaster. If you don't know how big your opponent's army is, you move out with a slow army, you could easily get surrounded and completely cleaned up.
Yeah, keep in mind he's still got no scout. He does have the stable up, so he could remake the scout, but he's just avoided it at the moment. So, yeah, very much playing in the dark. Upgrades starting to come through from Puppy Paw as well. We do see +1 ranged armor, which makes sense when there are Jukunu on the field, but he spots his enemy on stone, which is a bit of a giveaway as to the intention of the opponent. He's thinking about adding in a second TC here.
Is it a second TC, though? Or is he thinking about trying to get a castle in the middle to get that forward position and deny all the gold from the opponent? We've had this conversation before. Is Puppy Paw going to try a semi-all-in approach here and starve his opponent out of gold?
I feel like it's way too early to throw down that keep. Like, if I saw my opponent put a keep down in the middle this early, I'd be like, that's fine. I'll just add in another town center, and I'll just laugh at you as I go imp. And, like, I think you can probably go imp off these 2 gold mines without too much of an issue. So, I'm curious, though. Let's have a look and see whether he does actually go into that, because it makes sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a second TC either, especially because you're facing off against Song Dynasty Chinese. I just don't know if you want to play like a super long game against Chinese here. So I'm actually wondering, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be a TC. I think that's the better call, but based on what we've seen in some of the previous games from Puppy Paw, I was really wondering if he was going to pull the trigger, and this is going to be an interesting call because it's a second TC, but it might be all the way to the right on the berries.
Yeah, I do like this decision from Puppy Paw. So he gets up to Castle Edge quickly. He also threatens the kill, like the kill threat, right? Like there's always a threat with the A-bids that they're going to kill you. So he forces that threat to Wham. Wham subsequently says, okay, well, I can't go 2 TC Song Dynasty Fast Castle then because I will die. So he has to play 1 TC Song Dynasty Fast Castle. So now, because he's only gone into the 1 TC, not the 2 TCs, his economy's behind where it should be. And that's going to mean that Wham, he's going to have to play a little bit of catch-up here because Puppy Paw, not only does he have the relics in his power, he's going to have that second TC as well. So I think that this is actually a pretty good spot for Puppy Paw. I'd be curious to see how Wham responds, because I think for Wham, obviously he can go for his own second TC, which is like the standard response. But I still feel like this might fall away the longer this game goes on.
That's a big Relic yoink ongoing over there. Puppy Paw taking that Relic from right next to the enemy base. Looks like Wham is at least going to be able to bring back that very final Relic, but the Relic count looks like it's going to be 4-1, and that's something that Puppy Paw has to be extremely happy with.
Yeah, 4-1's nice, but I think this is pretty much what you expect when you're playing the Chinese. Even if it's 1 TC, you'd probably expect to get a couple more, but generally this is an acceptable amount. Ideally, you'd like 2, though. But yeah, numbers starting to look pretty decent here as well for Wham on the defensive. He's got wonderful micro coming in and out here. The fact that he's still using the Juku Nu in the Castle Age, very, very exciting.
Now, one thing to highlight with this map is that this map only has 2 sacred sites, and they are in the corners. So if you can wall them off, it's actually difficult to decap it without having a substantial army out there. And we've already seen Puppy Paw play sacred site all in once before. He actually went out and captured his sacred site while there were quite a few enemy units nearby as well. You can actually see the game plan here. He's walling off the one on the left. He's got to wall off the one on the right. It's challenging to protect both, but at the same time, if you have them walled off, the opponent cannot just ghost decap them.
Yes. Yes. I'm kind of curious to see the walls that he's got over on the left-hand side, whether he's going for stone walls or if it's just palisades. Because if it's stone walls, this could be a massive threat in the long run. And the fact that you're still 10 minutes out, as long as he's walling far enough away that you can't see the walls, that could be a massive issue.
Yeah, and right now, Wham is pinned inside his base, and there starts the sacred site timer. And we've seen this, maybe this is not the primary win condition, but once you get to like the 3-4 minute mark, it actually becomes the win condition. And this is exactly what Wham has to do in this position. Just send 1 unit to ghost decap it. But this is why you make those walls, because you want to make sure that a single unit cannot decapture this.
Yes, yeah, really important. He's also delaying every second that he stands on the sacred site, he's delaying it as well. But yeah, so far, pretty decent opening here from Puppy Paw. Vil count going to start to go in favor of Wham quite a lot as well. Obviously got the Song Dynasty up, so effectively running 2.66 town centers compared to his opponent who's on 2 TCs. Yeah, build-up is starting to occur right now. I'd love to see Wham think about getting a keep a little bit closer to the center, maybe even on his secondary gold.
And again, Wham doesn't have a lot of line of sight. He actually sent a Lancer over to see what his opponent is doing even, but because of the lack of that scout, he didn't really get an early warning about all these crossbows and archers being messed up. So most of the army that he's making, palace guards, those will be pretty vulnerable to this. Looks like he's just going to try to break in here. Finds a couple of villagers at the very least, but you see, we're down to 8 minutes on that sacred site countdown, and they were just now captured. This is how quickly time can pass by, and this could easily become a legitimate win condition for Puppy Paw in the next few minutes.
And that's always something that you need to be very careful of with sacred sites, because it can start out where it's just like, I'm just going to do this for gold. And then it's like, oh, all right, I might just wall them just so I can keep them. And then, 5 minutes has passed, and it's like, well, hold on a minute. Maybe I can actually defend these and go for a sacred victory. So Wham needs to be careful, because Puppy Paw might actually look to commit to these sacred sites.
And Wham didn't see this. The line of sight wasn't enough on those palace guards. He could have intercepted a dozen or so vills, and this could be massive. Because if you control the corners, not only do you control the sacred sites, you control all these berries. And that's why the Ayubits could be a monster on this map. When you have so many berries to work with, it could be just huge for your food eco. Means that he doesn't need to do a farm transition. Compare that to Wham. He actually has to make the farms out there. Sure enough, they will be Chinese farms and they'll be very effective. But as long as Puppy Paw has that map control, he doesn't need to worry about it, and that could give him a lot of momentum when it comes to the army buildup.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, because very much as the Chinese, whenever I'm doing a farm transition, I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's okay. I'm playing the Chinese. It's like there's so much going for the Chinese with their farm transitions. Like they get the extra 20% wood, they get the extra 30% gather rate from the granaries. There's a lot going for the Chinese, and he's actually supervising the granary, so he's getting an extra 20% on his farm transition as well. So there's yeah, he's doing absolutely fine. But of course, at the end of the day, I mean, you're going to take free berries over farms, especially when you've got the village of
this is bad for Wham, though. He needs that gold soon, and Puppy Paw is actually getting very close to dropping a keep here. In fact, he could have afforded it if he didn't go for the emplacements on those towers. But he already started fortifying the middle. Camel Lancers are roaming the map, and that just takes out that fast, high mobility component that that Wham has. Tower does get taken out, though. I feel like Puppy Paw needs to clean this up and drop a keep now, because he's in the danger of losing out on this gold mine in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the plan. We can see him starting to increase that stockpile of stone in the bank now. Springwood numbers starting to rise here as well, so he's going to be fine on the defensive against that Mangonel threat, or that Manganique threat. Mr. B's teeing off. Decent number of crossbows coming out for players on both sides, 23 versus 25. Mr. B gets some great value firing into that center of mass. Manganique going to have to fall back. Springwood's trying to get its shot off. It still stands. Decent coverage.
Nice flank.
Oh, nice flank until the crossbows wake up,
Yeah.
and then boom, it is a dead flank. But he is trying his best to actually get into that nest of bees. You can see just how potent it is. Manages to keep it alive. Onto the backside. Also got a Vil here to repair it as well. He is A-okay.
The amount of anti-siege that Wham had over here, that was a deciding factor. There was only one Springald from Puppy Paw. Wasn't enough to take out the nest of bees, and with the nest of bees around, you just struggle to deal with all these troops really coming. Nest of bees, archers, your own archers just have to constantly dance around. There is a Mangonel coming, but again, it's one Springald as anti-siege for Puppy Paw versus 4. As long as that remains that way, this is not a fight that Puppy Paw can take. Now, silver lining is that he's actually walling off the right side with a second layer of walls that protects the berry villagers, and it also provides a second layer of walls in front of those sacred sites. Sacred sites that are down to 4.5 minutes of a countdown.
Yeah, this is something to get a little bit worrying, though, on the side of Puppy Paw. Wham's got a nice villager lead here. Now, granted, Puppy Paw has got the Relic advantage. He's also got the Sacred Side advantage. But now that he's got control of the center, this is starting to feel concerning.
Yeah, this is a tricky setup, because we are getting to the stage where if you don't have access to gold, you are just essentially dead. But at the same time, Puppy is sitting on 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. He does have a monstrous food income from the berries, very sustainable as well, as long as he doesn't get pressured. So he's got that option to pivot into Gulan, into Horsemen. So he still has options. And at some point, Wham is going to have to decap those sacred sites. And I think that's what Puppy Paw is waiting for. Wham is going to need some troops to burn through the walls. In fact, some units are being sent to the left side. Maybe that's the go mark here for Puppy Paw to dive the middle.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely fine. He can just send out, you know, as he's doing, 5 on one side, 5 to the other side. And if enemy units do make their way out towards that position, then you can always intercept those from the center. And that's just the fortunate position of having that that keep in the middle, because it's going to be very difficult for Puppy Paw to challenge that now. Towards the west side, breakthrough happens.
This is looking very dicey for Puppy now, because sacred sites will be decapped here. He's got no troops on the left side to protect this, unless he keeps running circles, but I mean, that single dervish should not be enough. Yeah. You really wish these were stone walls. This game would have been very, very different if those were stone walls.
That's why I said a bit earlier, you know, I'd love for him to have just invested in stone walls out here, or, you know, start with a layer of palisade walls and then do the stone walls around it, just because it makes the investment to take those sacred sites so much more significant. Because the stone walls, obviously, they're expensive, but you've then got to put that money into rams or bombards or, you know, God forbid, trebs. But it looks like in this position, as long as he stays on the sacred site, yeah, there's one on there, he's fine. All right, so
Yeah,
Wham
Puppy was like
enters
2 seconds too light.
Yeah, Wham enters the mid-game right now as a very strong favorite in this position. He's maxed, almost maxed, 191 out of 200 versus the 157 of Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I just don't know what the game plan was for this game for Puppy Paw. For some time, I thought it was going to be like heavy either all in the middle and play gold denial, or try to go heavy on the sacred sites. But since none of these are coming together, I'm actually wondering, is the game plan really just to play a long game and take all these berries? At this point, I like Wham's food eco a lot better. It's sustainable, it's untouchable, whereas Puppy Boy he's relying on these berries, and when they run out, he's gonna be in deep trouble.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And we can see now pressure over on that east side. It's going to be difficult for Puppy Paw here. He's completely outnumbered. There's a nice little mix as well. Just a couple of Zhukanu in the back with those crossbows, but he's absolutely everywhere. Great Wall Gates house now going to be coming down in the middle. Where is it? Is it in the middle? It's got to be in the middle, right? Or is he going on the far side? I think he's going on the far side. Coming through right now.
We good?
Am I good?
Apparently Chad was saying there were audio issues.
I'm a robot, I think.
All right, back we are. It's Imperial Age on the way. This keeps getting shelled by 2 trebuchets, but again, let's not forget, Wham is the only one with like a reasonable and safe gold access, and he's the one going into Imperial, not Puppy Paw.
Yeah, this is a very difficult spot here for Puppy Paw because for Wham, the game plan is pretty simple from this stage. Roller shutter triggers, elite palace guards, and that's pretty much it. Don't need to do too much. Maybe battle hardened upgrade as well. And yeah, with those upgrades, it'll be fine. Oh, never mind. He was going Imperial as well. We just never knew because the UI isn't always the best.
Okay.
So Puppy Paw managed to find it. And I mean, technically, you would kind of hope that would have been fixed now. What are we going on? About almost a year. Almost a year.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Yeah, so back into this game we go after those little tech hiccups. There is still this massive gold mine for Wham to take, whereas Puppy Paw, his gold income is exclusively from that passive resource income from the sacred sites and relics. And I just love this little move here from Wham. It's like, wait a minute, I can just confine my opponent into his base, because now this becomes a resource denial game for Wham. He's just going to sit in the middle and say, yeah, I've got all the gold in the world. I can afford a lot of premium units. What about you?
And that's exactly it. You know, the fact that even if the shoe was on the other foot and the AA bids were in the middle, Wham still got a way that he can get gold through his Imperial officials. But for the AA bids, this is tough. He's got 4 relics, and that is it. But now that Bombard starting to push up plenty of siege here. Roller shutter triggers coming through for Puppy Paw. It's going to be a bit slower than it is for Wham because, of course, he's got the Imperial official to supervise up that roller shutter triggers. Now Springwood's pushing forward, looking to try and find an angle, able to take out the back line. You can see that more and more Springs coming up, able to get them out. Once again, this is the advantage of having that extra little bit of time on your upgrades like he's got right now.
That Bombard is a game changer. The Trebuchet was shelling the keep on the other side for quite some time, but Trebuchets don't have a great damage output, whereas the Bombards do. Both castles are on fire right now, but the army looks a lot more promising here for Wham.
Yeah, Nesta B's teeing off on the backside. Keep still online. I think, yeah, Keep still online for both of these players at the moment. Elite upgrades have come through. Elite Gulams. Looks like maybe even elite crossbows. Hard to tell, though. But Keep does go down on that north side. Springwoods. I don't actually see where are the Springwoods right now, Litter. Did Wham lose his Springs? No, he's got 6 Springwoods. So Mangonel does get a decent shot off on the back. Numbers not terrible right now for Puppy Paw. This isn't over just yet.
It's tricky though, because Puppy Paw is the one that lost his castle, and now he's got no anti-siege. It's 6 Springolds versus 1, so these Nest of Bees from Wham will reign supreme. Springolds dive deep, they take out the Trebuchet. So it is really Wham that preserves his keep, whereas on the other side, numbers are just dwindling here for Puppy Paw. He is struggling with gold very, very badly. 600 per minute is just not enough for late game.
Yeah, at this stage, I mean, it's very, very difficult to get out all the siege and then the units that you want as well. We now start to see Puppy Paw switching into Gulams, big, massive Gulams. It's also got the crossbows on the back. I think this makes a lot of sense, but have a look at Wham's army. It is going to start transitioning into hand cannoneers here. Keep in mind, they do have access to the Pyrotechnics upgrade, which increases their range even further. So from 4 range up to 5.5 range, it makes it extra, extra nice for these fights.
just don't know what the plan is here for Puppy Paw. He's going heavy crossbows, which is, in general, a very cost-effective unit. But at the same time, it's a unit that does cost a considerable amount of gold, and he just doesn't have that steady gold income. He does have that passive resource income, but it's not going to last forever.
Yeah, Wham in a great spot now. Hank Kennedy numbers looking very good. He's up to 12 Palace Guards in the front as well. They do relatively well against crossbows, I'll say that much. Crossbows cost-effectively are able to outmatch the hand cannoneers, but keep in mind when you throw in micro and range like this, it's not going to matter. And ladies and gentlemen, the game number 1 of this series going over to Wham.
I am still a little puzzled about the game plan over here for Puppy Paw. I thought it was going to be aggressive gold now at the beginning, maybe Sacred Sites mid-game, but really, it just felt a little lackluster, so to say, whereas we've seen, once again, the player that goes defensive and just builds that eco up, takes it to late game prevail. That has been the pattern so far, and this is the one that puts Wham on board for the second best of 7.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So he starts off, and another thing to note here is you've got the Chinese, which I wouldn't really consider like a top tier pick, that have taken out the Aobids, which probably, you know, a little bit past their heyday, but they're still a pretty decent pick here for a number of maps. So that's a very nice win there for Wham to start things off. 28-minute game as well.
Yeah, this definitely was on the longer side of things, this game does, but I think now moving forward, one of the key things to look out for is how players will deal with this very defensive approach that we've been seeing to be very successful throughout this final day of the online stage for Red Bull Wololo. It has been extremely dominant, but it's a difficult thing to pull off on a map like Golden Heights. This is definitely going to be a higher tempo game here. We have the HRE pick coming in here for Wham, but no OOTD this time around from Puppy Paw. It's going to be the Mongols, so bit of a change up compared to the first time we've seen this map.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be a bit different here. Arguably one of the best civs at the moment, the Holy Roman Empire up against the Mongols. Traditionally not a matchup that is favorable for the Holy Roman Empire. So I think Puppy Paw will be quite happy with this matchup. Though on Golden Heights, it really is a different beast. You're not playing your standard land map. There's a new aspect involved, that's water, even though it's not a huge amount of water, like something that you could expect on Holy Island, where if you do manage to come away with it, there's 90% chance, 95% chance that you win the game. Whereas on Golden Heights, there's a lot less impact from, well, I wouldn't say there's a lot less, but there's still less impact on winning the water. You still want to try and win the water though, Litter.
I think you do, but at the same time, I don't know if Mongol double-trained Spearman versus the HRE eco-buff fueled Spearman push is actually going to work. So I'm wondering if Puppy Paw's game plan here going into this game with the Mongols is not to actually focus on the water that much. Think about it this way. First time we saw this matchup, both players basically blindly went for Spearman close to the shoreline. What if, instead of going for the water with your Mongol spears, you try to just go forward and hit your opponent's gold mine, say, okay, you're stuck in Feudal, I'm going to make a couple of spears, I'm going to rush Feudal, and because you already invested into that Rex and you're kind of stuck in Feudal, I'm going to have the upper hand going into early Feudal Age, maybe sneak a dock up, get some combat ships out. That could be an approach to take for Puppy Paw, but I just don't feel like straight up fighting on the shoreline Spearman v Spearman is something that the Mongols would be happy with.
Yes, I agree. I think that's definitely option number 1. Option number 2 is you can just go the exact same way that we saw him play it up against the Japanese, where I think it was Wham on the Mongols up against the Japanese for Puppy Paw, and he just put the dock down right next to the Japanese dock and was like, okay, well, I'm just going to build my arrow slits here, don't mind me. It was a very, low barrier to entry for quite a smart solution to that problem. So I guess that would be another option, but why would you take that option if you're already happy making spears in this situation? So if anything, I feel like Puppy Paw's probably going to be the one wanting to make spears.
Well, we just have 14 seconds left to go. The winner of this best of 7, he's going to have to go to Spain to face off against Marine Lord for the ultimate prize in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. But we have potentially 6 more games left to go as we head into Golden Heights for game number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And it looks like we are going to be having ourselves just a couple of spearmen. in the Dark Age as Wham01, who spawns in the south of the map in the color yellow on the Holy Roman Empire, looks to open us up with a barracks. Meanwhile, on the north of the map, in the color red, playing as the Mongols, we've got Puppy Paw, who is, well, he's just doing his thing as well.
So we talked about this, Ozzy, in the pre-game. I'm not sure if actually that makes the cut for the YouTube version, but just to reiterate, fighting on the shoreline with Spearman is generally not a good idea when you're playing the Mongols. You can see that Wham is going into Spearman immediately, but it is happening inside his base. So he's ready for any kind of aggression coming his way from Puppy Paw. Went forward straight away. He didn't even scout the shoreline. He didn't scout for sheep whatsoever. He straight up went to check what Puppy Paw is going for. Because this map, HRE is a powerful civ on it. It's a standard civ on it. Mongols, a bit more of a wild card, although it's not an unprecedented civ pick either. But you really feel like Wham is just trying to match whatever Puppy Paw is doing for the initial part of this game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. We can see Puppy Paw so far. It just looks like he's going to be chilling out. No dock, no barracks. Have we even got an Uvu out of this guy yet? I think it's next to the town center, isn't it? It's got to be. There's no way it's not. And we do see, with Wham opening spears here, yeah, so it's the Uvu and the barracks. With Wham opening spears here, I like this a lot. I feel like you get a lot of value opening spears against the Mongols. Every time I'm playing against the Mongols as the Chinese, I love opening spears. Just because you're always able to put on pressure at one of their pressure points. Whether that be the gold, whether that be the Uvu. They got to pick one. So let's see exactly what the plan is as he drops off the sheep.
So here's the trick. I just want to highlight one small thing here. The TC for Puppy Paw is atrociously far away from the gold. So if he stops making spears and Wham just pushes that gold mine, he could easily deny the gold that he needs for Feudal Age. That's something that we need to keep an eye out on. Puppy Paw, if he gets denied of this gold, he's never getting Feudal Age. But more importantly, when you have this Spearman v Spearman long-distance fighting going on, players having their production inside their bases, it often comes down to whoever chickens out first or whoever pulls the trigger first. Which of these two players will stop military production and go to Feudal? If you overinvest into Spearman, it could be very, very bad for you because you could suddenly have a dozen Spearmen facing off against archers.
A little bit of a number advantage now coming in for Wham. This is not a common thing to see in this matchup where the Mongols don't have the number advantage early on. But take a look at this as the movement speed gets thrown in by the Khan. Looks like he's able to position himself well. Sixth Spearman now going to be joining, but of course Puppy Paw falls back before that sixth spear can unify the front line.
It's 8 spears versus 7. So far, Puppy Paw has been double training them, so he's getting that discount. On the other side, though, Wham does have that boost from the Prelate, and that's starting to show. He has the food he needs for Feudal Age. He has the gold, or almost has the gold for this. At the same time, for Puppy Paw, he's still very, very far away, and this could be very dicey, because it looks like Wham could easily beat him to Feudal.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here. Wham has an opportunity. Probably going to be going Ark and Chapel here. Does he have any good spots for it? Let's have a look. Nothing really. He's got the gold as well as a little bit of this backwood. It's probably about, yeah, definitely the best option for him. I guess alternatively, he could have gone up the front, but it's always very dangerous putting your Archon towards the front of your base, because if you get idled, well, you lose your Archon, don't you? But Puppy Paw probably going to be dropping down. Ooh, got a Vil coming out for a dock. I love that Wham is still scouting out here, by the way.
Yeah, you have to. It has been some skirmishing going on, but at the end of the day, neither of these players really decided to engage. So you're looking for ways to essentially get past your opponent to build up some sort of an advantage. And if the water goes uncontested, might as well claim it.
Yeah, it's a smart move. I wonder if Wham's going to realize that, because I don't see the scout out there anymore. It's come back in now, doing a little bit more scouting. We do see the Silver Tree in as well. So a couple of win conditions already starting to come online for Puppy Paw. Silver Tree, trade, as well as water over on the east side of the map. So 2 potential avenues for victory here for Puppy Paw.
And this is an interesting dilemma for Wham to deal with, at least for the time being. He only has Spearmen, which are slow moving. He's actually confined into his base. But think about it this way. if he's trying to stop the trade, he needs to go left. If he's trying to stop the fishing, he needs to go right. You cannot reasonably do this at the same time with a very heavily infantry-focused army.
You can, however, wall the trade on the left and then just send units to the right. But numbers here looking pretty good for Wham. Keep in mind, the hardened upgrade is coming through as well, which is just going to bolster this attack. Puppy Paw with not a lot of villagers. Oh, but look at this. What the scouting is perfectly timed here by Wham. Really not skipping a beat.
Yeah, he needs to scout that. He needs to know that this is coming his way. And those are hardened spearmen from the HRE player Wham versus ordinary spearmen. Puppy Paw lagging behind in Feudal Age. So Puppy is going to have to fall back here for the time being. Has to double down on spearman production, queued up 2 more.
Yeah, spearman numbers looking good. Meanwhile, down towards the south side, we see that villager making his move. And of course, it's picked up before even that dock gets dropped down. Really well played by both of these guys. Just so on the ball. Mongol spears being chased away. I see a couple of bald heads in the back there. Have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 6 bald-headed spears right there. That's a lack of hair. That's a lot of lack of hair, Lidical. I'm always keeping an eye out for the bald spearmen. Gotta look after my brothers.
This could be a big interception, though. Villager also gets pulled. Oh, it's not needed. Khan would have finished it off anyways. But this is a huge interception. Wham isn't able to finish his dock.
Hardened spears up against hardened spears. Beautiful timing there by Puppy Paw. So not only does he manage to force that dock cancellation on the right side of the map, we also start to see nice little defense. Now, where are the archers going to be at? But have a look at this. Wham. It's going to be taking a page out of the book of Puppy Paw and instead just going to be going into men-at-arms.
Wham also lost his scout, so he's once again partially blind over here. He's not going to have a lot of line of sight to work with. And indeed, men-at-arms are coming in, but this is a fundamentally different game from the first instance of Golden Heights that we've seen in the previous set. These men-at-arms are not as tanky as the Order of the Dragon men-at-arms, but still pretty pricey for a Feudal Age economy, especially when you don't have any fishing. So I don't know how well Wham will be able to afford to continuously dive the enemy town center and towers with men-at-arms here.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit tough. Numbers are starting to really build up for him as well. Puppy Paw focusing a bit on the water. Kind of curious to see how many fishing boats he's got. I think probably, what, 1 or 2, maybe? But numbers looking good. Archer in the back as well. He's going to be able to idle him off gold. Where does he go for gold? Yeah, it's just the 2 fishing boats. Where does he go for gold now?
Yep, that's the problem, and this is the dilemma that you're having with the Mongols. Because you move your TC to the most optimal spot, but that might be far away from your gold mine, and really your fallback options are quite atrocious, to say the least.
Yeah, I got to agree. It's this is a very awkward spot now. Now with no gold, that means realistically no upgrades, no more fighting vessels out there. This is not an easy spot.
Oh, that's bad.
That is not good, is it? Jeez, that is so sad. You hate to see it. Poor little Gur. He was doing nothing wrong.
That must be so annoying here for Wham, because it's not just the fact that you have to relocate your gold mining operations, it's the fact that you have to rebuild a Gur, and that's just, again, an added level of annoyance where he was already in an annoying position. And sure enough, he's got a slightly better food eco, partially thanks to the fishing, although on the other side, Wham actually has some farming eco set up around the Aachen Chapel. But as long as you don't have gold, you're never going to make it to Castle Age.
Yeah, without the gold, it's tough. He's actually setting up in the middle now because, well, Wham's brought all of his forces back home because he's going to have to deal with the spears that are starting to put up a bit of a threat. Archer's also firing over the wall. Bit of an interesting wall that he's got here. A bit jagged. But fishing boat numbers continue to rise for Puppy Paw. Keep in mind, that is a win condition for him. If he can hold that water for long enough, he should start to really pick up the dividends from them. Spearman Archer combo. Looking good.
I think this is the domain where Wham is thinking about going up to Castle Age. And again, I just want to go back to that discussion we had before this game. So far, the entirety of today, we've seen this anchor down, focus on the eco, and then just unleash hell late game style, working wonders for either of these players. Every single game that one of these two have tried it, it worked wonders. And we're getting to the stage once again. Wham, he completely ignores water right now. He just says, listen, I've got the Aachen Chapel. I can farm back at home with great efficiency. I set my food eco up for great sustainability. Go to Castle Age. And to be fair, if he's uncontested, he might just go into Imperial to unlock the extra villager production from the Pass of Schwabia.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a pretty smart move. He's about to click up. Well, I say about to click up. I mean, he's still a little bit away from it, but at the moment, he's cleared for takeoff, which is a pretty smart move when you think about it. Like, typically when we think about water, if a person is taking water early on in the game, it's going to start paying itself off much sooner, and you can reap the rewards of that much sooner. But in this game here, it's taken quite a bit of time for Puppy Paw to come online with the water. If we go and have a look right now out there on the fishing boats, he's probably only sitting on like 7 or 8 fishing boats. So the numbers aren't that crazy at this stage of the game. So because of that...
Uh-oh, this is big. This is big. Wham gets pushed away from the gold mine. He actually has just enough to age up to Castle Age, but even if he does, he won't be able to afford the upgrades or premium units.
He's got gold to the north. He'll be fine. Look at that beautiful gold. He's had some good spawns today. We'll say that much. Gold at the back, gold at the front. Compare that over to Puppy Paw here, who's dealing with double gold in the front. It's not pretty.
Yeah, I was just about to add to the conversation about the fish, though. The distance to cover between the dock and the deep fish is actually pretty big on this map. It's actually much bigger than it is on many maps. So this also adds to that slow build-up of the benefits from that fishing eco being there.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually. So it's not as big as it could be. But yeah, I think that, like, typically Holy Roman Empire, Castle Age, very scary. Here with the water, it's still very scary. So we need to respect that. He's going to get at least 1 relic for free here. But yeah, we can see, all right, little vodka. He's decided to inspect this sad... Oh, my God. That's not what I expected.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It crossed my mind that we could go this way, but I didn't think that Wham was going to pull the trigger on that. Because, again, just go back to what we've discussed. Take it slow, build up slowly, and then snowball the game with a Juggernaut eco. That's what I expected. But considering that Wham doesn't have great map control, but he's got a really powerful food eco set up at the farms, he might just say, wait a minute, I could easily overwhelm my opponent who is still not in Castle Age, and he's going to just now start clicking up towards that.
Yeah, +1 ranged armor coming through now for Puppy Paw. Not going to be too much help here in this situation, I suspect. Wham only getting +1 ranged armor now. Silver Tree finally getting sat down. But this would probably be a bad time to invest in your trade economy, I would suspect, Liticor.
Yeah, that would be a terrible time, that's for sure. Right,
not a huge amount of vills, though, on that Burgrave. Only 8 vills, so it's a little bit of a slow burn on that age up. Age up comes through 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's take a look and see what the plan is. It's 5 men at arms in the queue. No real surprises there. +1 ranged armor on the way as well. He's just going to start pumping, and I think he's going to go... He's going to look to do some burning, but Stepper Out actually going to get put down here. Let's take a look at the gold mine. This could be trouble.
Oh, this could be nasty.
He spots it. He sees it. He's going straight in for it, but there's so many vills here. I think he gets it up no matter what. Oh,
yeah, he needs to force build it. He needs to force build this. He cannot afford to miss out on Castle. But this is terrible. This is as bad as it gets for Puppy Paw here.
He's just lucky that there's not more units here with pointier spears. Fortunately, those archers are able to clean it up. He takes a lot of damage on all of these vills, but doesn't really lose that many. You can see him picking off a couple. Archer numbers are decent here, but men-at-arm numbers rising for Wham quickly.
This is misleading, though, because, as you said, he only lost 8 villagers, quote-unquote. But a lot of the vills are very heavily damaged. Some of these are basically one hit for these men-at-arms.
These men-at-arms are just getting rallied in one by one, though. I don't like this.
Yeah, me neither. That's bad.
This is not good for Wham. The numbers here are looking decent for Puppy Paw, and you got to remember, he's into Burgrave now, so realistically, all Puppy Paw needs to do is get crossbow mass going, and he wins, right? Like, hypothetically, he's got water.
Oh, there's a group of archers. He's got veteran archers on the way, just south of that gold mine, and that could be a game changer.
Let's take a look at the archers in the middle.
Yep.
Outnumbered slightly. Puppy Paw doing a decent job on the military number. 43 against 23. So about double what his opponent's army is. And arm number continuing to rise, but you've just got to really consider the fact that the crossbow number is rising. Like there is a window with the Burgrave to kill, and that window has now closed. And not only has it closed, they put bricks in front of it, they've sealed it up, and put a big sign out the front that says "No more windows."
Yeah,
not just talking about the operating system.
This is part of the reason why Burgrave is not very frequently picked in high-level games. The reality is that if it doesn't work out in early castle, it's not going to work out for you at any given moment, and you're missing out on Ragni's Cathedral. Now, it's not the end of the world, but it's definitely something that Wham probably wanted to have slightly more advantages from, I guess. I'm actually wondering if he's going to pivot into that fast Imperial Pass of Schwabia play now, considering that he wasn't really able to just finish the game right here, right now.
I think that's actually a decent play, but I don't see how he oh, actually, no, I do see how he survives. He builds an outpost with a cannon emplacement on it. Okay, yeah, I can see that working. Is he going to have enough yeah, he's got enough resources to get there because he's got double gold inside the base, and he's also got all the farms. Okay, that definitely works. In fact, he's got 1,200 food a minute coming through right now. If he sticks to that, that could work. I like that, Lytical.
And men-at-arms are doing a lot here. The crossbows weren't really focusing down these men-at-arms. Ultimately, Puppy Paw just trades this army out here, but there's the second wave of men-at-arms coming to follow this up. Indeed, here they go. And they do have the maces on them. They have the 200 weapons as well for the extra boost. And you're looking for those gold miners out there. And I honestly love how he's just running to the back of the enemy base, because this forces Puppy Paw to pursue. Look at all those little red dots converging on this little incursion. Puppy Paw has to basically pull his entire army to respond to this, which just means that Wham is free to do whatever he wants, which I think right now is going to be collecting relics.
Well, have a look at this. He doesn't have a whole lot. I was going to say he doesn't have a whole lot of units in queue, but he just went and queued up like 4 men-at-arms. So I take that back. I was getting a little bit excited there because there's a part of me that is hoping that he goes imp. I think that's probably his only win condition, right?
Yeah,
I can't see
if he doesn't go imp, I don't like this. Because his composition is underwhelming. Men-at-arms will not work against mass crossbows. Puppy Paw does have a considerable eco lead from the fishing. You only have 1 relic. I don't think a castle v castle setup here benefits Swam.
Yeah, I don't see it either. Even if he'd gone into Relic or Regnitz here, I don't think it really would have made that much difference because the army advantage was in favor of Puppy Paw, so he couldn't have got the relics. So Burgrave was definitely a call. I don't know if it was the right call given the circumstances, but yeah. Now the question is, he's not opting for imp. He's continuing to make more and more units.
Yeah, the trick with the Burgrave is that if your opponent gets the crossbowman, you won't get much value out of it anymore. So maybe he anticipated Puppy Paw to be a little slower to Castle Age. Regardless of what happened, now we're looking at a setup where the population just looks a lot more promising for Puppy. It's 130 versus just 90. And you see Puppy is creeping up now with a couple of towers as well. He's got more than enough crossbows to deal with all these men-at-arms. Now, the concerning thing for Wham is that he cannot do much to contest the water. Looks like he's just going to dive the base, though. Big cluster of yellow units heading towards the base of Puppy Paw to the north, while Wham himself is going to get pushed right here.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of men-at-arms in that clump of yellow units. Looks like he's not going to be heading directly to the TC. Instead, just going to be picking up some reinforcements on the way. Numbers are decent, but it almost feels like the reinforcements that are here can almost clean up what is back here, which just leaves a whole bunch of units on the front line just chilling out for the moment. This is not an easy... Just maybe Wham goes into a Mangonel? Maybe is the Mangonel the way that he...
I don't think there's a way here. I think he's just outnumbered too much that indeed what Puppy Paw had back at home is enough to clean up that incursion, but at the same time, Wham had to commit almost all his troops up there. He barely has anything back at home to defend. Now, this man-at-arms raid could be massive. If he can kill those damaged and injured villagers, things could get a lot better for him in the long run. Oh, and look at all those villagers fleeing. They're running for their lives.
There they go. Look at them all. Jeez. Fortunately, there's just plenty of crossbows here to clean this up, so he's going to be fine. I think Puppy Paw's got this in the bag, though. I really don't see any way that he comes back from this. But you know the interesting thing, Litter? I feel like if he was Imperial... Oh, there's the Mango. If he was Imperial right now with a cannon emplacement, he would hold this without a shadow of a doubt. He holds it. But the Mangonel's going to hold for him, though. He can always just fall back and make a Springald. So this is where it gets difficult on the side of Wham.
The problem for Wham is that his farming eco is being shut down, and that was the only thing that really kept him alive in this game, that Akinchapel fueled food eco. And if he has that idled out, he's going to be in a very, very troublesome spot. Double towers as well to strengthen this forward position by Puppy Paw with Springald emplacements. It just makes it so difficult for Wham to clean this up and eliminate this pressure that's threatening his farming eco.
Yeah, he's been fortunate that it hasn't really shut it down just yet. It's just been temporary, but it feels like it might become permanent soon as that Trebuchet is now coming online for Puppy Paw. Can we take a look at the fishing economy for Puppy Paw? How's he doing out there? He's also got a... Is it? No, I think he's got a trader. Maybe a trader as well. Decent fishing economy, though. Yeah, not bad. 16 fishing boats. It's about where you'd expect him to be at this point. No extended lines
some of the fishing upgrades are missing, but his position is still just so good. Has all the map control in the world. Let's not forget, he's got the step right out as well, boosting his gold income. He didn't start the trade, though. The trade has been walled off to the north, but I mean, I don't think he needs trade at this point. He's got a very reliable food eco, good gold income as well, and Wham is just kind of stuck in this position. He accumulated enough stone for a keep, though, so I'm actually wondering if he's trying to rush up a keep soon to just stall this push out and maybe make his way into Imperial or so.
Yeah. I think it's an option, but the Treb's already out, right? And it's so easy for Mongols to add even more Trebs if they want. He's got double Treb out now, so I guess he's got the emergency repairs, which you can somewhat rely on, but even then, I think the best bet. Oh, has he dropped it? Where did all of his stone go?
Well, hello there, Mr. Trader. He's taking the long way around. There's actually no way around, but he's gonna try.
All right, numbers here. Yeah, that's where it went. Okay, so keep gonna be coming down. Bit of a weird keep.
Oh,
though.
now that's a Hail Mary.
Yeah, this is once again one of those Hail Marys, but you know, your captures don't have any arms.
Let's be fair. Even if this keep goes up, which with the men-at-arms arriving is likely going to be the case, it's a good thing that the Mongols can pack up their base and just run away.
Yes, that is a very good point. But it does, I mean, it does secure him gold. That's one way to consider it. Springalds. Decent exchange coming out. Wham holding on once again. And arms underneath the town centers. Going to force the Vils back away.
That's a lot of men-at-arms, though. It's kind of a Hail Mary, but this could work out very well if he can kill a couple more villagers. A lot of these Vils are still heavily beaten up.
What's the point in the keep, though? I just don't understand the keep. What do you achieve?
He needs the gold.
Shut down the wood line, I guess.
He needs the gold as well, because I think the last gold mine he has inside his base, it's virtually depleted. Plus, the starting wood lines are also pretty much depleted. So he just needed that position. He needed the wood. He needed the gold. And I guess it also makes this game a little bit more chaotic, which I really think he needs, because if this game goes on as it was going for the last 5 or so minutes, it's just not going to work out for him. Wham needs chaos to come back into this game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The other thing he also needs is Palace of Swabia. And the longer this game goes on, the less impact Swabia has. Trebs are slowly working down the base as well. Emergency repairs is only going to have enough repairs for a little bit longer.
Oh, but look at this. That distraction going into the eco means that some of these siege weapons are left alone here, only a handful of crossbows protecting them. That's some good value, especially with so many Springolds out there for Wham. Like, credit Wham really for stalling this push out and just living to see another day.
That was impressive. I'm going to say that much. I did not expect that to happen. Very well played by him. Springold numbers still very, very healthy here. He's now going to be bringing his own down Puppy Paw. Mangonel's on the back, but these outposts are problematic. Tagging at Palace now going to be coming up for Puppy Paw, so he's going to be looking to go into Imp first here.
Yeah, he's been piling up the resource for him for a while, but at the same time, he's got 0 wood income. That has been the case for some time, and that also, again, just explains that keep to you. He's got 0 wood income to work with, and that also means that he's got no anti-siege right now. As I'm saying that, yeah, there's no anti-siege on the side of Puppy Paw, just the Stranglehold towers. But that Mangonel, this needs to be a clutch Mangonel here for Wham. He needs to just keep these crossbows at bay with that Mango. Otherwise, I feel like this game is going to slip away from him.
It's a decent shot. Right towards the front. He's falling back. So from here for Wham, it should just be, or for rather for Puppy Paw, roller shutter triggers, make a couple Springles, win the game, right? Like it's super simple.
It should be.
When
yes.
I say it like that, it's super simple.
Oh, he did. Wait a minute. He didn't deploy the stepper out. Oh, come on. Come on. That's just so much efficiency lost.
Political, I'm sure he deployed the stepper out. I just don't think the stepper out decided to deploy. This is one of those
I mean,
things.
I'm looking at the end result, okay? I'm not blaming Puppy Paw here. I'm just stating facts. These villagers will be walking all the way back home with that gold.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're back online.
Yeah, I think Wham is trying to get to Castle as well, or to Imperial. He's been adding some more men-at-arms, but if he wants to have a shot at this game, now is a good time to get the Palace of Swabia. Villager count is actually neck and neck, by the way. Like all these villager kills, they started to take a toll on Puppy Paw's eco. Villager count is really decent here for Wham, given the circumstances.
How is he getting back into this game? These have been some crazy games today. There have been games where we just completely wrote off one player, and somehow they found a way back into it.
It's chaos all over, and I feel like fatigue must be setting in for these players now. This is game number 9 that they're playing today. This probably is the longest, or one of the longest playing days for their entire career.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think for most people it probably would be. It's a very long one for them, but. Looks like we've got Kaganet Palace starting to put out some of those elite units.
Including a Huawei Pao. There is a Huawei Pao on the way. You can see at the top of the screen. It's in queue.
I'm looking for it. Oh, yeah, it is too. Look at that big boy. Give it to me. 25 seconds. Oh, yeah.
But guess what? Like, all this kind of just poking around between these two players means that Wham can go into Imperial here, and this could be massive. That means that he can have shutter triggers himself. He doesn't really get much of a benefit for the men-at-arms or the knights that the HRE usually makes. They just don't have any like very special HRE-specific upgrades for Imperial. But at the very least, he's going to have that technological parity with his opponent now.
Yeah, I mean, the highlight for me is definitely getting the Swabia online. The only issue I've got is that I feel like it's coming at least 10 minutes too late. He had an opportunity very early in this game to go into Swabia. He just didn't do it. I feel like he might pay the cost. May pay with his life here. But numbers looking good. Mango shots. Let's watch. No, they've gone onto the men-at-arms. They needed to go into the back line.
Yeah, big push coming against that castle, though. And I think that's the win condition now for Puppy Paw. He realized that one resource Wham isn't going to have a long time access to. It's going to be gold. That was the only gold mine that Wham had access to, and now that's being cut off from him.
Yeah, there was another gold on the low ground, but it looks like that's also been cut off as well.
Yeah, there's just no gold right now for Wham to work with. He's got 3 relics, that's it. Technically, he's got the corner for the market, but I'm not even sure if that's going to be safe for a long, long time, because now Puppy is just flooding units all across the map. Shutter triggers, by the way, it's an upgrade that just now came in, or it's just now coming in for Puppy Paw. It's very, very late, given when he went up to Imperial.
Yeah, Wham's going to be able to respond with Culverin, which should be okay, but that's until... I don't know whether improved roller shutter triggers will be on the table for Puppy Paw, but when it is, then he should have the advantage in that siege wall.
Once again, it's a 2-pronged attack from Puppy Paw. He's threatening this wall, this only gold mine that Wham has. This is a near-depleted gold mine as well. And there's also the second force coming in from the right side. Again, I just feel like Wham is stuck in this position, and there's just no way out of it.
Yeah, it very much feels like he's been backed into this corner, but he is still holding with this siege over towards the east side, you know? Who needs units when you've just got a Mangonel and a couple Springles? That'll do the rest of it. Men-at-Arms now going to start pushing. don't think he's got the elite upgrades in just yet, has he? Have these guys been elite upgraded? Doesn't look like it. They're just veterans.
I don't think it matters much. He's facing off against hand cannoneers, crossbows, horse archers, like all of the units that are just exceptionally good against these men-at-arms. Like, I think that's the main concern here for Wham. His army cannot really stand and fight against the one that Puppy Paw has.
Yeah, he's looking good now. This is starting to get scary. Still siege is decent. Bombard now going to be coming out. Breaks through that wall. Siege numbers still holding for Wham. Triple mango. We'll open the floodgates. It's just going to be... we do have horsemen now coming out for Puppy Paw as well. Decent number of horsemen coming out here.
Yeah, a horseman could easily do the trick. If they break through the walls, just flood into the eco, they could wipe Wham out. Wham once again looking for a push into the enemy base. But one thing I think that helps a lot for Puppy Paw here is that his eco is very well spread. The gold mine is very far away from the starting TC. Food eco is also partially on the water in the form of fishing boats. It's very, very difficult for Wham to do any damage to that eco.
Well, I guess we're going to drop a keep in the same spot as before. He's got another gold down there on the low ground as well that he can access, but oh, those Hui Hui Pows though. He got 2 Hui Hui Pow rolls. It was like, what, 5 minutes ago that he aged up, so that's not very good RNG. I think Hui Hui Pow is considered to be a pretty unfavorable roll on the Kakanat Palace.
The range on those guys are insane, though. Like, you can actually take this uphill position and just start bombarding the base of Wham over here. Wham, his army count is still just very underwhelming, and he just keeps going into man-at-arms against what is now 20 hand cannoneers, 30 crossbowmen. I just don't think this is going to work for him.
I think it's 18 range, isn't it? It's a really long range.
Yeah, it's an extremely long range. It's longer than the ordinary traps. And that's big for the Mongols because... let's keep in mind, the Mongols don't have the classic trebuchet. You need 18 tiles range, so it actually does outrange even the ordinary trebuchets, let alone the actual trebuchets that the Mongols have access to.
Keep is going down. You can see the evacuation's already started here. Another keep, secondary keep down on the south side between 2 golds. Definitely a nice position here. Man-at-Arms able to chase away those horsemen before any damage can be done. He's a very happy camper here, but once again, the Hui Hui Power will be able to very easily move down to deal with this effectively.
Yeah, Keep is gone once again. And Wham actually snuck out to the right side, though. And to be fair, this is the first time I'm seeing some signs of improvement from him. He leveraged that Pulse of Shrabi up for the extra villager production. Now he's up by 30 eco. And he managed to secure this large gold vein for him. And as much as I've been saying that, you know, he was stuck for a long time, kind of the same goes for Puppy Paw now. He's been always in front of that enemy base. He looked like he was going to be able to finish the game off very soon, but he never did. And now we're looking at Wham with an increasingly better and better eco, and finally some real gold access.
Yeah. I'm curious how long it's going to last, though, because there's Hui Hui Power moving into position, and there's no Culverin out at the moment for Wham. We do see those Vills going to be falling back into the keep, keeping it alive. Men-at-Arms now going to be running rampage through the base of the Mongols.
Ooh, that could be nasty. I don't think they see the Vills, though. They don't have good line of sight.
It's right outside their line of sight. That could have been very instrumental in this game. But Wham's Vill count looking beautiful. He's up 30 Vills at the moment. Is it 30 Vills? Yeah, 30 Vills.
Oh, they see the Vills, but it's going to be too late. You have some hand cannoneers and crossbows right here. I think the main event right now is right next to that keep from Wham. He needs that gold mine if he wants to have a shot at this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the gold mine on the bottom side as well. I don't know why he's not using that one. He's actually got 2 on the bottom side here. Mango's going to tee off on the back side. Should be able to find a good connection here. Big shot goes a little bit too wide off the top. He's looking for a second follow-up. Is he going to be able to find it once again?
Beautiful dodges. Just beautiful, beautiful dodges. Castle hasn't really been focused down, though. It's still fairly healthy. It's been raining down damage and destruction on these crossbows and the hand cannoneers. Villagers actually should be committed to the repairs over here because the villagers themselves aren't being shot at. But finally, with these men-at-arms cleaned up, it might just be the end here for Wham. the inefficiency is just baffling on the use of those men-at-arms, by the way. Like, he's been spamming men-at-arms into the direct counter units for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is, it's just been non-stop, hasn't it? He's just been only making men-at-arms into crossbows. You know, I think I mentioned it about, what, 12 minutes, 13 minutes into the game. I said, okay, you know, the Burgrave window has completely closed. You know, we've got our crossbows out. This is it. It's over. Yet, still he's managed to hang around for quite some time in here.
Yeah, I just don't know if it was worth it, to be honest. Like, again, I do not know what the concept for Wham was in this game, for the second half of this game. I see him trying to raid his way back into this game, but it's just not working out because he's barely getting villager kills and he's just sacrificing more and more men-at-arms. Now he's totally out of gold.
Yeah, it's going to be tough without gold. Keep in mind, when it comes to Relic count as well, he's got 3 Relics, which isn't too bad, but he's got no Regnants, which means it's going to be difficult for him. And there it is.
Well, the game finally gets called over here. It is 1 apiece now with Puppy Paw evening out this series. Wham held on for a long, long time here, but he simply just wasn't able to turn this around. A long and grindy game, and this is something that KP has touched on. I'm sure he's got a lot of thoughts about this too, once again. Games have been getting longer and longer in this series.
Oh, the slogs are not always favoring Wham, though, and that's important. The player we usually would have pinned to be favorable in the late game, not looking at here, even with the desirable Civ, but an interesting detail around the HRE. 104 bans here in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, and yet they simply cannot win in the grand finals whatsoever. They have trailed to the Order of the Dragon, and now the Mongols as well. And you're going to be wondering, what the hell was happening there? There was a little bit of talk about maybe some suboptimal play, maybe some slower reactions. For a reminder for folks, this is the reset. That was game number 9 between Puppy Paw and Wham. 9-game series are usually tippity top. Maximum I think we maybe have ever had in Age of Empires 4 is a best of 11. And at this pacing, they are going to eclipse that back-to-back with only a 10-minute break halfway through. It is insane these lads are still going. And I know a few people in the chat are going to go, wow, I mean, KP, I grind for 8 hours a day. It's nothing. The levels of stress, the levels of adrenaline that is pumping through these lads' veins hour after hour as they power through is nothing but a grand feat here. The fact that they are still swinging like this is also so damn impressive. And, well, now it gets more interesting because when we look at the matchup so far, we talked about this going in when they faced off against each other yesterday. First time they faced each other this year. Previous year, Puppy Paw was by far the dominant player of the two when they clashed with a 70% win rate in 2023. Wham has started to answer back. And I'm starting to wonder, as we get a little bit deeper into this series, could it just be that these more unorthodox picks that we were worried about Wham having actually serve him well? Because the reality is, when you know how Age of Empires is meant to play, when you have an orderly structure to it, the draft that Puppy Paw has with things such as the Delhi, the Abbasids, Ayyubids, Byzantines, all these things that just kind of make sense for the map pool serve you well. But when you are a little bit slower, or a little bit more distracted, or a little bit off the beaten path, that's where these weird Civ picks, such as the Zhuji, such as, for example, maybe a Japanese or an Ottoman pick, can ruin your opponent. And it might be that we're heading into that for the next game. Because, folks, looking forward here, Wham is actually the one who will have his hands on the Zhuji for Kawasan. And reminder of what we saw yesterday with the absurdity of a 200 resource meditation garden leading to a Chuganu spam. It's fair to say there's still so much to figure out in this series and so many crafty strategies for the Canadians to still reveal. Whew. With that in mind, though, boys, we have to start asking the question, is there a player here, Lidicor, that looks a bit cleaner, right? Like 5 hours into a back and forth slog, are you seeing one of these two that looks a little bit more constructed still as we play deep into these games?
The short answer is no. The long answer is that at this point, you're not asking who is a little bit more polished or well-constructed. You're asking who is the less scrappy of the two, because we're definitely starting to see signs of attrition on both sides here. They have been playing for quite some time. And, you know, with the average game length also increasing for the last couple of games, it has been a fight for both of these guys. And we're far from the end here. This is only game number 3 of another best of 7. So I feel like, just following that chain of thought, this series could easily come down to the player that has slightly more stamina and actually makes less mistakes rather than the one that gets a very well-constructed game plan going. In fact, I'm starting to wonder if players will start becoming a lot more conservative and patient and slow-paced and just looking for the opponent to make a move instead of trying to finish the games themselves.
That keeps things scary here, because when we looked at Puppy Paw's draft, we saw a quick route to success. Delhi, Malians, Abbasids on hybrids, Mongols, all fast-paced civs. Wham! Something a little safer there. English, Rus, Ottomans, Japanese. If we are heading into late-game situations, the draft and the playstyle could easily favor Wham. So let's see if Puppy Paw can ramp up the tempo in game number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3. We're here on Kawasan to watch Wham and Puppy Paw in the grand final. It's technically game number 3, but Liticor, that doesn't tell the full story, does it?
It certainly doesn't. We started the day with this best of 7. Puppy Paw, having come from the lower bracket, needed to win that series to force a second best of 7 decider, but at the end of this very series, we will know which of these 2 Canadians will face off Marine Lord and Castle de Almodovar at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. And we, once again, had to Kawasan. We had this map in the first best of 7 as well, but the civilizations were extremely different in that setup. We had Japanese against Mongols, I do believe. This is a fundamentally different matchup, and 2 civilizations, especially Chuxi, that you don't very frequently see on this map.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the Juicy over here. This is going to be a bit of an interesting one. Of course, the start for the Abbasid, it's going to be pretty typical, out onto the water. But for Wham, there is a distinct lack of wood gathering in this early game, which is very interesting. Normally, when it comes to a water map, you'd expect for players to open up with fishing boats. But we don't see that here. He's going to be looking to rush instead, up to the Feudal Age. What do you think the plan is?
Well, we've seen that drop a dock with weapon emplacements in your face style approach in the first instance of this map being played between these 2. So I'm actually wondering if that's the plan once again. If you don't chop wood in Dark Age, you're just rushing Feudal. And with Chuxi, you also age up with your Meditation Gardens. So going for that quick Feudal Age means that you're getting that eco boost very, very early. So I guess that's an extra benefit of just going... Wait a minute. What even is that?
You know what it is? He's stopping the meditation gardens that are about to be placed down in the middle of the map. You can see the Juicy Vills moving up from the south, and he wants to stop it from happening because he knows his brother inside out.
It's been a long day, and I'm going to be blunt with you. I never thought about that strategy, but it makes so much sense here for Wham and Puppy Paw. We've seen some long games before. This time around, this could be a shorty if this age-up gets denied.
Yeah, this is going to be a short one. Oh, boy.
That is completely disastrous. A villager lost, age-up cancelled. And the cool thing about this whole setup here for Puppy Paw is that he isn't even idling the villagers in the middle. He's got all the berries. What a start for him.
Jeez, that is a tough start, isn't it? I mean, if you take a look at that meditation gardens where it was going to be placed, you're talking about a meditation gardens that's looking about maybe 200 food a minute. That's a lot of food. Compared to this, you're getting a little bit closer to maybe 50 food a minute, if you're lucky.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been a beautiful spot, as the observers are highlighting to us. Multiple berry patches, stone, wood. That could have been an 11 out of 10 meditation gardens, and now you're looking at a delayed meditation garden and a quite suboptimal one. And as production is actually telling us from behind the scenes, this is something, the central Juxi garden, is something that we've seen from the Canadians yesterday in the previous rounds.
Alrighty then. Military wing now going to be coming up on the side of Puppy Paw, so you can expect a little bit of aggression coming out as well. I'm kind of curious to see where Wham goes from here. So typically in this matchup, at least for the Chinese, in the Feudal Age, all you need to do is make the Zhuganu. and you do very well. Was that an accidental bell? That was an accidental bell ring right there. The day is getting long, my friend. If you're accidentally ringing the bell, that is a sign that things are starting to take a toll.
Yeah, fatigue is certainly kicking in for these players. They've been playing for almost 5 hours now. But, you know, that's just the way it is. It's double elimination. And at the end of the day, the player winning this series gets a ticket to Spade. So you really have to fight for this. It's a range up, though, and Jugenu are coming out. And just to answer your question, as you said, it's a great start for Puppy Paw to deny that, that landmark in the middle. But the big question is what the follow-up is.
Yeah, I mean, from here, it seems pretty simple, right? Like, for Wham, he's going to dock on both sides. He's also going to apply pressure with the Jugunu just to make sure that the military wing doesn't have any real response. In fact, he's only gone into the 2 Jugunu, even though he can technically afford more. And he's still going to have the timing advantage over Puppy Paw, at least just very closely. We can see now, it looks like the Dow's going to be coming out for Puppy Paw. On the side of Wham, we also see the Archer ship coming out for him. But keep in mind, he is docking both sides.
Yeah, this is going to get very chaotic very, very quickly over here. First combat ships coming out for both of these players. There is a Springlehold ship in queue for Puppy Paw. That's not so much the case for Wham, though. Puppy Paw just feels like he has the head start on the water. At the same time, though, this is a nice little jump with the galley. Does a lot of damage on these spearmen. And with the Jugenu closing distance, this small force that was provided to by Puppy Paw by the military wing, it just gets eradicated very quickly.
Yeah, you can see that Wham's just focusing down the archers. He knows what the threat is here. So focuses down the archers on the back line. All that's left are those spears. Very easy. And what beautiful micro as well. Doesn't end up losing that Jugunu. But have a look at this. He's spotted out the Vil over on the other
Nice
side
micro.
of the pond. Oh, beautifully done. Puppy Paw now having to cancel on that secondary pond.
That hurts a lot here for Puppy Paw. He's got the other pond. In fact, he's got a massive advantage in there. We haven't really taken a look, but he's got multiple combat ships. I think he's got a couple of fishing boats as well, indeed. And you can see Wham has no units in queue for this dock, so he's just giving up on this for the time being. So it looks like we're just going to have that even-Steven split of ponds, but Puppy Paw started building up that fishing eco a lot sooner than his opponent did.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of a lead on this. We can see at the moment about 5 villager advantage. But Puppy Paw, with a pretty decent military advantage here, will transition this into a healthy eco lead. So how does Wham look to defend from this position? In fact, this is a hard play for Wham right now because all Puppy Paw needs to do is use the food from his fish and make horsemen. And that's pretty much it. Obviously, Wham's side, he makes spears, but the fact that you've got those extra fishing boats coming in and giving your economy that extra bit of oomph, it means that the bad trades that you take or the less favorable trades that you take with the Jugunu aren't that bad, just simply because you've got more resources to expend.
I mean, I think one thing that could be cool here for Wham, especially if he sees horsemen coming from the opposing player, it would be to wall off the flanks. He's got a very well wallable base. And at the same time, he's had double broadaxe for a long time compared to Puppy Paw. Puppy just got it. So there is still a lot more behind this. And now this is an interesting call. Siege Engineering being popped by Wham with only 6 Chukenu. Now, of course, you can clown car your way through, but the thing is that Ram and Siege Engineering is it's an expensive investment in early game like this. So if it falls flat, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, that's something that you've always got to be careful of, especially in this situation where you've got Puppy Paw who's got a lot of food income. So even if you idle out the enemy's food gathering on land, they've still got that food coming in from water. It looks like Puppy Paw might just be going straight up to Castle Age instead. This could be a bit of a problem for him. I don't think Wham's in a position to really strike him down and deal damage that would be fatal. But if he's able to keep him idled off gold, it could be problematic.
Yeah, it's Castle Age coming in here for Puppy Paw. He is looking for Castle, and this timing push could be devastating. When your opponent is trying to beat you to Castle Age, if you can deny the gold, that could be perfect. Because if you deny the gold, you essentially take away the opportunity to get the premium units in Castle or the key upgrades.
Bills are going to get pulled immediately, though. The Jukunu jump out. Doesn't quite have the damage to actually get the one shot off. Every Vill is going to be pulled here. Brings in the Woodliners out to the back. Also throws the Vills from outside the town, or outside the outpost. Just able to take out very quickly the battering ram. But he's done quite a bit of damage here and continues to strike hot right now. Have a look at this. Wham taking out a lot of villagers. Vill count down to 37 versus 42. Wham all of a sudden in favor. He's also going to pick up a couple more if he gets the correct stabs. Didn't by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this though, Ozzy, because on one end, yes, you killed a lot of villagers, but on the other side of things, the ram got destroyed, you've lost a pretty significant portion of your attacking force, and your opponent is almost up the cost stage. I love this sneak out though. By the way, on a land-based map, those casualties would be massive. It's a little less significant on this map because you have that fishing supplementing you. So when the dust settles, it's only a 4 eco difference between these two, but Puppy Paw is going to be in Castle Age. Now this is huge though. If Wham sees all this build-up, I don't know what he's going to do with that, but that's a clear telling tale that Wham is basically all-in this Feudal Age.
Yeah, that's a lot of build-up down towards those berries. Castle Age now comes through. Let's have a look at the production and get an idea on where these guys go. Next battering ram working its way through. Keep in mind there's a lot of Vills on standby, but Puppy Paw is going to be a lot more reluctant to strike this battering ram after what happened with the last one. You can see Wham's almost waiting in the wings with the Jukunu just ready to strike.
I feel like you need a Mangonel here if you're Puppy Paw. He's going Gulam, which is a good start, but he's outnumbered 4-1. You cannot just hold this with Gulam or Lancers, whatever single kind of a unit. That's not going to work. But if he can leverage that Abbasid ability to build siege weapons and just build a Mangonel, that could be a lifesaver. A single Mango here could hold this push. And again, it's huge that Wham lost his scout and he's got no idea that Puppy is on the gold mine to the southeast. That gold mine is essentially the lifeline of Puppy Paw right now.
Not only that, but he's also got a stockpile of 800 gold, which means that he's going to be really getting away with murder for quite some time. But under the TC, Vill's going to be running. Speaking of murder right now, Gulam going to be the one to tank it up, trying his best to keep his Vill safe, and manages to do it.
That's a lot of idle time on Puppy Paw, but at the same time, let's not forget, Puppy still has safe gold income. He's got food income from the fishing boats as well, and this is a lovely jump of the villagers on the Rams. Rams were totally left alone by these Jukenu, and Puppy's doing a really good job just pushing these away. Maybe he should have thrown the torches to the other ones, so at least he finishes one of those two off.
Yeah, spread out the damage, unfortunately, but have a look at this. Wham just knows inside out what his brother is thinking. Sends the spear down onto that gold van. There's already an outpost there, so the Vills will be okay. But it's only a matter of time until more units show up. Maybe a Jukunu or two. Maybe a battering ram or two.
Wood is the problem for Puppy Paw here. He's desperate for wood because, you see, he's got 5 Gulam in queue, but he only has 2 ranks. He needs like 2 or 3 more barracks to quickly get the Gulam out he needs to deal with this. Now new units are being rallied towards this gold mine, and it's not just the gold now. There's also a wood line here to the left. Again, a lifeline here for Puppy Paw. He needs it to build houses. He's actually housed right now, and he just desperately needs that to get the new Gulam out. And you can actually see the priorities here, even for Puppy Paw. It's actually more important for him to protect this pocket, to protect this lifeline of economy, than to actually protect his main base.
Yeah, it's really, really important that he keeps this online. He does actually have other golds around the map that he would be very easily able to secure if he wanted to. So it's obviously important that he keeps it alive, but it's definitely not the last remnant of gold. Gulam getting bugged out there.
That lack of production is haunting Puppy Paw so much, and we're getting to the domain where even if he cleans this up, it's going to be too late because Wham is now heading towards Castle Age as well. I think this game should have Wham written all over it. All this chaos, all this disruption that was caused on Puppy Paw's eco, it's taking a toll on him. It's 15 eco lead now for Wham, and sure enough, Gulam count is slowly increasing. But at the end of the day, Wham is going to be in Costage in the next few minutes too.
Yeah, he's doing a good job to focus down the Gulams as well. We can see a lot of them on low health. Just going to get picked off. And now that gold becomes exposed. I think we've had a lot of Vills running around, and you can see him just picking off villager after villager. He's taken out 13 already this game. He's going to continue kiting his way through. Gulams numbers aren't looking terrible, though, at this point. He's up to 7 Gulams now. And as you mentioned, he did get that infrastructure down.
And now it's just 10 army remaining for Puppy Paw. He is finally in the possession of the barracks he needs to mass-produce Gulam, but it just comes in too late. Shukunu just keep kiting around, and now it's Costage on the way for Wham. It's going to be with the Shaolin Monastery, so right off the bat, he's going to be able to pick up all these relics out there. He has a very convincing population lead. It's actually almost double the population right now. And, you know, this has been basically back and forth between these two players for the entirety of today. A single Wham win, followed by a single Puppy Paw win, rinse and repeat. And it looks like this pattern continues. Previous game taken by Puppy Paw, and now Wham once again looking strong. Looking like the player who's going to secure game number 3.
Yeah, he's doing very well so far in this game. Military Pop still heavily in favor of him. Crossbow numbers are going to start rising now. And once those crossbows are out on the field, these Gulams will stand no chance. Looks like a couple of Shaolin monks as well, so I'm going to start picking up relics, looking to capture some sacred sites. A lot of passive gold to be gathered here. There's the crossbow numbers starting to build. It's up to 4 now. Adding more in towards the front side.
Gulam count still just at 13, and now with Costage in for Wham, he's mixing in crossbows, a hard counter to all these Gulam. Previous game, it took a long time for Wham to just step out of this one. This time around, it's Puppy Paw staying in a game where things aren't going his way, to say the least.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to keep it together. He's got his own battering ram out here now. Numbers for Wham looking good, though. Still maintaining that 2-to-1 ratio. Up to 10 crossbows now.
That's exactly what he needs. He can just put it on cruise control now. I would be surprised if Wham took any risks at this point. Again, fatigue is kicking in for these players. He's in a good position. There is no need to risk anything. He just needs to kind of put it on cruise control and finish this game.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But one interesting thing to know is we did just see a stable coming up on the west corner of the map. So if there's a way back into this game for Puppy Paw, it's going to be through raiding. It's going to be through taking out those large villager centers.
Yeah, it's always difficult, though, because you also have that fishing eco going on for Wham, so you won't be able to just raid your way back into the game easily. And at the same time, it's not even Puppy Paw raiding Wham, but vice versa. Once again, beautiful push here. So many villagers falling, and I mean, at this point, this is just getting further and further away from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, you can see the villager lead now in favor of Wham by 22. 24 now. Just continues to grow. Picks off another 2. 26. Just keep adding them to the tally at this point, Litter.
Yeah, he's everywhere. That army count is just really being put to a good use. There's a second town center, by the way, from Puppy Paw, so you can clearly see the game plan here. Mango pops out, trying to hold off this army, gets a nice hit going. But once again, another shot could make it happen. But to be fair, if you are Wham, you are okay trading these troops for villagers, because at this point, Puppy simply cannot afford to lose more vills. Even though you have some beautiful mangonel shot, it just feels like it's too little too late.
Yep, every day of the week you're happy taking this trade. That was very, very painful to watch for Puppy Paw. Down to 38 vills now compared to the 73 of Wham. And he is taking out vills from his opponent, but it's only with Gulams. They're very, very slow to DPS.
It's 58 population against 112. And that is before the fishing eco of Puppy Paw actually gets threatened. If you're Wham now, you would make a Stranglehold, and you would just start sniping these fishing boats. Or you make a ram like he's doing right now, and you take out the docks. Most of the eco that Puppy Paw has is actually on water now, not even on land.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's been very vicious of an assault here from Wham today. He definitely took it personally when Puppy Paw attacked him in the early game.
Well. Poppy Paw is trying to rate his way back into this game, but this is just looking near impossible. It's tough to say that, but it is looking near impossible at this point. The only surprising thing, really, is that Wham is only on a single relic. I probably would have expected more using the Shaolin Monastery, but I guess this game was very chaotic, and he was just mostly focused on actually finishing the game instead of collecting relics.
Yep, that was exactly my response. When you said that he's only on one relic, I was thinking, oh, he should be on more, but actually, no, it's been very chaotic. He hasn't really had an opportunity to collect relics, and look at this. Still going down here. These two Gulams have been going for the last minute. If these were Zhuge-Nu, there would be no Vils here. But they're not Zhuge-Nu, so it takes a long time to get through it.
Well, Poppy Paw is still taking his time over here, trying to make something happen. He is on 2 TC, so technically there is some reboom potential here, but this is more about Wham. He shouldn't allow this to happen. In fact, I'm actually a little surprised that he didn't drop a keep in front of the enemy base yet. That would be a great way to just say, okay, get out of my game.
Yeah, definitely. Alternative is just dropping a whole bunch of rams down as well. There's nothing like just flipping 40 Vils onto wood and saying, okay, I'm just going to make a few rams. But numbers looking good here for Poppy Paw. He's got the Mango in the back as well, but we can see the Palace Guards are going to be able to move up here. Decent shot from that Mango. It's quite a few units there. The Palace Guard numbers are just overwhelming. I think he should be able to make a connection. Indeed, they've made their way through. All the range units push right up as well. Mangonel unable to make a single shot there. And he cleans up the army. Gulam's going to go down here. Is this the last of it? There is a couple more military units out there, but realistically, this is pretty much the last of his military.
I'm really wondering if either of these players are now trying to just build on the concept of attrition. Because in the previous game, it was Wham who was in that game for a very long time, even though his position was very bad. And there's no way on this planet that Poppy Paw thinks that he's got a really good shot at this, right? It really feels like, okay, he's going to give it a go, but under different circumstances, he might have already tapped out.
Yeah, I suspect it's largely he's just trying to tire his brother out here. And there we go. He said, you know what? We've had enough here. We've done enough running around. I think there's also an element of wanting to make sure you squeeze every single bit of blood out of the stone, just to make sure that there's none left in there.
Yeah,
really
I have to agree with that. There is no harm in staying in a game, especially because we see the numbers, we see the stats, the players don't. So maybe they say, okay, I've got a 10% chance, 20% chance. In a high-stakes game like this, you might want to roll the dice on that 10% or 5% chance even.
That is exactly right. Yeah. All right. Well, game number 3 going in favor of Wham. Our next map. Oh, we got ourselves a classic matchup. It's been a while since I've seen this. The Rus versus the French on Gorge. So very open map. This can be a cutthroat matchup as well. Depends how they want to play it. You know, they can play it a bit more aggressive with lots of Vil kills, or they can play it a little bit more defensive with a couple TCs. But I expect we're probably going to see a little bit more defensive just because with the Kremlin, naturally, Gremlins do very well in defending. So it makes a lot of sense to just sort of play into that.
Now, this is a matchup that we have not seen on this map for a long, long time. I can't even recall when the last time was I saw this matchup. In general, it wasn't a very frequent matchup, but definitely not on this map. Partly because Rus was such a powerful civilization on hybrid maps that if it wasn't banned, it was taken to a hybrid map. But here, well, we only have Socotra left as your quote-unquote hybrid map, but it's very, very different from the others. You don't have any fishing going on whatsoever. So, understandably, you have to use your Rus somewhere. And at the same time, we haven't really seen a lot of French in this tournament either. So, this is a civilization matchup specifically on Gorge that's quite unexplored in the current meta. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the players approach this. This could easily be just essentially a full night war type of a thing, or it could be something completely different. One thing to look out for will be the use of the militias, though, from the Rus player, Wham. Because those militias, if it's only a full night versus night battle, those militias can be the game changers.
Yes. Yeah, one of the big things that happens quite often in this matchup, or like anything with JD, knights are going to be your powerhouse in the feudal age. And naturally, someone's going to get ahead and someone's going to fall behind, and then that person is going to move into spears. But the good thing about the Rus is no matter who falls ahead or who falls behind, you've always got the Kremlin to rely on. It is just you press a button and now you've got spears. You never had to invest the wood in the barracks. You never had to upgrade them to hardened. They've just shadow teched. They're already there for you. So they're really, really nice. You can count on them early, count on them late. They stack up. They're just such a great, unique ability.
Well, well, well. We just have 8 seconds left to go. It's a 2-1 lead for for Wham, I should say, in this series. We head into Gorge for a true classic matchup, Rus versus the French, as we are taking a look at game number 4 of this very final best of 7 in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo, Reinado.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4 of this best of 7. This is not the first best of 7, but it will be the last best of 7. The winner of this series is going to Spain. So, Lidicor, I've heard that from our admin team that no matter who wins here, both of the brothers are just going to go to Spain anyway, because, well, that's a nice thing to do, right? If you've got a twin brother, may as well go traveling with him.
Yeah, like worst case scenario, if you think about it, you want to be there to cheer up your brother in the event, and at the end of the day, their tournament earnings allow them to just, you know, get a second ticket and some hotel stay for the person not making it there otherwise, and just be there as the #1 support person. And I'm sure, I think whoever wins over here, one thing that I'm certain about is that these two guys will practice a lot together. You know, just helping whichever of these two makes it into the finals against Marine Lord prep for that big matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be it, 100%. I'm going to be paying attention to this early game. I want to see exactly what the bounty is going to be looking like for Wham. Already up to 70. He spots a nice little wolf out here, Puppy Paw. He'll be looking to try and take that out. Now, he did open with a double scout as well. That's important to note. So it means that he's got the ability to contest deer packs on both sides of the map. At this stage, 2 scouts out for Wham. That third one now just coming online, going to be heading to the north. But so far, it looks pretty decent for Puppy Paw. He's managed to find this hunt right in the back corner. He's also found the hunt down in the south corner as well. Take a look and see, is there any hunt remaining on this map? Or has Puppy Paw denied all 3 of them?
It's only 70 bounties so far. There is one untouched deer pack right here. This one was denied by Puppy Paw. He's playing double scout, so he needs to do a good job denying these. He actually had that investment in there. Wolves can still be found, though, and these are much-needed wolves here for Wham, because if he doesn't get a lot more value out of these scouts, he's going to have to miss out on the wheelbarrow as he's aging up, and that's always a big loss for the Rus.
Kremlin now coming through. 4 villages on the way. But yes, we do see... Oh, it's a good little Kremlin spot as well up the front here. Only gets a little bit of the wood line, or just gets the small wood line rather. School of Cavalry coming back up for Puppy Paw. No real surprises here out of these landmarks. Only real surprise is Wham's bounty, right? 120 is definitely not a formidable amount.
Well, there's something else that's actually very, well, I'm not going to say unusual, but definitely something that is worth to highlight. The Kremlin placement from Wham is very much to the front. Now, this means 2 things. Number 1, he is going to have that gold mine totally undefended, and in a night ward, that could be catastrophic. He might need to place a tower there in the long run. But second, he's going to have all that extra food secured by the Kremlin. So if he can protect his gold mine, he's going to have a lot of like longevity with his food and gold eco. Whereas for Puppy Paw, anywhere he goes for food, it's going to be exposed to night raids.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Puppy Paw is not going to have an easy time right here. I'm curious to see how he plans on playing this one out and whether he goes into the racks a bit earlier. You know, we mentioned the racks, and normally you want to avoid being the first one to go into the racks. Just simply because even though spearmen do counter knights, knights can just run away from spears. So you want to try and avoid that as much as possible. And then your opponent can just avoid fighting with you until they get archers, and then they can fight with you. So it becomes a very simple thing to deal with.
It's going to be a stone play, though, here by Puppy Paws. He's going to play 2 TCs. Same is the case for Wham, and we've been theory crafting about this for some time, you know. As the game, or as the day goes longer and longer, attrition and fatigue is kicking in for players. And Night Wars specifically are extremely micro-intensive. So this is kind of what we expected. Players maybe hunkering down a little more, playing more macro and playing maybe longer games potentially, instead of trying these very aggro plays which require a lot of micro and attention.
All right, well, scouts on the way back home. Plenty of food back here coming for them, so he'll at least not have to leave his base for quite some time, Puppy Paw won't. But we'll check in with Wham and see how he's doing, as the town center will be coming up shortly. Both of these guys are going to be opting for that second TC early on in this game. He managed to get up to 195 bounty, which isn't terrible. He's also got the prospect of boars as well to consider. So boar in the left corner, boar in the right corner. But one thing to note, though, Puppy Paw does have that knight out and could look to just deny it instead.
Yeah, first knight coming in here for Puppy Paw. He's going to play 2 TCs, just like Wham will. I think if you're Wham, you want that second town center on that gold mine, though. But he thinks otherwise, and he goes for a very forward town center over here. In general, this like direction of expansion is towards the opponent, which is somewhat unusual.
TC coming up. Nice little position here from the scout, but unfortunately the scout just gets taken out. He's now down on that south side as well, looking to try and block any potential night strikes. Could look to call the Kremlin in. Is just going to throw down a barracks to open with. Interesting decision making here from Wham. So not even going to mess around as the second scout goes down. He brings in the third one and says, you know what? You've had 2 so far, Lidicor. I'll give you a third.
I see where Wham is going with this. It really feels like he's just trying to make as little investment into Feudal Age army production as humanly possible, which makes me think that he wants to do 2 TC into Fast Castle. And I have a gut feeling that we might see Horse Archers here. It would be an awesome unit for an open map like this, especially if your opponent is heavily invested into Knights. Horse Archers will eat them for breakfast, and they will provide you with so much mobility. I feel like that would be a great way to play this for Wham.
I feel like we're revisiting 2021 back when the Horse Archer meta was at its strongest. A couple little differences in there, though. Obviously, back then it was the Golden Gate. Do you remember the Golden Gate? How it used to be so good? Like, so desired.
That was a ridiculous landmark at the time.
It was pretty good now that you think about it. It was like, because town centers were a lot cheaper back then as well, so you could just buy 2 sets of stone and you could afford the TC.
You know, like the whole thing with the TC cost increase is that, in a way, that was a nerf to the Golden Gate, not even the 2 town center play.
Yeah, it was. Oh, jeez. Spear numbers starting to build here. Puppy Paw. Going to be adding in another knight. Look at the walls coming up from both players. All right, Lidicor. I hope you got your socks on, mate, because this one's going to be a long one. You're going to need your socks because, well, it's going to get cold because it's going to be nighttime by the time we get finished casting this one.
It's going to be morning for you. It's definitely going to be nighttime for me here in the US. Second TC just now coming, well, just now finished here for Puppy Paw. Villager count is neck and neck. And it looks like, I'm not so sure about this wall placement in particular. I would have preferred it in front of the sacred site instead of behind it. But the general concept of sectioning off the map against the French is a good idea. And even if you don't have those walls on the flanks, just having walls in the middle means that your opponent has to just circle around. You can't just directly go towards the enemy base.
Yes, exactly. And you can very easily predict where they're going to be coming from as well if you do that. So that's always another great consideration. But ideally, you probably want to wall them off completely. Got some good resources down there. You've got the boar down there. Also got the berries. So important resources for the early game, at least. Spear's going to be coming out as well for Puppy Paw. Have a look at this. He's already got 2 spears in the queue. So both players going to be looking to move into a bit more infantry.
makes a lot of sense if you don't want to invest into a lot of army in Feudal Age. You just want to focus on your eco, but you're a little concerned about night raids coming in. 8 Spearmen is a pretty hefty investment, though, here for Wham, so he definitely was concerned about additional aggression coming in from Puppy Paw.
All right, let's take a little bit of a look here to the base of Puppy Paw. Keep in mind, he is playing the French. They have been buffed up recently, so they do have a little bit more eco, a little bit more vills early on. Spear's now going to start applying pressure towards this gold. For Puppy Paw, there's two options here. He can look to throw that gold into extra units like the Royal Knight, or he can think about aging up. Meanwhile, on the side of Wham, looks like he might be thinking about doing the latter. There's a lot of resources in the bank there for him. 400 gold already.
This is annoying, though. Villagers moving out here for Wham into this little pocket, and the Knight is around to beat them up. One villager sniped, and then Puppy Paw gets out of here. But still, not just snipes a villager, also forces a defensive tower out.
Yeah, that's pretty big. It's not really doing anything down there other than just allowing the vills to just garrison inside. So, yeah, this is a nice little win here. Wham just going to be fixing up that wall. Where even was that wall? I don't even know. Was that on the other side of the sacred site? No, it was up to the north. Bit of a weird wall. Yeah, look at this. What's going on here with this vill? I always worry with these vills. They always manage to find their way onto the wrong side of the wall. And the enemy comes along right as they're trying to get back. It's happening right now. I don't like the chances for that vill. Pay attention to it, though, a bit later. Vill count in favor.
Resources are piled up, though. It looks like we're going to have pretty much identical Castle Age timings here. Double Broadaxe just not coming in, by the way, for Wham. His wheelbarrow was also very heavily delayed because of the lack of bounty. And it looks like, yeah, for a moment, Puppy Paw queued up some additional knights. And now, upon canceling some of those units, he's actually going to be able to click up in a couple of seconds. Another nice villager pick, though. He definitely has been the more active of the two players when it comes to beating up the enemy eco. As I'm saying that the Spearman is actually going to get a kill there.
Yeah, numbers looking decent so far as well for Puppy Paw. He's about to click up. There it goes. Guild Hall it is. Knights come through. Manages to pick up another vill, so that's going to be 3. Wham was asleep at the keyboard there. A bit of a delay before he actually got inside, but have a look at this once again. Puppy Paw looking very strong in this match. Already a 9 villager lead in this game. Quite a few idols coming in for Wham as well. All right, on the side of Wham, though. Range up should be coming through shortly. Normally, you'd expect to see in this situation the high trade house, but I don't know whether he's got any way decent to put it down. On this map, like, realistically, you probably want to go on the big clump at the back of your base, but even then, it's probably not going to be an optimal placement. It's still probably better than going for the Abbey of Trinity. It's definitely fallen out of favor in recent times.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Abbey in general is that, like, if you don't get the relics, it's going to be virtually useless. It's not, like, catastrophically useless. You get some cool text with it. But the High Trade House has a much higher floor compared to the Abbey of the Trinity.
Yes, I got to agree with that. You can see it does look like it's going to be going down in the north of the map. But it's not just going down in the north of the map, it's also going to be going down on this gold mine. Puppy Paw continues to apply pressure. He's looking good early on in this game. Already picked up 6 workers so far. Let's take a look at that high trade house. Lytical, what's your bet on numbers? You've got to be quick. There's 15 vills on that bad boy.
Where is it at? It's probably 120, I want to say. Something like that.
120 gold? Okay, all right. Yeah, I can respect that. I'm going to go a little bit less. I reckon like maybe a 98. Let's take a look. I think we check it and then we double it, and then that's the number that we've got. I think that's how it calculates gold.
Yeah, I mean, it needs some time until it actually gets on with trickle, right?
What? Oh, yeah, it's because it's not static amount of gold per tree anymore, is it?
Here comes the Night Raid, though, and this one is big, and this is something that has been a big difference between these two players. Puppypaw has been able to snipe villagers left and right across this game. He killed 10 compared to just 4 from Wham. And that, coupled with the French villager production boost, you actually do have a 14 villager lead for Puppypaw now.
Yeah, it's really starting to build up for him. This is a combination of that aggression that we've seen, as well as the faster villager training time for the French now. So it's a nice little change. Vils going for a quick wall. Will he be able to find it? Manages to get it just in time.
Oh.
Very well timed there by Puppypaw.
Right side is still open. He needs to rush the right side.
Yeah, look at the Vils doing a bit of a dance, bit of a jig. Ooh, he hasn't found it.
And again,
he's got the walls up. Oh, the militia have died as well. Look at this. All the militia have gone. They've expired now.
Oh, that is catastrophic for Wham. This could very well be the game here. So many villagers lost. And again, we just go back to that fatigue discussion. That wall just a couple of seconds too late. And these two knights, now they're trapped, but I think they're more than happy with what they accomplished because they managed to kill so many villagers.
All right, looks like a little catch made over on this east side of the map. Spears, once again, just gonna... they're trying to take the fight, but they can't, unfortunately, because the knights just outrun them.
And knights keep circling around Wham, and this is the problem here for Wham. He actually built the walls to the north, the walls to the mid as well. Oh, once again, knights just dive in. And this is just rinse and repeat from Puppypaw. He is playing the most elementary age vampires humanly possible. Just sends in knight after knight, keeps picking off villagers, and Wham is just struggling to keep track of all these small groups of knights with the slow-moving army that he does have.
I feel like Wham is one raid away from a Reddit thread where he just posts and says, French are overpowered. I can't do anything about their knights. So many times this has happened in the history of Age of Empires 4. And I feel like Wham is reliving every silver player's worst nightmare. Looks like we've
Chamber
got
of Commerce, 600 in there. That's not a lot. It's in food. Oh, was it 130?
Yeah, 132. You were pretty close. What did you say? You said, I think, didn't you say that?
I said 120.
Pretty good. That's pretty decent. Pretty close. I think I said like 70 or something like that. So, yeah, smashed me out of the ballpark. Yeah, so 700 food. Not too bad there for Puppypaw. Keep in mind, he could look to do the Donati strat, pull it all out and send it to Imperial. It's always a nice way to finish a game. Throw down the Red Palace.
It's probably going to be held in there until it's like a respectable amount, and indeed it might just be used for Imperial first. The Relic just now being picked up here by Wham. At the same time, though, actually that's Puppypaw that's picking up the Relic over here. This knight count is scary, however. It's 20 knights, and sure enough, you have 16 spearmen. You have 19 crossbows to deal with them, but Puppypaw is never going to give you a fight. Puppypaw is just going to keep running circles around Wham and just keep getting away with those villager kills. And those villager kills, they are really the driving force behind that success here for Puppypaw. He's up by almost 30 eco now.
Yeah, but not just that. Have a look at the military numbers here as well. He's up 21 Royal Knights. And at first, this looks scary. Then you realize there's spear crossbow on the other side. But then you've got to remember that Puppypaw has the ability to just move into something like the Mangonel, or he can just go Imperial, look for those unique biology upgrades, the Elite Royal Knight upgrade. It's a lot of power in the Imperial Age here for him.
Yeah, exactly. Because he hasn't got the Royal Bloodlines in Castle Age with the Landmark, he needs to wait for Imperial to get that. So there's a lot more value in going into Imperial than it is in many cases of playing the French.
Yes. Nice little raid coming through. Once again, it's just non-stop over here. And this, you know, one of the weird things is we've seen him build up these walls early on in the game. And he never once built the walls down towards the south side of the map. It was just the walls ceased to exist. I don't know why he didn't complete the walls, but nice little surrounding right now. Crossbow's getting caught out of position. Keep in mind the guild hall is online, whereas the Royal Institute is not here. So he doesn't have the Royal Bloodline upgrade. These are just your standard Royal Knights here, so they're not as strong as you would normally expect.
Yeah, this is not a fight that you wanted to take if you're Puppy Paw, and this gets a little dicey here, to be fair, because suddenly you've lost a lot of your knights, you've lost a lot of that mobility, a lot of your knights are heavily damaged as well. Wham gains some map control, and the moment that you stop these raids, these spearmen and crossbows will be heading your way. Wham is floating a lot of resources, making a pivot into crossbows, or arbaletier to be precise, but he already pulled the food from the guild hall. And right now, he's just kind of caught in between two things. I think he wants to go into Imperial, but he's just lacking the food to do so.
I think he hit the button a little bit too early there, but there we go. He's managed to find it. Which way does he go? Does he throw down the Red Palace? Indeed, he does throw it down. Nice little safe gold over towards the west side as well. We'll secure up that flank completely. Keep in mind, there's a nice big gold behind that as well. In fact, that's an insanely good Red Palace. Have a look at how many resources are stacked in on that position. It's just crazy.
Red Palace coming in here for Puppy Paw. He really needs this landmark completed, though. If he gets caught in transition here, this could be catastrophic for him. He's got a considerable eco lead, but army count right now is massively in the favor of Wham. It's a 3-to-1 ratio as things stand.
Yeah, but there are Royal Knights, and, well, there's Imperial Age now as well. Let's take a look and see what direction he goes. Does he go into arbaletier? That's always going to be an option with things like gambesons, yeah, I think that's probably going to be the main focus. Or does he look to go into Royal Knights?
Yeah, the trick with the Royal Knights here... The trick with the Royal Knights is that Wham has an army that hard counters that. So sure enough, you have the value, but you don't want to stand and fight against this army with the Royal Knights.
Yeah, I mean, ideally against this army, you just want to go for archers, right? Like, the huge, massive archers, and Mangoes does very, very well here, but numbers looking decent for Puppy Paw. Huge amount of arbaletier now starting to come out. He's up to 13 arbs. 3 more in queue.
And there comes Can't Hold Settles. A lot of these key upgrades for those knights, they take a long time to research, so that's one of the windows that Wham could exploit, but instead it looks like he's just thinking about Imperial Age himself. It remains to be seen if he wants to go with the high armory or maybe go very aggressive with this Spasskaya Tower.
I think you probably want to go for high armory here. It's tough, right? You're up against the French, so Spasskaya Tower, you get the stone walls as well, which is nice, but he's got a decent surround here. Arbaletier, don't drop the shields yet. They've got that extra armor against melee units, but they do still take quite a bit of damage against the ranged counterparts on the backline. Decent cleanup comes through. Wham now, going to be trying his best to defend.
This was a masterful move here by Puppy Paw. He detached the knights so that he can thin out the numbers of spearmen with his own arbaletier. At the end of the day, though, these are still a lot of knights being lost to the crossbows once again. Problem is that you are running knights into a hard counter style unit, and when the dust settles, the two armies just cancel out essentially, and we're just back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board, but now the Arbs have got that elite upgrade in. Keep in mind, Wham still in the castle age at this stage, so now going to be fighting against a unit that is much better than his standard crossbow, but it's also an age down as well, so this is not an easy spot. The age up about to come through, though. Where does he look to place it down? Is it? Does he go? It's just gonna be
I would love
armory.
a Spasskaya Tower in the middle. It's going to be a high armory, which is probably the more obvious choice. But in a map like, or in a match like this, on a map like this, I feel like a Spasskaya Tower in the middle would give that safety and presence there. Plus, of course, stone walls. And this map, Gorge, if it goes long, it always comes down to whoever is able to get that raid going, whoever is able to break through the walls and get cavalry into the enemy eco. If you don't have stone walls, it's very difficult to defend against those raids.
Well, the walls are now starting to come up along the bottom side. Looks very safe and secure. High armory, 16 bills on it. What's the plan from here? I mean, Puppy Paw's got a decent economic lead, decent, not really a military lead so much, but eco lead seems fine. So I think he can just play full arbs here and then just be careful of horsemen. I think that's probably the big thing. Because we now see Streltsy coming out for Wham, but arbs should do pretty decently against them.
One thing that we haven't had a chance to touch on is that Papipo was the player securing the majority of the relics. He's got a 4-to-1 split here, so Tithe Barnes that's coming in just now for him is going to have a massive effect on this game. Looks like it's going to be heavy focus on Spearman and Streltsy over here for Wham. He's facing a lot of Arbaletria, which are very, very cost-effective. He needs Springolds, though, because right now he's got nothing to deal with those Mangonels.
Yeah, that will be a big problem. I do like this composition, though, going into Horseman, Arbaletria. Now looking to break through. Elite upgrade is through. He's trying to get his own elite upgrades as well, but it's only going to be for the Spearman. So still an effective upgrade, but Militia now going to be coming out. Gremlin's looking to defend. Surely he's got a few more tickets in the back pocket if he wanted to.
He might need to use it here, though, because he's outnumbered. Arbaletria with the elite upgrade diving in as well. Horsemen were sent to the north, too. And indeed, militias do get pulled as the crossbows and the Arbaletria face off against the Streltsy up here. Raids coming in for Papipo, immediately met by Spearman, but still, this is just such a strong position here for Papipo in front of the enemy base. Does take out the Springgold on the backline as well, and that means that the Mangonel can reign supreme. Papipo, inch by inch, is crawling forward.
Numbers looking good here for him. At about double the military population of his opponent. Kremlin, he's looking to get the Springgold emplacement on it. Mangonel coming through. Keep in mind he's got that reduced cost coming out from them now. Crossbow numbers still decent. 28 Arbaletria out for Papipo here. He's almost maxed, in fact. 195 out of 200. Up against the 136 of Wham. I think this might be GG right here. The military numbers just aren't going to be able to stack up.
Yeah, this is looking grim now for Wham. He's trying to get onto the field with more Streltsy, and the Streltsy would be really good if he had them on a Moss. Problem is that the Arbaletria are extremely cost-effective, and as we're looking at this one, looks like Papipo is going on the offensive, try to drop some keeps on the gold mine, and Wham finally decides to tap out of this one. This could be a long one, Ozzy, because we are now tied at 2 apiece.
It could indeed be a long one, Lidical. You know, we're almost 6 hours into this game, or into this this set. I don't know if you'd call it a set. It's a second set, and we're at 2-2, and it's a best of 7. So there's still another potential 1, 2, 3 games, 4 games, 3 games to go. And these guys, they love their late games. Like we were very fortunate that one went for 26 minutes. That could have been easily an hour game. You know, you're talking a map like Gorge. That's a map. We'll say that much. So I mean, Papipo came out with a pretty big lead early on there.
That's true. I'm impressed that that game was over as quickly as it was, because we're now, how many games in? That's the 11th game. We're heading into the 12th now. Still nobody on match point. Still nobody ready to say, me, I'll go to Spain. This has turned from a sprint into a marathon. And in that marathon, you know, we heard from Marine Lord, when you were casting him, he talked about the idea that he thinks at the highest level, defense is better than offense. I think what we're seeing here is when the fatigue sets in, being the attacker feels 10 times easier.
It's an interesting thought, and I have to agree with you. I feel like a lot is going to come down to these cavalry raids, because that's usually what you have trouble tracking down when you start getting fatigued. When you have to pay attention to 20 things nonstop, it's just going to get worse and worse. So, yeah, in early game, I think more defensive playstyles dominate when you just have a handful of troops out there, right? You kind of turtle up, focus on the eco, and then you want to unleash that raiding power on that one decisive push. That's probably the recipe for success, but, you know, that recipe usually gets thrown out the window when you go to a map like Socotra.
You do. And, you know, like, it's interesting going into this one, Dronga, because we've got some unorthodox picks. Byzantines has been seeing some appearance. But Order the Dragon rearing their ugly head, I can't help but feel this is almost like a supplement for a Mongol pick in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what's going on here, because we've got the English available for Wham. Papipo's got the Malians. These two civs are just very common for Socotra. And yet we see neither of them.
Yeah.
So I wonder what the metagaming is behind the scenes, what they're thinking, what their plans are. I mean, realistically, I don't know how it goes down. Have you ever seen this matchup before on Sakutra?
No, because no one who's saying picks Order the Dragon, really, do they? Right? Like we witnessed their first win today in this tournament. That's how weak they feel. But the only thing I can think here, maybe this makes sense later, is like the English pick and the Delhi pick on each side, right? Like, I think they handcuff each other. Like, we've seen Delhi on Socotra, and they look sick. So I think maybe Wham was worried about that for some of his picks. And then, you know, like on the other side, with the worry of English still being there, but you're not being, like, certain of it, Byzantines as well, it almost feels like they both had to take a safer pick while neither of them are on match point.
I understand that a lot at the end of the day, especially because whoever wins this game moves on to match point, and that could be massive. You're the first to move on to match point, you could roll the dice on a riskier strat just to finish this series. If you are facing an opponent that has a match point, though, you can't really afford to roll the dice going into game number 6. So I feel like, indeed, maybe going for this more conservative civilization over here is just a setup for what comes in game number 6. But Byzantines, so far 0-2 today, and I don't know if that pattern is going to continue. One thing I want to highlight though real quickly, KP, before we head into the game. Byzantines have both lost to Turtley games in the first best of 7. That is hard to do on a map like Socotra.
It's very uncomfortable. I'm wondering, though, how long could a series like this go on such a small map? It's time to find out. Game number 5, or if you like, game number 12, Puppy Paw versus Wham. It's time to get uncomfortable on the smallest map we've got.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. There's a lot of water on this map, but not a lot of fish. Does, however, reduce the playing field down quite a bit, but have a look at this. Puppy Paw opening us up with the barracks nice and early. Political, how do you feel about this? Aggression this early on from the Order of the Dragon.
This game could get very scrappy very quickly. The players are dead fatigued, and I think we're seeing this more and more in this series. And when you go into a setup like this, on a map like Socotra, this could easily come down to Dark Age Army Micro. Now, indeed, there is a villager moving towards the middle as well. Makes me wonder if we're actually going to see a villager pool for the boar here as well, for Puppy Paw. But there is going to be some aggression. It's only one villager coming through, so it seems like it's just going to be a tower rush. We could be in for a scrappy game here.
Look at the response already from Wham, though. The outpost is already up. He's walling around the edge. This guy knows what's up. And that's just crazy because these guys are so prepped. They face off against each other. They live in the same house. Fortunately, they don't live in the same bedroom. They've got their own bedrooms. But they do practice a lot together. They're very close. And as a result, they know each other inside out when it comes to their strategies. And so he spots the outpost and he says, all right, guys, we're just going to go back home. And, you know, it's plan B now.
Yeah, well, what's plan B here for Puppy Paw? Looks like he's moving towards that boar here. So if he wants to kill this, he basically needs to aggro it with the scout. You have to tank the damage with the scout that can heal back up. You definitely do not want to hurt this this Gilded Spearman, though. If you take some damage on the Veils, not ideal. But guess what? There is Wham to aggro the boar, so it starts beating up the Spearmen or the villagers instead of the enemy scout.
Yeah, very, very on the ball for him here. But, yeah, smart move here for Puppy Paw. Playing the Order of the Dragon. Obviously, you want to try and play into your strengths, and the boar is definitely one of those. I've played enough FFAs to know that. The boar is a very strong component here of this this opening for the Order of the Dragon. But Grand Winery going to be coming up for Wham. Look at the timing difference between these two. I mean, he had the spare wood, so throwing down the outpost was very easy for him to do. Whereas for Puppy Paw, this is going to be a bit of a delay on the age up.
And that's kind of what you expect when you go Dark Age racks. It's a big investment, and because of that, you're going to be delayed going into Feudal Age. So when you do that, the trade-off is that you're going to have some military presence, some harassment potential. But it also means that you could get beaten to Feudal Age, so you're going to be up against archers that just deals with your aggression. And this is why this tower out here for Wham is so valuable. This completely eliminates this aggression that we saw from Puppy Paw. This barracks and spearman investment didn't really pay off.
Yeah, definitely didn't pay off. I think he's leveraging as much as he can. by, you know, taking the boar in the middle of the map. But I think he probably still would have been able to do that anyway with the scout. So he would have been fine. But Minework Palace going to be coming up. Of course, realistically, the only option that you've got for the Order of the Dragon. I mean, you can play Arkan Chapel. It just doesn't feel like a real Arkan Chapel. You know, it's the Arkan Chapel that we've got at home.
It's going to be the Minework Palace on the other side, Grand Winery. That's the bigger thing here. And I feel like if you go for a Spearman with the OOTD in this setup, you're just asking the Byzantine player to play longbows.
Yeah, I suspect that's probably going to be the opening here, right? Like, nothing else really makes sense. I mean, you probably could play into javelins, but even then it's just, you're memeing at that point. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the big question is what the follow-up is going to be here for Puppy Paw. He's able to leverage the boar, which is nice and cool. But at the end of the day, the concern for him is that OOTD doesn't like these very, very confined maps, because probably your best option in Feudal Age OOTD is just playing with the Gilded Horsemen, trying to raid like you would normally do with Knights. But on a map like this is difficult to accomplish.
Yeah, there's a lot more of a restriction on what you can do at the back. And yeah, it's a bit peculiar. I mean, as I said, I think for the civilization picks, like, they were both trying to outbrain each other, when the reality is they just both outbrained themselves. I think Wham's position probably is a little bit more favorable, though. Archer now going to be coming out for him as well. We'll take a look and see whether we've got that mercenary house coming up just yet. You can see the... oh, we've got 2 Gilded Men-at-Arms in queue. Have a look at this. Puppy Paw might be committing into the Feudal Age. It is going to be the Javelin Thrower. Interesting choice, the Javelin Thrower. So my thinking here was that he might look to move into the Gilded Archer. And so that's why the Javelin Thrower could make sense. But I wonder if it's a little bit more complex than that. Maybe he's thinking the Javelin Thrower is decent because it does extra damage for those extra little bits of damage points against the Men-at-Arms. If you think about it, right, a longbow is 7 damage against 4 armor. The javelin is 9 damage against that 4 armor.
That's a good point that you're raising, because let's go back to just the first best of 7 we've seen. First time that the Order of the Dragon were able to win a game in this online stage. Scout goes down, by the way. That's going to be a lot of vision lost, annoying for Wham there. But in that game, in the first best of 7, we've seen the Order of the Dragon Men-at-Arms just swarming villagers under town centers. They're very, very tanky, and you could easily just annihilate your opponent's eco just by spamming these units into their eco. So I'm actually wondering, indeed, if the Javelin play is simply some sort of an plan or a solution to this potential Man-at-Arms spam that could come out from the Order of the Dragon player.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. He's going to go with the javelins now, so we can actually see he's got 2 sets of them in queue. So this is definitely a possibility for him. I'm curious to see whether it goes into +1 relatively early or not. But for the moment, it's just going to be a lot of ranged units. Puppy Paw on the other side, though. You can see he's got quite a number of Men-at-Arms coming out now. 3 Men-at-Arms, 2 more in queue. Looking to put on some pressure.
Yeah, those Men-at-Arms, they need to make something happen here, because if they don't, I feel like we could easily see Wham move on to match point here. He has been getting key upgrades here. He's got the Lumberjacking upgrade. And I think he's going to sneak around here unnoticed. Puppy Paw still has his scout alive. I think it's posturing in front of his base right now, just looking at the minimap. But he needs to spot this one. If these guys make it to the wood line, he could be easily beaten up. And indeed, this is just such a clever play from him. He has his wood line out there. He knows that this is going to be a point of aggression, so he postures his scout around to make sure that he isn't getting surprised.
Spots the wall out, immediately starts moving around, but once again, look at how responsive Puppy Paw is. You know, we're talking about gamers that have been playing for at least 6 hours now, and you got to remember that this isn't, you know, obviously we see guys get on there and stream for 10 hours on Twitch, 12 hours on Twitch. This isn't 12 hours on Twitch, mate, because these guys are playing highly intensive games right here. These are super duper intense games.
It's the biggest day of their AoE 4 career in terms of placement in a tournament. And, I mean, it could lead them to the biggest day of their, you know, soon-to-be career. getting to Spain and facing off against Marine Lord, the stakes are insanely high, and it's a very long and exhausting day that they've been playing. So indeed, as you highlighted, this is not the same thing as playing 6-7 hours on the ladder.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different, a lot more structured, a lot less variability as well in Civ. So it can be very scary. But speaking of scary, have a look at this. Wham's numbers are building up. He's got 13 military units now. So a fair bit of damage is coming through here. Golden Cuirass already through on these men-at-arms. Puppy Paw with about 7 at the moment. 8th one in queue. Siege Engineering on the way.
Yeah, these men-at-arms have been slowly picked apart, and so far Wham's defense was like very resolute and well-coordinated, I guess. He wants to go into Castle Age, so if Puppy Paw wants to make a timing push happen, it needs to happen very, very shortly. He's gonna have about 10 men-at-arms, and I feel like if he wants to do it, it's gonna be all about just shattering that eco. Sure enough, Wham is gonna be in Castle Age, but if he loses a bunch of villagers or is idled out for a long time, he is not going to be able to do much with that. But I'm really feeling that we're getting to that pivotal moment in this game where we could really see either of these players prevail. But one of these two players is going to have their position improved substantially in the next few minutes.
Yeah, we can see the numbers starting to look a little bit better for Puppy Paw. The big thing for me is I don't see how Wham really stops this. Like, Golden Horn Tower comes up. Congratulations. Now you're just making more javelins. And your javelins aren't going to be able to achieve much because you've got men-at-arms inside battering rams. How does he stop the battering rams?
I feel like he could pull villagers. Well, he's going to have to pull villagers here because that's the only tool he has. I don't know if that second ram is actually worth the time, though, because Wham is almost up. I think Puppy Paw needs to go.
I think the same thing. I mean, definitely want to get that second ram up, 100%. But now he's got the clown car. It's going to take some time for him to actually make some moves out here. Let's have a look and see. So, yeah, you can see just how much damage that men-at-arms is taking, even though it's got a lot of health on it. Oh, God, crossbows. In queue. Wham now. It's going to slowly build up here, but just remember these men-at-arms. These are pretty quick as well. They will chase you down.
And indeed, this is exactly what Puppy Paw needs to do. Shut down that eco, hit that gold mine, prevent premium units from coming out. Now, you have two ranges, however, and it's Castle Age here for Wham. He needs those crossbows to just kill these men-at-arms. This is why the rams are being repositioned, and Puppy Paw actually finished the second ram as well. He's got a lot of anti-building potential over here, and crossbows are only coming out very slowly. This timing push might just work out here.
Yeah, there's still 11 men-at-arms on the field. You can see them chasing away those archers towards the north. A couple of vills made it out in the south. Have a look at this. Lidicore, I don't think... Was Puppy Paw not paying attention here?
I think he needs to ignore that, frankly. First, he needs to get rid of these ranges, because as long as the ranges are standing, Wham can go for crossbows to deal with the men-at-arms. So first things first, he needs to get rid of the ranges, and then I think the gold mine is where the value is at. So that's why he's prioritizing this area, I feel.
You know, Lidicore, I remember back in the beta, I played against a guy named Zerton on the ladder, and he was playing the Holy Roman Empire, and he made only men-at-arms, and he absolutely destroyed me. And I remember thinking to myself, I don't know how to beat these only men-at-arms strategies. And we're here 3 years later, Lidda, and Wham is now wondering the same thing as Puppy Paw takes him out, pushes him to match point with men-at-arms only.
And it's 2 out of 2 so far with the OOTD. The same recipe that we've seen in the first best of 7 once again works out. Just 4 men-at-arms, trickling it into the enemy eco, making sure that, you know, your opponent simply has nowhere to go with their villagers, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and with that, Puppy Paw moves on to match point. He's the one coming from the lower bracket, by the way. He forced a 7th game in the previous series to essentially give us this second series. One more game win for him, and he is going to be the challenger of Marine Lord in the Castle de Almodovar in Spain.
Jeez, I can't believe you just said that. How did you even say that? Say that again. That was a fluke.
No, it's Castle de Almodovar in Cordoba, Spain, folks. That's exactly where we're going to have the LAN finals of this event all the way out in October. But There's still potentially a long way to go there, Aussie, because we do have potentially 2 more maps remaining. And we do have a civilization matchup that we do not very frequently see. Dry Arabia with English and the Malians. How do you feel about this?
I'm a little bit confused because these should have been the civs on the last map. And the civs on the last map should have been the civs on this map. Though, to be fair, I mean, Puppy Paw has still got Byzantines. Is Puppy Paw? I mean, Puppy Paw is just looking at the map or the civs and going, okay, well, he's got English. He's probably going to play English here, right? And then so just naturally takes Malians.
To be fair, in this matchup today, Byzantines are 0-3. So if we go to game number 7, you legit have to ask the question whether Puppy Paw wants to go for Byzantines or Delhi.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. But good matchup here for Puppy Paw. It's difficult playing out of Wham's corner. I mean, we've seen him already we've seen him on the English already today. So we kind of know what to expect. We've got another 90 seconds before the game starts, Litter. How do you think it's going to go down?
I wish I knew. I feel like at this point, I just don't know what to expect for this series. If you ask me for an objective opinion, I gotta say it's a Wham game, because today it was back and forth all the way. 1 win from Puppy Paw, 1 win from Wham. So this would be the first time we would break this pattern if it was Puppy Paw who won. But I really feel like this could go all the way. And to be fair, what a finale it would be for the online stage of El Reinado. 14 games between 2 juggernauts, the biggest day of their career as well. And really, I think this is the tournament where people started looking at Wham and Puppy Paw and saying, wait a minute, these guys aren't just here to contest the top 8, contest the top 4. They're here to contest the number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, they've done an incredible job. They've been on the rise for a couple of years. Obviously, they're at the last Wololo as well. They've always performed relatively well, but they've never really been able to snag that gold medal. Now, granted, Marine Lord's not here to snatch it away from them, but they've had some pretty formidable victories throughout this event. So, you know, huge credit to them. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in Spain. But before we get there, we've got to talk about today. Because even though we're on match point, Lidicor, you and I both know it ain't going to happen. If you haven't already, I don't know if we've had bets yet, but I would just be betting money on Wham, not because the Civ matchup, not because the map, but just because I know these guys and the fact that they trade wins back and forth between each other, which is very different from win trading. Whoa, we got ourselves a fast little scout right here, ladies and gentlemen.
And in we go. Match point. It is for Puppy Paw, so production is going to fix the score up top for you. Still, Puppy Paw, after what seems like an insanely long day. It actually was an insanely long day, but it really feels like we've been sitting here forever, Aussie, as we head into this potentially final game here. Match point for Puppy Paw. He's 1 game away from securing his ticket to Castle de Almodovar in Spain to face off against Marine Lord.
Are we going to see Dark Age Men-at-Arms here? You know, we've seen Feudal Men-at-Arms be very successful. Why not Dark Age Men-at-Arms? I could see that. I could see that working.
Because Dark Age Men-at-Arms are terrible. I think the trick to look out for, comparing this matchup to the OOTD matchups we've seen, is that a big part of the equation was the premium gilded men-at-arms that we had from the Order of the Dragon. Ordinary men-at-arms will struggle a lot more against this. But, you know, I just want to look back at the previous best of 7 we've seen. These 2 civilizations both faced Byzantines in that series, and both had that anchor down, take it to late game style setup where they just defeated the Byzantines. So I'm actually wondering what the setup is going to be here, because both of these civilizations are more than happy just sitting back on the cattle or on the farms and just taking it all the way to late. Who's going to be the player that pulls the trigger first? How aggressive are these players going to be here?
Well, if I'm on Wham's side, I'm thinking I'm going to be pretty aggressive. I've spotted out the gold positioning here for Puppy Paw, and I know it's on the front. But not only that, his second gold is also on the front. He's got no back gold whatsoever. So if I can get up in his face, maybe even go for a council hall, look to put on some pressure early with longbows, outposts, maybe a spearman or 2. Never mind, it's an abbey. Guess we're going for a second TC? Is that the play?
I would say yes. I think the problem here with the English is that if you play one TC, and you, let's say, try to play aggressive and fall flat, it's game over. Mali and Zico will just overwhelm you. And let's not forget, Puppy Paw is the one at match point. Wham is the player that cannot really afford to roll the dice that much. And so far, the pattern that we've seen in this entire series, not just this one, but the previous best of 7 between these two as well, is that the player that turtles up a little, plays a strong early defensive game, builds up the eco, is usually the one that is able to secure the win. So if you're Wham, you indeed are probably looking for that 2TC play, maybe into an early fast castle, go heavy onto the knights and just try to raid your way through this game. Because let's not forget, this is a much more open map compared to Socotra. Socotra is always a little janky. But when you go back to Gorge, the game number, what is that, game number 4? I'm losing my track of math at this point, this late in the day. But you go back to the Gorge game, Wham actually had a really good time when it comes to the raids with those knights.
Yeah, he did very, very well. It was just relentless coming out from him. I'm curious if Wham's going to be able to emulate that same success here today. I suspect probably not, just because from the Malian perspective, it's like all my resources are tucked under my TC. I've got my wood here, I'm safe. I've got food. You know, the gold is not really much of a problem. It's got houses around it. I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is for Wham. So we know 2 TCs. It's probably going to be the Castle Age follow-up, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be. I think you do 2 TC into essentially a semi-fast castle approach. Maybe try to secure some extra relics, but I would love to see knights from Wham at the very beginning. Later on, mid-Castle Age Men-at-Arms is probably the way to go, but I feel like, especially given how open the front of the base is for Puppy Paw, you probably just want to have that mobility with the Knights. It's going to be a second TC confirmed, spotted by Puppy Paw as well, so no surprise on that department. But really, 2 TC into semi-fast castle Knights opening is probably the best course of action for Wham here.
All right, well, the Rax is coming up for Puppy Paw, so he'll be looking to defend against that king early on here. Expect to see some cows out, though, because, well, Townsend is actually about to get dropped down here. Good little timing from Wham. So he's going to go on the deer as well. Have a look at Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw just knows. He just says, you know what? Like, I know exactly where this bad boy's going. I'm just going to start early.
I don't like this. We've seen this yesterday, and I didn't like it at that time either. The concept of a second TC is, again, I think this is something that we've highlighted before. You usually place it on food. But that English is an exception to that rule because you probably will go heavy on the farming. The thing I dislike about this is that this is redundant with one of the key strengths of your civilization. If you have some villagers on farms, some on the hunt, then, well, congratulations, you build a TC on the food, but you have nothing defending your gold right now, and this could be a vulnerability. Now, your gold is at the back, so I guess that compensates for some of this, but seeing that second TC placement for Puppy Paw, the target is clear. You gotta hit that gold mine.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. The one thing to note, though, is you can be a lot more active with this town center setup. So your age up is going to be a lot quicker. The other thing that you can do is, because you've got a quick age up now, you can actually go into a King's Palace and go into 3 TC. Because normally the idea would be you're going to go 2 TC, you go into the White Tower, you're going to put about 16 to 18 farms down in the transition period. You don't have to do that here. You can just go up straight away, which means because you're doing that, you've got the fast gather rate from the deer, and you're not paying the wood to put the farms down, which means you don't ever have to transfer the vills to wood. So it's a very quick way to get up to the Castle Age, and because of that, you can afford to go into the King's Palace. So I'm curious to see whether he approaches it with that same direction, because realistically, the White Tower, it's good, but it doesn't offer you a whole lot of flexibility in a situation like this, where realistically, you just want to combat those cows.
Now, for a moment, yeah, look at this. Now he's investing into farms. This is what I'm not really sold on. Like, luckily for Wham, Puppy Paw isn't pressuring that gold mine. But if at any given moment that gold mine is pressured and Wham doesn't have safe code to work with, he's going to look back and say, okay, this TC spot might not have been good.
A lot of villas on gold here. This is going to be a quick age up. I wonder if he does go for the King's Palace or the White Tower, because to me, the King's Palace makes the most sense here. It guarantees that you can just get up, have a field day. Whereas the White Tower, what are you even really defending if you put it down? Like, the second TC is already very far away. You don't really have a farm consolidation just yet. Though he is going for a wheelbarrow, which, once again, goes against the idea of the TC on the deer.
Yeah, King coming in here for a bit of a raid, and you can see that Puppy Paw has no desire to stay in Feudal Age for long. And in fact, it's very possible he's not even going to build up a massive cow-based economy and just try to beat his opponent to Castle Age.
Yeah. Yeah, Puppy Paw is actually not doing too bad here when it comes to the age-up timing. Only 7 vills, though, so not going to be going for the full... Or only 7 cows, rather. Not going to be going for the full 20 out of 20. At least at this stage, that's what it looks like.
Now, the big question is what Puppy Paw is aging up with. Because if he doesn't have a lot of cattle, this might actually be a Farimba garrison. It would be a gamble. It would be very aggro and all-in. But maybe he wants to finish quick. It's gonna be Fragranted Flonicle.
Yeah, there we go. It's the big cow landmark. Of course it is. It's been that way for at least... How long has it been that way? When was the last time we saw the other landmark?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. Like, it can be a versatile all-in style landmark. It's somewhat similar to the Burgrave Palace in a mindset. You're basically just all-inning that aggro play, and it can work under certain circumstances. I would have been surprised to see it, though. Like, to be fair, I would have liked it in this matchup. But I would have been surprised to see it, because the players just didn't play this all-in aggro style for quite some time.
He was going to put a White Tower down in the front of the base, but he's going to instead look to connect the 2 TCs. Gets decent coverage from this, but I fear that with this White Tower that it might be a little bit too far away from both of the TCs. But it's a decent spot, though, nonetheless. 19 vills on it as well. Big wall starting to come up as well for Puppy Paw on this south side, or on this east side of the map.
Yeah, looks like both players are anchoring down, and kind of what we expected, Aussie. This has been the pattern for the last couple of games. Players are slowing it down, and at this point, just saying, listen, I'm just going to build up a bigger economy. I don't want to worry about crazy micro. I don't want to worry about key decisive engagements. I just want to grind you down, build up a stronger eco, and then have a convincing army numbers advantage that kills you.
All right, well, age-ups are now through. It's going to be knights coming through for Wham, Puppy Paw. We see the sofa. So looking to mirror each other, moving into cavalry. He's got some great wood lines down here towards the south of this town center, so he can definitely look to connect the dots if he wants to. Get himself quite a bit of a free wall down there. Very open towards the north side of his base, though. Plenty of units now starting to come out. Looks like he's going to be moving into archers. So typically, with the Malians in the Feudal Age, you're going to be seeing that Donzo Javelin combo, and then once the Castle Age comes around, it's normally going to be the Sofa Archer combo. Once the Imperial Age comes around, well, maybe mix in a couple of Musofati. I know Crackety here always enjoyed a Musofati no matter the age, but yeah, I think Sofa Archer definitely makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I think this is where Puppy Paw is going to have to step things up in the army department, because this is where you're reaching the power spike of the Malians. Particularly, Poison Arrow Archers could be nasty in this matchup, especially if Wham doesn't have a lot of longbows to match that and just take it out. Sofas are fine, I think, but Poison Arrow Archers, if you can swarm the enemy base with that, that could be lethal. At the same time, I would expect Wham to play a little bit more defensive and just say, listen, I need to survive Castle Age. That's the true power spike of the Malians. Once we go into Imperial, it should be all about the English.
Yeah, I got to agree as well. Knight numbers are starting to look good now for Wham. Bit of a transition coming in on the farms too. Makes a good connection towards the top side. Keep in mind, though, those walls are starting to come up, so these knights are going to be very limited in their scope. Normally, with knights, you want to try and get out on the map. Oh my god, point blank to the face. Nice little pickup here. It's going to focus on this relic that's definitely contested. Able to secure it. But yeah, I think the big thing with knights is that normally you want to try and take advantage of an open base so that you're able to keep your opponent on their side of the map, look for potential Vil kills. But that's not going to happen here. Puppy Paw already walled up very early on in this game.
In many ways, it's remarkable how defensive the players are playing now. Like, again, if this was game number 2 of the series, or game number 2 of the day for them, they probably would have played this matchup very, very differently. But now it's just turtling down entirely, and these knights, all they do is just secure the map control that Wham needs to pick up some of these relics. Right now it's a relic race, and again, just look at this defensive positioning here. The houses along the pit mine also help to kind of body block these knights, making it even more difficult for Wham to get any kind of a villager kill or even damage done, to be honest.
Yeah, numbers now building for Puppy Paw. Have a look at the archer numbers. He's up to 14. So it's starting to switch in a couple of Donzos here. So I think respecting the fact that there are quite a few knights out on the field here. Veteran Sofa, he's yet to get their upgrades. No imported armor. He has maxed out on the cattle though. So it's always a good sign for the economy. How do you think this goes though, realistically? I feel like Puppy Paw probably has a nice little timing in the next, say, 5 minutes.
I 100% agree. You can actually see him focusing on that imported armor coming in, poison arrows coming in. Those are 2 critical upgrades. And I think one thing that's crucial is that Puppy Paw hasn't really yet shown that build-up of archers up until this very moment. And this should be the notice to Wham that there is going to be a lot of aggression coming his way. Because if you're massing that many archers for Puppy Paw, that has to be for poison arrows. Key thing here is that it's difficult to break into the base of Wham, though. He's got 4 walls, supported by White Tower, 2 town centers, network of castles, and he's making longbows, as he should. Longbows are probably the response to these poison arrow archers, though they have to fire from behind the walls. You don't want those sofas closing in on you.
Yeah, nice little zoom that we've got here from Vodka as well. Don't worry, Vodka, I see you. That nice little timing on the zoom as the archers came through, but pressure now put on this front side. Not a whole lot here to defend for the moment. Wham could be in a bit of trouble. We do know the Malians love to do this timing push. The main thing I'm concerned about is that if Puppy Paw looks to strike right now with a big flood of cavalry, that's my absolute favorite thing to see from the Malians. It's when you get this push through that's about to happen, and the Cav just gets all their upgrades. I don't know whether we've got imported armor, but we do see poisoned arrows now coming through as well.
And there is a snipe on the Monk out here. Relic advantage on the side of Puppy Paw as well. Resource income kind of close-ish, but this is where Puppy Paw needs to go. He's gotten the cattle maxed out. He's got all the pit mines going. He's gotten most of the relics. So if he wants to make something happen with this army, it has to be inside the enemy base now.
Still trying to pick off the Imam, or the Shaman rather, as it is looking for those relics on the top side. King still manages to scrape out of it just by the skin of his teeth. Never mind. Poor guy though. That relic now getting picked up. Archers teeing off and go behind the wall. Could be the difference maker here. He has shown his hand though, not really holding it until the last second. You can see he's trying to bait that mango out now. So for Warriors moving in.
Now this is nasty. I don't like Wham moving out of his base. He should know better to do this. He knows that this is the timing that Puppy Paw needs to hit. And these walls are a lifesaver. He needs the network of castles buff. He needs the safety of these walls. And he just needs to hold off this assault. He needs to drag this game into Imperial because that is his win condition in a Civ matchup like this.
Yeah, so ideally he wants to avoid fighting. He wants to delay fighting. He doesn't want to fight. You know, as you mentioned, stay behind the walls. That's what you should be doing. But he really came a little bit too far out in this situation.
He's got a lot of longbows, though. Tanky men-at-arms on the front line as well, trying to make a pivot into the spearmen. A lot of the sofas are banked up though, and once they're gone, the longbows will be more than happy to fight against all these poison arrow archers. New reinforcements are trickling in here for Puppy Paw, but I do not know if this is going to be enough here. Indeed, he's going to have to pull the plug on this operation. A couple of Donsos just bashing their way through the walls. Looks like he's still flooding units though. He tries to finish this game off over here, or at least, well, I guess he's going to attempt finishing this game off here. I don't know if he's got enough to break through these defenses, though.
He needs more Sofa. I think that's the big thing right now. It's like you just got to drop stables and just spam Sofa, because that's what's going to be diving into the town center. You got to remember that's what dives under the town center. That's what's dying underneath the town center. So you want to be replenishing and replacing that as much as you possibly can. But he does manage to find a couple picks on this top side. A couple Vills going down here. Vill count definitely looks not the best at the moment for Puppy Paw, but remember he does have the cows on his side. He also has the pit mines on his side, but I think underneath the town center like this can be very dangerous with the lack of Sofa. He's only got 9 on the field at the moment, Ludicor.
Yeah, this is dicey here for Puppy Paw. Like, sure enough, he's idling out a lot of eco, but this is his entire army. If he gets surrounded here, or if he loses that Mangonel and the longbows just pick off the archers, things could easily swing in the favor of Wham, and that's exactly what we're starting to see here, I feel. Mangonel gone, longbows suddenly pushing this whole thing away, and Puppy Paw is just going to have to bail on this whole operation. Now, one thing that's critical, Wham barely has any gold income. He's confined into his base here, but the crossbows should be able to deal with most of these sofas. And let's not forget, English farming is no joke, and it gets better and better as the game gets longer and longer.
Where is he getting gold from? Is there any gold here?
I don't know. I think he ran out of gold inside his base. Network of Castles once again active for Wham, though. It's 24 longbows against 45 poison arrow archers, though crossbows lagging behind a little. They need to focus down the sofas here. Longbows need to focus on the archers on the other side, however, and the sofas are just tanking up so much damage once again. Puppy Paw has no desire to stop this. He is here to stand and fight and just disable all these farms.
Yeah, the trouble is, once again, the Sofa Warriors are just falling too quickly. I'm kind of curious what the armor upgrades is, whether he's got the imported armor. I suspect he probably does.
Yeah, he does.
He'd be crazy at this point not to have imported armor.
Map control looking so good for Puppy Paw here, and he triggers the Sacred Site condition. We've seen that today from him before, and he's in a really good position to do so. If he can just keep his opponent confined into his base by continuously assaulting this position, bringing in some new Mangonels, he could easily start taking down that counter, and we've seen it today. If you get to the 2-minute mark, 3-minute mark, it suddenly becomes a really good win condition.
All right, well, that wall is not going to get rebuilt at this stage. Puppy Paw breaking through once again. He's up to 14 so far. This is definitely a bit more of a formidable number here. And he's got plenty in the queue as well, but I really wish he'd just wait for a bit of a regroup here instead of just pushing with 6 or 7, because they're just going to get eaten alive on the front line, which is exactly what has happened. Spears, though, they get taken out. There's still plenty of crossbows on the rear side. Remember, the network of castles is just ticking on all of these ranged units, just really creating a beautiful defensive concave there.
It's a trade back and forth. In the meantime, Wham is decapping the Sacred Site in the middle. At least he's attempting to do so. Units rallied there by Puppy Paw will clean this up. We're down to 9 minutes on the Sacred Site countdown. Still very far away from becoming a legitimate win condition. But at the same time, the moment Wham moves out of the safety of the Network of Castles buff, Puppy Paw is more than happy to dive this, and oh, this could be catastrophic. Wham is struggling for gold. He's at 160 per minute. Just the relics, that's all that he has for gold income. He's looking for that gold, but he is just being denied of all of it.
Yep, that is a game-winning position right there. When it gets to these mid-game stalemates like this, gold control becomes the most important thing. And we can see right now how important this is for Wham. Just as you mentioned, the only gold he's got coming through is that passive gold from his relics. Other than that, he's got absolutely nothing. So that means he's going to have to drop the market, have to start selling. But the big thing is, he needs to get access to that gold, and there's nowhere he can really sneak at the moment. Puppy Paw's got great control, great coverage on this map. All right, Sacred Victory. 8 minutes to go. keep in mind, this is one of those things that happens where typically you're like, I'm just going to grab a little bit of gold here. But then actually, things work out quite well for you. Sofa Warriors continuing to build up. He's up to 27. This is 27 Sofa Warriors is actually an insane amount of Sofa Warriors as long as he's all together. That's the real big thing for me. If he can break through together, this is it. In fact, I can feel it coming right now.
It's Imperial. And if this keep goes up, things will get so difficult here for Wham. And the keep is going to get completed. This gold position is just going to be contested non-stop here. Papipo is looking to age up to Imperial, but at the same time, his army count is dwindling. Has he jumped the gun? Is this age up too early?
I don't think so. He's still got a lot of Sofa, and they're breaking through on the north side. So as long as he's able to reinforce to this position, he should be fine. But yeah, it's more just about the Sofa. I feel like that's the one bit of feedback I would give him. It's like, make more Sofa, please. More Sofa. Like, there's not enough couch in this house. We need more Sofa.
Oh yeah, that could be something that you could tell in an IKEA store as well. But anyway, big push coming in once again. Wham is getting desperate for that gold. Fortress of the Huntress completely stalled out though and has to be cancelled. This might not be over yet. I really feel like Papipo, he's been losing villagers left and right on these keeps. At the same time, Sofas break into the enemy base here. Papipo is down to just 67 eco. He's got the passive resource income though, but look at the overall population, Aussie. 180 versus 114. We could be going all the way here, all the way to game number 14 today.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you could. The main thing I'm just concerned about is that he's going imp. There's no gold control whatsoever for Wham. Wham's only making longbows and spears because he's only got food and wood. Oh,
does he see this? He doesn't have longbows to stop this with. Wham, if he had a couple of longbows here, he could have started picking off those villagers on the Fortress of the Huntress. The fortress will finish in all certainty. Wham was able to get some gold for himself, but it's just not enough.
One single villager to rule them all. Does go down eventually. All right, with the Fort of the Huntress coming up, though, now you need trebuchets because you've begun losing gold control. He has to evacuate immediately. You can see he's so close to imp.
Yeah, he needs to sell. He needs to sell, age up, and get enclosures for the farms.
Yep, and then he's fine. He's actually made it. That's kind of wild that he managed to make it from here to imp. I guess it was just that. I didn't even realize he was on gold, and obviously Papipo didn't either. That was a pretty big mistake there. But Berkshire going to be coming up. It looks like he's going to be... Where's he putting it down?
He should try to make a rush for the northern gold mines. Like, it's not like Papipo has a gigantic army. He's actually getting the Berkshire going in the middle of his base, but best spot would have been trying to place it on these gold mines to the north.
Oh, I kind of like that. I think that's good because if you go for the gold mines to the north, there's a risk that it never gets up. Whereas back here, you know that Sofas are going to be coming into your base for probably the next, like, 30 minutes, knowing these two guys. So it makes a lot of sense.
I just feel like he needs to roll the dice now. Because at some point, you need to get gold control, no matter what. And sure enough, you finish the Berkshire here, it's great. If he goes for a lot of stone and just tries to get a keep up on the northern gold mines, that's also fine, but he needs to find a way to secure gold control. Enclosures alone will not be enough.
Yes, yeah, that's a good point. Enclosure's now going to be coming through. It's got 600 gold in the bank. So if you're thinking about upgrades now, you're thinking about upgrading your trash units. You want upgrades for your longbows. You want upgrades for your spears. Those are the big ticket items right here. But on the side of Papipo, the Bombard is coming out. The Culverin is coming out. I don't know whether we've got elite archers. Actually, that's one thing to note. Wait, why is he going for Musofadi hand cannoneers?
Maybe he's expecting men at arms.
Yeah, but there's so many longbows.
I'm thinking he's expecting men at arms. At the same time, Sacred Side win condition is still going on. It's down to 5 minutes. There were efforts from Wham to decap one of these Sacred Sides. In fact, he almost decapped one. He was like basically half a second away from decapping it, but Papipo prevented that from happening, and now you're looking at that Sacred Side countdown as a legitimate win condition.
Yeah, this is the stage of the game where it starts to get to that, isn't it? I mean, he could neutralize... So the one in... Yeah, so this one's going to keep on it. Then we've got the Fort of the Huntress, or the Hunt of the Fortress. Fortress of the Hunt. In the middle. And then on the bottom side, have we got anything down there?
Yeah, there's not much in terms of fortifications for Wham down south, but he needs to get gold. He's up to 900 per minute. I think he moved out towards that gold mine to the north. Yeah, he's building a keep now. This is a must-have. This is a must-have, and if you're Puppy Paw, you could opt to try and just assault this position and say, listen, I will keep taking all the gold away from you. Or he could just focus this southern portion of the map and say, okay, wait a minute, you're heavy on longbows, I might as well hit your lumberjacks. This area of the map right now is totally undefended by Wham.
It's a good call. Let's see how he plays it. There's going to be a big wall coming in on that south side. Plenty more military moving up towards this position. Keep in mind, while there is a bit of population difference between these two guys, when it comes to the military side of things, it's pretty much even Stevens. Only a handful of difference between them.
Yeah, finally some gold access for Wham, however, and that's a lifeline. That's a true lifeline for him that he much needed. But at the same time, Sacred Side victory conditions still ticking here. 3 minutes left to go. This stone wall down south, it's going to prevent Wham from running into it. And Ozzy, we have to go back to that game that we had like 3-4 hours ago at this point. Puppy Paw was 9 seconds away from pulling off a Sacred Side victory. It actually ended up being 6 at the very end of the game. But he was so close. Wham stopped it the very last minute. We're down to 2.5 minutes, and I feel like this series could end with a Sacred Side victory here for Puppy Paw.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way, but Wham's already got the goods now as he begins putting pressure on this Sacred Site. Can we just talk about how close this Sacred Site feels to Wham's base, by the way? It feels like it's right outside of his base. So that is a very nice position for him. But
yeah,
he's got plenty of archers on the Sacred Site, though, so he's going to be fine. Culb's firing off on the back. Almost managed to get the one shot off. It's got a little bit of health on it, a little bit of a shuffle. Numbers looking decent for Puppy Paw. Have a look at the military numbers all of a sudden. Puppy Paw kicking it into 5th gear.
Yeah, he needs to, because again, he needs to hold these Sacred Sites. Culverin's doing so much to keep those bombards away. This Sacred Site is protected by a keep, so is the other one, but one of these two will have to be decapped by Wham. Wham's army is split, though. He's got half of his forces to the north, half to the south, and he is outnumbered overall. It looks like he's getting cleaned up down south over here with 2 minutes left on the timer.
2 minutes left on the timer. Now, remember, guys, if Puppy Paw does win this, we'll be going into our 3rd best of 7 for the day. No, just kidding.
It's definitely not going to be the case. If Puppy Paw wins here, he is going to be the player facing off against Marine Lord in Castle de Almodovar. And it looks better and better for him. After what seemed like a set or a day that took forever, Puppy Paw seems so close. 1.5 minutes left to go here. But Wham's army is not growing, it's shrinking.
Yeah, he's down to 45 military pop at the moment compared to his opponent who's on 68, plus plenty of siege in the back pocket. Lots of Sofa warriors out on this map at the moment. He's looking good. That siege continues to roll towards the north side. He knows that there's a little bit of pressure up there, so it could be where he's potentially looking to challenge. And we can see now with a minute left, this is it, do or die. Triple mangonels, and it's not going to matter. Ladies and gentlemen, he's heading to Spain. It's Puppy Paw, your champion. After 2 best of 7s, he finally did it, Liticor. It took a long time, but he managed to put it into 5th gear, and he planted it.
Talk about a journey here, Ozzy. He was knocked down to the lower bracket by his very own brother. The winner's bracket finals, Wham-O-1 took out Puppy Paw 3-2, a nail-biter of a set. Then you go to the first best of 7 of today. Puppy Paw, coming from the lower bracket, takes out his brother once again in the decider game of that series, 4-3, forces a second best of 7 to be played, and then Puppy Paw with a 4-2 win here in this absolute grind fest and a magnificent set. He takes the #1 spot here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. A hard-fought victory, a massive victory here, really, for Puppy Paw. And at the end of the day, he is going to be the challenger for Marine Lord in Castle de Almodovar.
Whew. Esports may seem like a sprint, but more often than not, it is a marathon. And what a marathon we just witnessed. 13 games to decide a challenger against Marine Lord later this year in Spain. And what a way to do it. We got to break this down a little bit. We got to talk about this because, you know, for a lot of this, I feel like we've been hyping up Wham. We felt like this was his tournament drongo, the best Wham we've ever seen. But Puppy Paw, what tenacity, what perseverance rather, to come through after this many games and then get a pretty dominant win to close it out there.
Yeah, I mean, for Puppy Paw in particular, he's just been on the rise non-stop over the last couple of years. We've just seen him improve. And, well, I mean, even though he comes out the victor today, I feel like I can't help but say the same thing about Wham. You know, it feels almost like Wham was always kind of mid-range. When I say mid-range, I mean like mid of the pack in the sense that, you know, not quite top 5, maybe a little bit lower, like top 8, somewhere around that. But if anything has been shown today, it's that Wham is incredible when it comes to his rise. It's been meteoric. So incredibly well played by both of the brothers today. And congratulations over to Puppy Paw for an insane victory and then an insane set. What a crazy day.
Yeah, nothing to be ashamed of, right? Because I think it's fair to say, Lida, that after what we saw out these two here, yes, we may be saying goodbye to some other bros, right? Moving on to a different game. But I think what Wham and Puppy Paw got to do here is prove that they are top 5, not because 2 people left. They are top 5 because they play some of the best damn Age of Empires 4 we are seeing in 2024.
They definitely have, and I think they've definitely put themselves on the map for the events to come as well. Just a little side note here, before we actually have Puppy Paw in for a winner's interview with KP. The two brothers have played a grand total of 64 games against each other in the history of AoE 4. 18 of those games happened this weekend. Let that sink in.
And it's crazy as well, because I think now Puppy Paw has an overall, like, 2 or 3 game lead. It's still tight. It's insanely tight, right? Like, the first time they match up in 2024 Drongo, and it's this close. Dude, I'm just heartbroken we're only sending one to land, because I feel like both of these lads should be there.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. But look, I'm sure Puppy Paw is going to go and do his best against Marine Lord. I think, you know, realistically, Puppy Paw has a pretty decent history against Marine Lord. So I think if there's anybody who's got a chance in with it, it's Puppy Paw. So yeah, look, the Canadians, they're sending their best chance right now. Even though we still love Wham, Puppy Paw, I reckon he's got a good chance up against the Frenchman.
Well, let's see how he's feeling about his odds, because it's time for an interview with the one and only Puppy Paw. We got Puppy Paw on the line? Oh yes. His Majesty must be welcome. All right, try speaking now. Puppy Paw, you there? All right, he's just doing some push-ups, because after a 13-game series, what I really want to do is do some push-ups. We'll give him a sec, folks. Bless him. He thinks he's the problem. It was actually us. Is he all right? I think he's doing the full reconnect of everything right now. Hey, there we go. You there, Puppy Paw?
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, we've got some audio. You're quite quiet, though.
Okay, I'm not sure I can do too much about that.
And I think we've got some static. Did you just pull something out and plug it in again?
Yes.
Do you want to try doing that again? See if it actually improves. Because you got a little bit of static there, I think.
Sure.
Yes. Apologies, folks. This is what happens when you make someone play an absolute marathon, a 13-game series across 6.5 hours. Everything breaks, but his spirit hasn't, and that's what I respect the most. All right, how about now?
I hope it's better, but I.
It's still very quiet, my friend. Like, it's no more static. That's good, but we need to bump your volume up a bit, I think.
You guys hear me?
Okay.
Hello? Still quiet.
Still very quiet. Like,
Um,
you haven't done that
Perfect.
classic thing where the audio input is on like a headset mic instead of the big mic.
no, it's on this mic here.
Okay.
I don't know what the
Because I'm
issue
just
is.
thinking, I don't want you to have to yell here after after 6.5 hours.
Does that help? No. Okay.
We'll get there in a sec, hopefully. All right. But yeah, just a reminder, folks. We do these things live because esports is beautiful that way. I'm trying to think of another way we can do this. The alternative is, but I feel like it's a spit in the eye. You just go and steal Wham's mic. But I think maybe, what can we do here? We could maybe look to, God, I don't want to say it. A Discord phone call might be like louder. Yeah, try your phone here, mate. Oh no, he's lost his phone.
I think my phone is dead. Oh my god.
Oh no. Maybe borrow Wham's? Magic, can you like maybe just drive over to his and provide him a phone right now? Like, come on, dude. Support the home team.
Oh my gosh.
It's alright, you quickly go check with him. One of those things. But guys, just a reminder, by the way, this lad just qualified for the biggest LAN of Age of Empires 4 for 2024, right? Like, this is actually an incredible moment. And I don't think I've seen anyone play 13 games in a row like that. Oh, there we go. Nailed it. Beautifully done. All right, first up, first thing I wanted to know, hardest series of your career, yes or no?
I don't know if I can say it was the hardest because I won, but yeah, no, it was not easy. Like we had like so many games today. Yeah, it was a tough day.
Very unique, right? Like, because realistically, there have probably been days where you've had as many games, but I guess this felt very different because usually there's a break and there's a different opponent and a different approach. Whereas this was almost like not playing the same set, but in a way, you have to think similarly. You have to approach it with a mindset that this is the same player again, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the drafts were a lot different. Like the first draft, we had Hoy Island and Frisian, and then the second one, we kind of shied away from that. I don't. I think there was a lot of thought that went into it. I'm pretty sure, but yeah, it's complicated.
What was the outside the maps changing a little bit? Was there something else big that changed between the bracket reset? Because I feel like the first series was a little bit more strategic back and forth, whereas I'd say the second series felt maybe more chaotic.
I'm not sure. Like in these drafts, like it tends to be you have like very good civs for a lot of maps, and then like these leftover civs that you just kind of pick like 5th or 6th or something, where you know you might be at a disadvantage. But I think for me, I got like very lucky with OTD on Sakatra because it's an okay pick there, but getting into Byzantines is like the best situation you can hope for. And same with French on Gorge. It's a pretty decent French matchup against Ruse, so.
Now, you are going to get to go to Europe. You're going to get to challenge Marine Lord. I mean, first of all, how confident are you about El Reinado? I mean, you are going up against a guy who rated Delhi as C tier.
I'm pretty confident. I mean, I think I have a good chance. Like, yeah, I mean, it depends how much I practice. I think I have the edge of having like Wham if I want to practice with like a good bit. So, that's nice. And I'm not sure who Marino is going to be able to practice with. So.
I mean, you're going to have him there to prep the whole time, right? Because I've heard that you're actually both going to be going to Spain. So a prep partner in the approach, but also someone to warm up with on land.
Yeah, I think we're probably both going to go just because, you know, it would be fun to do that as well together. So, and obviously we can prep together. So that's pretty cool.
We were saying it's kind of interesting because in a weird way, you've actually won the LAN before the LAN because technically the grand finalists of this tournament were in the same house.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But I've got to talk about that final game in particular. I feel like there was a nail-biting moment. I want to know what was going through your head with that Southern Sacred Site, because that decap goes through. I feel like we're maybe looking at a very different game there.
Yeah, it was actually like 1 second away from going through, wasn't it? I didn't. Sometimes there's so many things going on, and well, maybe I should have like focused on that a bit more. I was just trying to harass and stop his gold and stuff like that. But yeah, it's way easier to end the game like that. If you just win by sites, like I think my chances were still okay if I lost by sites, but it wasn't like 100%, like obviously with the winning by sites there. So it was more 50-50.
It was interesting as well because I feel like as the series went on, sometimes you were kind of playing the defender role and he was sometimes trying to take that attacker role. Whereas going in the series, I don't know if you'd agree, we always kind of saw Wham as more of the defender and you a bit more of as the attacker these days. Did it feel like you were kind of trying to trip each other up by snatching the role away?
I think we both play pretty similar. Like I think we both play depending on like the Civ's strengths and stuff like that. So like if we're playing defensive Civ, we're obviously gonna play more defensive and stuff like that, or aggressive if we think the map is good for it. But I will say I think both of us have gotten much better at like late game play. I think we don't want to like play the siege wars maybe, but I think in these situations we kind of feel like we have to, and that's the best approach to take. So we do.
And I'm kind of wondering now, like, how does it feel? Because we've been talking a lot about how some people are stepping away from the game right now, right? They're thinking Stormgate, they're thinking Age of Myth. Like, does this feel like a new level of accomplishment? Because I think for a lot of people now, they put you as a top 3 player easily in Age of Empires 4, and you get to kind of stamp that statement before all these names disappear, right? Does that kind of make it even more special to you?
A bit, yeah. I think a bit. But I don't know, like what's ahead for Age of Empires 4. All I can say is I don't think I'm going anywhere. At least not for the time being. I do want to try out a few different games, but mostly AOM. Both Magic or something for fun, but
You gonna maybe qualify for a second Wololo event?
I haven't even tried the game. Like I haven't even played it once, so I think that would be an uphill battle, but yeah, I'm willing to try it.
I'll have to see, dude. I'd be hyped for that storyline. Just turning up for 2, man. And then you can just brag over Marine Lord. You got more banners than he has for the event. But you know what? It's been a long day. I don't want to keep you any longer. You have grinded your ass off for almost 7 hours straight. You've earned the rest. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing you in Spain. I look forward to seeing both of you, and I'm sure we're going to be having a blast in that grand finals against Marine Lord.
All right. Look forward to seeing you too. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy. Okay, guys. I honestly, like, I love that dude. I could see the exhaustion. You got to keep in mind, he's been going 7 hours straight. I also imagine there's kind of this bittersweet feeling of victory, but it did come at the cost of look, bro. But I'm glad to see that they're both going to be there. I think it's quite inspiring as well to have the old guard versus the new, as I keep highlighting. The fact that he's still going to keep trying to plow through Age of Empires 4. And just so much potential, right? Like, I think a big fixation for part of this has been the loss of some names. I know Lucifer and Vortex, they're going to be saying farewell. There's been talks of the likes of B and what they're going to be doing in the future. But, the beautiful thing is, between the rise of the Canadians who have been grinding from day one, and it's finally truly paying off, to the likes of your Kiljardis starting to break through, your Louis, people representing different regions, not just it being a European stomping ground anymore. It's fair to say now is the time to keep your eyes on Age of Empires 4 to see what the other regions can do. And I hope that you are all going to be tuning in October, when we have that grand final showdown between Marine Lord and Puppy Paw, because I've got a feeling, despite the confidence with which Marine Lord carries himself, it's not going to be as easy as maybe he's thinking here. But a really big shout has to go out to everybody who has been watching these EGC events throughout 2024. I know there's a lot of questions on what's next, what's coming up, what are we getting more, what's the future EGC? I'll leave that to Pesty to tell you about in the coming days, in the coming weeks, because I can at least guarantee you, without revealing too much, we ain't going anywhere. EGC is going to keep supporting the scene, and we hope you guys are going to keep tuning in. But that is going to bring us to a close. A longer series, a longer grand finals. We have one series today that stretched 7 hours. I think that might be a record here in the Age of Empires 4 community. But I look forward to setting new records in the future, and I look forward to seeing, hopefully, many of you in Spain later this year when we get the grand final showdown. The land to make a statement for Age of Empires 4. Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw at El Reinado. We'll see you all there.